In this competition centered on seizing, defeating other holders is the fastest way to accumulate resources. Duke pondered as he watched the two bodies on the ground gradually dissipate. Exploring ruins might yield unexpected rewards, but it involves high risks, takes a long time, and comes with uncertainty. The main issue is that there are too few ruins, and even if there are any left, they wouldn't be in this area. When the officials set up this competition venue, they wouldn't place all the important resource points together. That would clearly be unreasonable. Hunting other contestants, especially those who have already gained some rewards, is like efficient harvesting. Directly converting others' exploration results into one's own points. Previously, because he needed to heal, he chose a relatively conservative stealth strategy. Now that he's back to peak condition and even slightly improved, it's time to change strategy and take the initiative. Duke quickly made up his mind, and with his current strength, he fears no level 1 mage. In this competition venue, he should be the hunter. Though these contestants are excellent level 1 mages from various places, they are still inferior to him. The competition has been going on for almost half a month now. Those who have survived until now must have some resources on them. Directly hunting these contestants is the quickest way to obtain resources. As for whether enmities would form, that was not within Duke's consideration. After all, he doesn't hang around the East Coast, and many contestants are not even from the Appalachian continent. Even if enmities do form, they would probably rarely meet again. It's hard to hide one's identity in such enmities, even if Duke had changed his appearance to someone else's. However, the characteristics of his actions can't be concealed. But most people would have few chances to meet again in the future, so there's no need to think too much about it. 3 days later, dusk, Duke, like the most patient hunter, lurked by a mountain path leading to a valley known for its rare luminescent moss. The terrain here is elevated, with dense woods, and it's the convergence point of several paths, offering an open view, suitable for observing and selecting targets. He chose to enter the dark form for constant stealth, the deep shadows and night almost completely engulfing him. While his shadow perception ability, like an invisible spider web, covered the mountain path for hundreds of meters around. A lion uses all its strength even when hunting a rabbit. Having chosen to rob, he couldn't hold back. Otherwise, turning the tables in the gutter would be unfavorable. Duke didn't attack every passerby blindly, but quickly assessed the target's strength, number, and condition using his enhanced perception. He opted to pass on a team of 5 who appeared cohesive and well-coordinated to avoid getting into a difficult battle. His targets were those who seemed to have some confidence and strength, teams consisting of 2 to 4 people, not entirely united. One glance was enough to tell if a team was harmonious and cohesive, determining this from their formation and the distance between them on the road. After waiting for about 2 hours, a target appeared. A 3-person team approached from below the mountain path. 2 men and 1 woman, dressed differently, appearing to be a temporary group, maintaining a slight distance among themselves. The leader was a burly man with a massive sword on his back, exuding a fierce aura, nearing level 1 crystallization. The other 2, a tall, thin figure wielding a magic wand and a short, stout one with many bottles and jars hanging from his waist, possibly skilled in magic potion refining or alchemy. All 3 bore traces of battle, yet their spirit was still adequate. Crucially, Duke faintly sensed distinct elemental fluctuations emanating from them, indicating they likely recently gathered resources. After careful observation, Duke decided to target these 3. As Duke lurked, metallic yellow sand advanced silently as the most patient sappers would, spreading through rock crevices and beneath soil layers to its predefined position below the mountain path. With the perfect cover of earth element aura, these 3 were completely unaware of the impending danger beneath the ground. As soon as the team stepped into the optimal attack range, what appeared to be solid ground beneath their feet suddenly softened and collapsed. A 5-meter diameter, 3-meter deep quicksand pit instantly formed, bringing a terrifying suction force. And simultaneously countless barbed tentacles formed of sand and gravel extended from the pit walls, wrapping around their legs. "It's an ambush." The burly man reacted the fastest, roaring as an earthy yellow fighting spirit burst from him. Thrusting his massive sword into the ground, trying to stabilize himself and cleave through the quicksand. Almost at the same time the ground trap was sprung, Duke revealed himself from his hiding spot, wind wings flapping behind him as he dived like an eagle, moving at incredible speed. An expansive tornado, infused with the fierce storm traits, instantly formed. The violent airflow and sharp wind blades disrupted and trapped the three alongside the surrounding air, countless thin cuts swiftly appearing on their shields and robes. Duke then flung 3 fireballs in a triangular formation, sealing the trio's escape routes. The searing heat and explosive impact combined with the tornado, forming a fire dragon tornado. As he landed, Duke's feet touched the edge of the quicksand pit, his right hand clutched in the air, conjuring the blazing sun judgment lightsaber instantly. Its blade's glow was subdued, yet it carried an intimidating sharpness. Simple, direct thrust transformed into a blazing white streak, targeting the gap left by the burly man hastily defending against the quicksand and fire dragon tornado. The burly man's pupils contracted, sensing the fatal threat. He roared, channeling most of his fighting spirit into his massive sword, blocking it in front of his chest. The lightsaber clashed with the massive sword, producing a piercing screech. Though the massive sword was of fine quality, the power concentrated in Duke's strike far exceeded the burly man's expectations. The massive sword bent backward, cracks appearing on its blade. The residual impact struck the burly man's chest brutally. He let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from his mouth, his form sinking deeper into the quicksand. Not giving them any respite, Duke twisted his sword's motion from a thrust to a sweep, the blazing sun judgment's arc of light flaring toward the burly man's neck. Simultaneously, with a flick of his left hand, 2 rays of lights shot silently towards the backs of the other 2 wizards, who were drawn and struggling against the fire dragon tornado. The burly man barely managed to raise his arm for a block, but with a puff his arm guard was sliced open, his arm left a bloody mess. The other 2 wizards were pierced through their backs by the ray of lights, their screams abruptly stopping, their bodies instantly torn apart, consumed, and annihilated by the fire dragon tornado. Duke didn't slow down, as the blazing sun judgment, emitting a strong light element or a flashed white, and the burly man's head soared high into the air. This all occurred in but an instant, leaving 3 corpses in its wake. Duke's actions were seamless, every step pre-planned without the slightest pause or delay. After Duke dealt with these 3 people, he quickly left the area. Although the action was quick, it caused quite a stir, which inevitably would draw other people's attention. The next half-month flew by in a continuous cycle of hunting, shifting, and rest. During this time, Duke couldn't remember how many people he hunted down. He also encountered other teams trying to hunt him, but they ultimately became part of his resources. As the scheduled end time of the competition approached, Duke quietly moved away from any hot spots likely to erupt in a final clash, and chose an absolutely secluded, easily defensible natural stone cave as the final waiting place. At the moment the competition ended, his body was enveloped in gentle blue light, and the scene around the stone cave quickly blurred and faded, eventually replaced by a pure, flowing stream of blue energy. The familiar slight weightlessness and sensation of spatial displacement emerged, but were much smoother than when entering the resource quadrant. After the blue light dissipated, he stood firmly on solid ground. In the central settlement hall of the Anvil Castle's Combat Assessment and Training Center, the towering dome is made of a massive magic crystal with embedded luminous runes, casting a gentle and bright light like natural sunlight. The hall is circular, with a giant pale gold 3-dimensional projection in the center, continuously refreshing with data streams like a waterfall, displaying basic statistics of the competition and rolling announcements of outstanding achievements. Around the circular hall, hundreds of independent settlement compartments are evenly distributed, separated by translucent energy barriers. At this moment, blue lights are flashing continuously, and participants are being transported back one after another, appearing in their respective compartments. Most of them have exhausted, excited, regretful, or vigilant expressions on their faces, sizing each other up and exchanging quietly about their gains or complaining about encounters. Duke's compartment was relatively secluded. He had already taken off the Thousand Illusion mask, returning to his original appearance. Numerous peoples had been robbed by him during the competition, though they had long left the competition site. To be safe, it was best not to appear around here with that face. Someone might specifically wait for the day the competition ends to come and seek revenge. Participant number, L7342 identity verification passed, welcome back. A clear, pleasant but emotionless synthetic female voice sounded in the compartment. Meanwhile, in front of him rose a light blue crystal operation screen similar to, but larger and more sophisticated than, those in hotel rooms. Calculating your final rewards from the Void Echo. Quadrant contest, please wait. Data started to scroll on the screen madly like a waterfall, at a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch. Duke could feel the competition rune on his wrist, engaging in a high-speed information exchange with the screen. About 10 seconds later, the scrolling stopped. An extremely detailed and categorized total resource acquisition list was displayed before Duke in a clear, intuitive three-dimensional chart and text format. Despite having been mentally prepared, Duke couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the list's length. Moonlight Moss Superior X3. Dragon Blood Vine Seedling, Active X1, Sleeping Crystal Orchid Complete X2. Starlight Mushroom 5-Year X5, Ironwood Pollen Essence X1 Pinch. Settlement completed. Your final resource count has been recorded in your participant record. Continued the synthetic voice. The resources in your list will be delivered to the safe address you specify within 5 days, defaulting to the Heart of Gear hotel room you registered at enrollment, but can be changed. Please note that for the sake of safety and privacy, your detailed gain list has undergone advanced encryption. Only you, the highest committee of the event, and relevant Empire regulatory agencies can inquire. It is recommended you properly safeguard the settlement voucher. A concise settlement confirmation and transport address confirmation option appeared on the screen, which Duke quickly reviewed and confirmed there were no errors, leaving an imprint with spiritual power at the designated location, finalizing the confirmation. Thank you for your participation. Congratulations on achieving excellent results. The door to Void Echo is always open to the brave and wise, looking forward to seeing you next time, concluded the synthetic voice. The screen in front of him slowly lowered, and the energy barrier of the compartment quietly opened, indicating he could leave. Duke walked out of the compartment, feeling some fleeting glances falling on him from the surroundings. Some carried curiosity, some inquiry, and some hidden scrutiny. He ignored these gazes, heading straight for the exit. This place couldn't be stayed in for long, too many disputes occurred during the competition. Duke already saw several groups arguing, with much friction happening evidently due to grudges from the competition. Luckily, not many noticed him, and no one came to trouble him, allowing him to return to the hotel safely. The competition was truly fruitful, with his rough estimation of the resource haul valued at over 50 million level 1 magic stones. The bulk came from the frantic plundering over the last half-month, gaining a substantial amount of resources. In 5 days, there will be someone to deliver these resources, and Duke is considering how to handle this batch. The batch contains a wide variety of resources, most currently unused. Duke considered selling a portion of them to exchange for magic stones. His subsequent promotion to level 2 mage requires preparation of the energy well, which is costly and will consume a lot of magic stones. Those resources currently unused are idle otherwise and need converting into resources usable now. Upon returning to the hotel, Duke activated all security defenses in the room and also took out several sets of small witch arrays from the space ring and arranged them. Then he entered the Light God Court. The Light God Court now encompasses more than 8,000 square kilometers. The land is vast and fertile, stretching in all directions until it blends into faint light mist at the horizon. In this space, the terrain has initially begun to diversify, with the central region being the most flat and fertile plain, surrounded by the ever-growing, expanding contour of pale green mountains. Countless streams formed from the overflow of the spring of life, and naturally condensed water vapor wind like veins across the land, nurturing everything along the way. The spring has now transformed into an emerald lake, over 100 meters in diameter, with crystal-clear water. Where the jade-like world tree seed quietly floats, its vast life map slowly rotating, emitting a gentle yet steadfast growth rhythm to the entire plain. The surface of the lake is shrouded in mist full of life spirit, and the land by the lakeside thrives with lush spirit flowers and exotic herbs, autonomously absorbing the dispersed life energy and radiating purer spiritual feedback to the environment. Duke took out the spring of life that he had excavated. Back then, it didn't seem like much, but it was all pure spring of life concentrate. Now, he needed to pour this spring of life concentrate into this small lake, increasing the concentration of the spring of life in the lake, making it even richer. The concentrate was about the size of an adult man's head, not just a simple liquid, but a viscous substance between liquid and gel. Inside, countless fine golden patterns flowed slowly. They were the ultimate concentration of life law and natural spirituality. Duke's heart thought stirred slightly, and with gentle and stable spiritual power, he lifted the concentrate, moving it above the spring of life lake before him. As if an emerald star had fallen into the mortal realm, the previously calm and mirror-like lake surface did not create a huge splash upon contact with the spring of life concentrate, but emitted a low, distant hum as if from the world's core. Amidst the humming, the concentrate did not disperse immediately but sank like a heavy yet gentle jewel, slowly into the depths of the lake, heading straight for the world tree seed. When it finally touched the emerald halo emitted by the world tree seed, a loud sound full of joy and vitality exploded from the lake's center, with visibly green energy ripples spreading like a torrent in all directions. The originally clear lake water was quickly dyed a rich, almost liquid emerald deep green from the depths of the lake, and spread rapidly across the entire lake surface. The lake water seemed to come alive, beginning to rotate slowly, forming a massive vortex centered around the world tree seed and the concentrate's drop point. The vortex stirred the overwhelming life energy, causing the misty spirit fog above the lake to surge instantly, transforming from a light green haze into dense green clouds, rolling upward into the sky. Duke could clearly feel the entire light god court space seemed to tremble slightly. The earth's pulse became stronger and more rhythmic, as if a dormant giant beast's heart was infused with new vitality. The activity of energy particles in the air increased severalfold, particularly the life attribute energy, which was so rich it was almost condensing into dewdrops. The spiritual flowers and exotic grass along the lake's edge grew and expanded frantically at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their leaves became thicker and glossy, flowers blossomed rapidly, colors several times more vibrant than before, and the fragrance was rich without being overwhelming, mixing with the scent of new soil and pure moisture to form a breath that made one's soul feel comforted. Initially distributed like veins, the streams became rapidly turbulent and abundant, with the sound of rushing water echoing through the space. The stream water also carried a faint emerald hue, and wherever it passed, the soil on both banks became noticeably darker and more fertile, with some plants that were once ordinary weeds subtly showing signs of transforming into lower-level magical plants. The land spanning over 8,000 square kilometers seemed to undergo a silent spring rain baptism, with all things burgeoning and flourishing. The soil's fertility, the spirit of the water source, and the energy concentration of the air all reached a new level. The expansion speed of the light god court would inevitably accelerate, as this spring of life concentrate almost injected the entire space with stronger vitality. The world tree seed was also absorbing the life energy from the spring of life, and the germination speed would increase somewhat. Duke stood up, walked to the lake's edge, and reached out to scoop a handful of lake water. It felt cool to the touch, yet not bone-chilling, and instead, a gentle vitality seeped through the skin into his body, quietly dissipating a trace of fatigue within him. The lake water in his palm maintained that enchanting emerald color, and upon closer inspection, there seemed to be extremely fine, stardust-like golden specks floating within. All this lake water could serve as top-tier healing herbs, capable of healing both physical and spiritual power ailments. After setting the spring of life concentrate correctly, Duke checked the status of the world tree seed again. The seed seemed much the same as before, with no sign of germination. This seed required an enormous amount of life energy to germinate, even after so much feeding with the heart of the insect race and soaking it in the spring of life daily, there was still no sign of germination. Duke knew well that he could not rush it, for cultivating something like the world tree was indeed not something ordinary people could handle. Now that the spring of life was richer, germination was just a matter of time. The only concern Duke had was whether his own lifespan could wait until that day. After all, for the world tree, hundreds or thousands of years were merely a momentary flicker. Possessed an almost infinite lifespan, but Duke did not. As a level 1 mage, his lifespan was 500 years, and even with the 100 years gained from consuming that fruit, it totaled only 600 years. 600 years might seem long to ordinary people, but in the grand scale of the endless plane, it was merely an instant. Leaving the spring of life lakeside, Duke's heart thought moved slightly, and his figure appeared in another relatively open area within the light god court. The ancient stone slab excavated from the echoes of the void relic stood quietly here. Facing it once more, Duke could still feel a sense of aged and profound heaviness, accumulated over endless years, rushing toward him. The stone slab was 100 meters tall, with a width exceeding 30 meters, its thickness immeasurable, resembling a small mountain. The material was neither metal nor stone, appearing in a somber gray-black, almost absorbing light, with its surface covered in mottled traces of natural weathering. Duke closed his eyes, gathering all his mind like a taut bowstring. Soon, a wisp of exceedingly concentrated, almost substantial silver spiritual power thread slowly extended from his brow, gently yet resolutely touching a relatively flat area on the stone slab's surface. At the moment of contact, Duke felt as if his consciousness had been thrown into a raging torrent composed of countless noisy, chaotic, ancient and intricate thoughts, images, symbols, and fragments of rules. An endless stream of information surged into his mind at a speed that surpassed his processing limits. It felt like trying to fit the ocean in a cup. In an instant, his mental defenses teetered, his head aching as if about to split, as if his soul would be washed, torn apart, and assimilated by this torrent. The levels of these information flows were extremely high, with most content obscure and challenging to comprehend. Filled with incomprehensible geometric structures, energy operation diagrams exceeding the current wizard system's understanding, and fragmented scenes describing some grand temporal spatial transformations or rule changes. Even the edge spray was more than a typical level 1 mage could withstand. Duke groaned, his face turning pale instantly, refraining from forcibly interpreting those high-tier information streams he could not endure, relying instead on his formidable willpower and precise control over his spiritual power, arduously steering amid the information flood. The Duke manipulated his spiritual power to search, or in contact, those relatively calm, structurally simple streams of information. As long as he maneuvered his spiritual power to avoid the turbulent streams, they wouldn't take the initiative to contact his spiritual power either. The mental space within the tablet seemed endless, vast beyond measure. After what felt like a long century of searching and avoiding, the Duke finally found a stream of information that matched his current strength and chose to make contact. Upon contacting this stream, the Duke realized that it wasn't recorded in words, but was a more direct heritage containing vast amounts of spiritual power information. Gradually, the structure of an ancient spell took shape in his consciousness. Its core lay in utilizing specific spiritual power oscillations and subtle manipulation of the earth element to reorganize a large amount of chaotic yellow sand or similar granular substances into a stable energy material construct, endowing it with basic action logic and energy core, turning it into a sand servant with a certain degree of autonomous action capability and combat instinct, obedient to the caster. The Duke couldn't help but recall the 3 sand giants he had encountered in the Void Echo ruins. At that time, he realized these sand soldiers were far from ordinary magical creations. They possessed physical strength and speed approaching that of a level 1 high-ranking knight, had remarkable combat techniques, were highly resistant to conventional energy attacks, and boasted incredible recovery, seemingly connected to the land of the ruins itself. Now, the spell he deciphered from the tablet's information stream was precisely the method to create similar entities. The sand soldiers formed by this spell didn't rely on the caster's constant consumption of magic power to maintain their fragile energy structure. Instead, they were completed instantly by the spell as a relatively independent core. As long as the core wasn't completely destroyed, the sand soldiers could slowly recover by absorbing earth elemental energy from the environment and execute some preset or simple instructions given by the caster through spiritual link. The power of the sand soldiers actually originated from this tablet. As long as the Duke kept the tablet within his light god court, using himself as a medium to transmit the tablet's power, could recreate the sand soldiers encountered in the ruins. The Duke could even create entities stronger than those sand soldiers in the ruins, as long as he infused more magic power or used better quality sand particles. The sand soldiers encountered in the ruins were constructed from ordinary yellow sand, yet they possessed such strength. If constructed using the Duke's metallic yellow sand, their strength would certainly rise several notches. The Duke focused his heart thought, and following the newly deciphered magic model, began mobilizing magic power and spiritual power to construct the sand servant's magic model within his mind. The construction process was simple for him. The model of this spell wasn't complex, even somewhat rudimentary. The key was that the Sand Servant spell required the tablet to be cast and necessitated a certain connection with it. Other wizards obtaining this magic model wouldn't be able to use it unless they carried the tablet with them constantly. The Duke could cast this spell because he had the presence of the light god court within himself, allowing him to use himself as a medium to transmit the tablet's power. As the Duke's thoughts moved, a stream of metallic sand with a dark golden sheen surged from his palm. It didn't scatter around his body, but gathered directly in front of him in mid-air. He simultaneously activated the newly constructed magic model, directly triggering the magic model of the Sand Servant. A faint but clear invisible ripple spread out from him, as if piercing through some dimensional barrier, establishing a connection with the ancient tablet resting somewhere in the god court. The tablet itself seemed to tremble slightly, and an ancient power and rule, perceptible only via the magic model, was transmitted through this invisible channel, pouring into the metallic sand stream before him. Deep metallic vibrations sounded, different from the dull rustle of ordinary sand particles. The dark gold metallic sand stream, as if given life and will, began to spin swiftly, gathering and taking shape. The sand grains interlocked and compressed, emitting fine, dense clanging sounds, as if forging steel. In an instant, a silhouette towering at 3.5 meters, bulkier and more solid than the ruined sand soldiers, took shape. Its entire body displayed a somber metallic texture, with precise layered structures at the joints. The war axe it held, no longer a crude sand-gravel axe, was now a giant metallic axe with a distinct outline and a blade edge that flashed with a cold light, the axe surface subtly etched with flowing sand patterns. Striking where its eye sockets on the head, where the glow emitted wasn't the dark red of the ruined sand soldiers, but two dark golden flames burning intensely. The flames rotated slowly, cold and sharp, filled with the chill of metal and the weight of yellow sand, silently watching its creator, the Duke. The Duke could distinctly feel a solid spiritual link between him and this dark gold sand soldier, and further perceive the stable, operating sand core inside of it, and the strength and energy affinity within each grain of metallic yellow sand making up its body, far surpassing that of ordinary sand. This body itself was a powerful weapon and shield. Success and beyond expectations. A gleam of satisfaction flashed in the Duke's eyes. The Sand Servant, made from metallic yellow sand, driven by the tablet's power, and cast by him, had attributes that absolutely surpassed the ordinary sand soldiers in the ruins. It's not merely a puppet, but more like a combat platform capable of growth and enhancement, crafted from unique materials. With a thought, the flames in the dark gold sand soldier's eyes flickered slightly, and it silently stepped forward, the ground echoing a solid metallic press. The Duke could transmit simple commands such as advance, alert, or attack specific targets through the spiritual link. The sand soldier itself also had a degree of autonomous action ability, needing only simple preset instructions. The sand soldier could, through its sand core, slowly absorb energy from the surrounding environment, maintaining its basic existence and weak self-repair. The Duke then conducted some tests, and found that this sand soldier could even serve as a spell experiment target, better than a general spell experiment target, due to the extremely high strength of metallic yellow sand, combined with the energy absorption characteristic and the tablet's power fusion. The sand soldier now possessed nearly magic immunity capability. This level of magic immunity was stronger than those sand soldiers in the ruins. Back then he could still deal some damage with spells. Now, even casually thrown fireball technique only produced some sparks. When Duke was in the ruins, his fireball technique could at least inflict some damage on sand soldiers. But now it leaves no trace at all. Even he is like this, so if it were other level 1 mages, they would probably be completely unable to break through the sand soldiers' defenses. Duke glanced at the skill tree in his mind, where a brand new branch had grown out. Sand Servant, LV1, 1/100, he was a bit curious about what new characteristics would emerge once the Sand Servant spell was fully maxed out. Duke spent some time carefully studying other information on the ancient stone tablet. After not finding anything suitable for the current stage, he withdrew. Anyway, with the stone tablet in hand, there was no rush. It should contain the complete legacy of that giant race, filled with massive information. However, much of this information is about the historical records of the giant race. This stone tablet serves not only as a legacy, but also as a historical record of this race. Finding something useful from such an enormous amount of information is not easy and requires a lot of time and effort. The fifth day, morning. Officials from the Void Echo competition came to visit Duke, bringing the resources he won in the competition. There were 2 wizards dressed in standard gray robes, with the emblem of Anvil Castle embroidered on their chests. Their auras were refined, and their demeanor was efficient. Both were level 1 mages. It seems their positions are not very high, suggesting they are the personnel responsible for handling specific tasks within the event organization. After the competition ended, the participants had nothing else to do, but these staff members still had a pile of matters to handle. One of them held a dark silver metal box about half a meter long, 30 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters thick. The surface of the box flowed with complex sealing runes, emanating stable spatial fluctuations. Mr. Duke, on behalf of the Void Echo Competition Committee and Anvil Castle Central Command, we are here to deliver the final resource package for your entry code L7342. The leading gray-robed wizard slightly bowed, his voice steady, as he handed out the metal box. Please verify your identity imprint and confirm that the seal on the box is intact. Duke reached out his hand and touched a sensor point on the metal box with his finger. At the same time, he extended his spiritual power to make contact with the metal box. The seal was intact, the spatial lock was stable, and it matched the security standards informed during settlement. Verification passed, seal intact. Duke withdrew his hand and nodded. Thank you for your cooperation. The gray-robed wizard handed the box to Duke. The box felt slightly heavy in his hand, but it was much lighter than its volume would suggest, evidently due to the advanced space expansion technology within. Please note that the resources have been categorized and sealed within independent spatial compartments inside. You can directly access and retrieve them through your spiritual power. The transport mission is complete. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us. The 2 quickly turned and left without any delay. Duke closed the door and returned to the inner hall with the box. He placed the box on the table, and after carefully checking it again, he concentrated his spiritual power on the central rune on the box's surface. There was a slight click, and the box did not open like a regular box. Instead, the runes on the surface began to flow like mercury, quickly receding inward and disappearing. The entire box became smooth like a mirror, then projected a light blue screen from the top, which was a detailed miniature of the resource list with extraction instructions. Upon entering his spiritual power, Duke could see that the space inside the box differed from a typical space ring. It was divided into hundreds of independent spatial compartments. Each compartment was slightly different and contained specialized facilities and witch arrays, providing different spatial environments. This was designed specifically for storing various rare and special materials, as many materials need to be preserved in specific environments to maintain their properties to the greatest extent. Some compartments maintained low temperatures with frost like cold air, evidently for preserving certain active tissues or volatile liquids requiring freezing. Some compartments were filled with warm humidity and gentle lifelight, simulating moist soil or forest environments, specifically for storing plant materials with roots or needing to maintain vitality. Every environment is maintained through intricate witch arrays and energy circuits. Lock in materials' properties to the greatest extent and prevent loss or deterioration during storage. This is not just a transport box, but a mobile, professional small-scale material conservation vault, showcasing the competition organizers' attention to detail and expertise in logistics. Duke had not seen such a thing on the West Coast. Evidently, it was unique to the East Coast. However, this must be very precious and likely not affordable even for ordinary wizards on the East Coast. It's evident that this box is extremely exquisite and presumably expensive to make. Duke's spiritual power swept over these compartments like invisible fingers. He found the compartment marked with the dragon blood vine seedling and gently triggered the light membrane outside the compartment for identity verification and extraction. Immediately, the light membrane on the surface of the compartment rippled. A flash of light came, and a special cultivation tube about a foot long, made of some transparent crystal stone and active softwood, appeared on the table. Inside, it was filled with a pale green nutrient-rich and stable magic gel substrate. The dark red, micro-dragon-scaled vine seedling floated quietly within, roots spread, full of vitality. Next, Duke extracted the ironwood pollen. Upon opening the corresponding compartment, a palm-sized, tightly sealed obsidian powder box appeared, the lid engraved with complex sealing runes to prevent the sharp, metallic essence of the pollen from easily dispersing. Just holding it in his hand, Duke could sense its sharp, refined aura even through the stone box. He did not take out all the resources to inspect them. It was unnecessary and could cause undue environmental disturbance to some sensitive materials. He quickly browsed the labels on the compartments with his spiritual power, compared them with the list in his mind, and gained a more intuitive and profound understanding of the types, quantities, and preservation status of these resources. He then focused his attention back on the resource disposal plan. The materials were too numerous, most of which he would not use for the present or even for a long time in the future. Duke needed to carefully sort through them, retaining particularly rare and hard to obtain materials, and then sell those relatively easy to acquire, yet valuable materials for magic stones. He didn't plan to handle everything here on the East Coast, and further investigation of prices was necessary to compare them with those on the West Coast. If certain materials can fetch a higher price on the West Coast, then they are definitely kept aside, waiting to be sold once back on the West Coast. Over the next 2 days, he hardly left his abode, fully immersing himself in the sorting and evaluation of the vast array of materials. He first submerged his spiritual power into the miniature spatial array of the resource box, inspecting each compartment of materials against the checklist with meticulous attention, not only confirming their types and quantities, but also assessing their quality, estimating their general market value on the current East Coast wizard market, judging their rarity, and most importantly, contemplating their alignment with his own development path. Once sorted, Duke began his actions. He first contacted a reputable and well-established local commerce association in Anvil Castle through the hotel's reliable anonymous mediation service, known as the Forge and Covenant House. This commerce association is renowned for fair trading, strong confidentiality, and excellent relations with major wizard organizations, especially adept at handling large volume, clearly sourced magic materials. The meeting was arranged in a highly confidential meeting room provided by the mediator, where the opposite party dispatched an experienced, steady-eyed senior appraiser and a manager. Duke presented approximately 20% of the materials, which the appraiser examined closely one by one, using some small-scale magic and instruments as assistants, occasionally whispering with the manager. The process lasted for nearly half a day, and eventually, the opposite party quoted a total price: 9,800,000 level 1 magic stones. This price was within Duke's estimated range, slightly above 95% of the market's public price. Considering the Commerce Association's need for profit, risk assumption, immediate payment, and confidentiality services, it was a very reasonable offer. Duke did not dwell excessively on it and agreed without hesitation. This batch of materials was relatively common, with transparent pricing, so the whole transaction process was smooth. However, there were still some rare and special materials, whose prices tended to fluctuate unpredictably. If he wanted to maximize benefits, the best way was to auction them at an auction house. Since these materials, though rare, were not necessary for everyone, which led to prices often varying depending on the individual. Yet, at an auction house, those who needed them would likely bid, and some might join to buy for resale, making the final price quite favorable. Coincidentally, Duke saw much news these 2 days that the Secret Circle Commerce Association at the Anvil Castle branch would host a quarterly large auction in half a month. Such auctions often attracted numerous wealthy high-level wizards, family representatives, and researchers, able to auction truly high prices for genuine treasures. Duke carefully selected 13 top-quality items: a sleeping crystal orchid preserved in pristine condition, almost emitting faint nightmare vibrations, 3 perfect samples of moon moss, and a small vial of starlit silver sand, reputed to have miraculous effects on spatial attribute research. To consign these items to the Secret Circle auction required passing stricter appraisal and valuation. Duke also engaged with the auction house's appraisal team through mediation. Both parties signed the standard consignment auction contract, where the auction house would take 15% of the transaction price as commission, guaranteeing absolute anonymity for the consignor, and stored the auction items in the auction house's specially crafted, more defensively secure storage vault. As for the remaining materials, Duke kept them carefully, not rushing to clear them out entirely. The preserving functionality of the box was exceptionally excellent, serving perfectly as a long-term storage warehouse. For the next half-month, Duke was not idle. He continued to familiarize and practice sand servant magic, experimenting with constructing sand soldiers in different forms and armed with various weapons using metallic yellow sand, testing their coordinated combat abilities. Meanwhile, through various channels, he gained deeper insights into Anvil Castle, Eastern Coast Wizard Society, power distribution, and recent trends. Half a month's time passed quickly, and the day of the Secret Circle's quarterly auction arrived. The venue was not the public marketplace, but held in a solemn, grand building combining gear aesthetics and classical magic runes in Anvil Castle's uptown. Usually, this location was not open to the public. Only wizards with invitations or sufficient credentials could enter. Duke easily obtained participating credentials, whether as the consignor of some auction items or due to his identity as an intentional barrier breaker, qualifying him to attend this auction. He donned an inconspicuous gray wizard robe, slipping into the hall along with the sparse crowd a quarter hour before the auction commenced. The inside of the hall appeared more expansive than outside, clearly utilizing spatial expansion techniques. Soft magic lights poured down from the dome, embedded with innumerable fine crystals, illuminating the hundreds of independent cubicle seats arranged in a circular tiered pattern, each equipped with a small operational panel and shield witch array. The lower level was a more open seating area, while the upper level featured private boxes with one-way observation windows, designed for true VIPs or individuals requiring extreme confidentiality. The air was filled with a subtle calming fragrance, accompanied by an almost imperceptible, mood-soothing gentle tune as background. The attendees conversed in hushed tones, their voices obscured by the seat witch arrays, creating a solemn and secretive atmosphere within the hall. Duke followed the guidance to his cubicle located in the middle rear. After taking a seat, he activated the basic shielding of the seat, calmly sweeping his gaze over the bidders entering one after another. Of diverse appearances, some concealing themselves, others revealing their faces freely with varying intensity of aura, but those present undeniably possessing considerable financial power or background. In front, the auction platform under the soft illumination was highlighted. A middle-aged warlock in a dark purple ceremonial robe, hair neatly coiffed, wearing a monocle, walked steadily to the stage. His voice amplified by magic, clear and magnetic, resonating in the now subdued hall. Esteemed guests, good evening. Welcome to the 127th quarterly auction of the Secret Circle Anvil Castle branch. I am Albert, the auction host. May knowledge and wealth be with you all. Host Albert's voice was steady and penetrating. Ladies and gentlemen, our first item tonight is quite unique. It is neither crafted by a master nor reflects any style from known civilization. He gestured to the side, where a waiter dressed in formal wear and white gloves approached with a tray covered in dark velvet. On the tray, a longsword lay quietly. The longsword measured over 3 feet, with a classic design, somewhat simple in style. The scabbard was a somber deep gray, neither metallic nor wooden, lacking any gemstone inlays or intricate patterns, featuring just 2 faint circular depressions near the hilt. The hilt was wrapped in leather that had long lost its luster, ending in a simple round pommel. Albert put on specially made gloves and carefully drew the sword 3 inches from its sheath. Sharp and clear sword sound rang out, not overly loud, but it resonated distinctly throughout the hall, carrying a unique metallic reverberation. The exposed part of the sword blade revealed a restrained dark silvery color, smooth as a mirror, with faint, intricate natural patterns resembling feathers. As you can see, this sword's design is simple and ancient, with an unknown style. According to information provided by the Ancient Relics Research Society, it was discovered drifting in the void far from known civilizations' territories, accompanied by other unidentifiable fragments. Albert fully unsheathed the sword, smoothly performing a mock slice, leaving a faint cyan-colored afterimage in the air, with a subtle heat emanating. After joint assessment by multiple appraisers and enchantment masters from the Circle of Mysticism, it's confirmed. First, it was not made using any of the mainstream forging or alchemical techniques we know. Second, its material is extremely unique, with hardness, energy conductivity, and self-repair capabilities reaching or even exceeding the standard of a level 2 witchcraft artifact. Third, has no rune arrays or energy cores inside that can be activated by conventional means, differing completely from the witchcraft artifact forging system. A murmur of discussions arose from below, as a weapon from an unknown civilization possessing the strength of a level 2 witchcraft artifact was indeed peculiar. Albert flipped the sword, letting the light beam from the auction stage's top focus near the sword's spine close to the hilt. There lay 3 clear, square-cut inscriptions. The most puzzling aspect is here, these 3 symbols, which do not belong to any known ancient or modern language, rune systems. The consignor invited scholars proficient in ancient languages, dragon language, abyssal language, and certain lost civilization symbols to identify them, but all returned empty-handed. They should be part of this civilization's unique script system and might hold the key information for activating or using it. Albert's voice carried a perfect hint of mystery. The consignor has named it the Unknown Civilization Relic Sword, with a starting price of 3 million level 1 magic stones, with each bid increment no less than 200,000. Friends interested in acquiring it as a research sample or collectible may bid. When Albert unsheathed the longsword, when the clear sword sound rang, when those 3 inscriptions appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. In the booth, Duke's body instantly tensed, pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart seemed gripped firmly by an invisible hand, ceasing to beat. Those 3 characters. That square, horizontally and vertically straight, extremely familiar stroke structure. It's Chinese, from the world he lived in his past life. Although the font is a variant of ancient seal script, he would never mistake it. That cultural imprint, deeply rooted in the soul. When abruptly seen in this world, the shock it brings is akin to a soul thunderstrike. Creation of Earth, or a product of a civilization using Chinese characters. Such as a cultivation or high martial civilization, how did it appear here? Drifting void object. What did it go through? Are there others? Can it still be used? How to activate it? An avalanche of questions exploded in his mind, nearly causing him to stand up immediately. But his powerful will firmly suppressed the impulse. His fingers on the armrest turned white from exertion, forcing himself to maintain a steady rhythm of breathing. Can't lose composure, absolutely not. This is an auction, countless eyes watching. Any undue eagerness might attract unnecessary attention, or even result in malicious price increases. To others, this sword might just be a sturdier antique or an interesting research subject. But to Duke, its significance is entirely different, and he must acquire it. After brief deliberation, the bidding began. 3,500,000. A calm voice from upper box number 3 directly added 500,000. Seeming leisurely, 4 million. Box number 7 followed, similarly matter-of-fact, 4,500,000. Front row of the scattered seats, an old scholar wearing a Knowledge Society badge raised a sign, his eyes filled with the eagerness of a researcher. 5 million. Box number 3 spoke again, tone remaining calm. The price steadily climbed in increments of 500,000. Competition unfolded between box-level VIPs and a few capable researchers. The atmosphere wasn't fiery, but the bidding was decisive, showing the bidders had clear valuations and budgets for this research item. Those bidding for this sword mainly approached it with a research mindset. For wizards aiming to improve their own power, this item held little utility. Soon, the price reached 7,800,000, bid by box number 7. The bidding speed seemed to slow down slightly. This price, for a functionally unclear item, upheld merely by material and mystery, was nearing many people's rational upper limit. Albert spoke timely, 7,800,000. Guest from box number 7 bids 7,800,000. Is there any gentleman interested in this key that might unlock the door to an unknown civilization? His words clearly tempted attendees, hinting that this artifact might lead to the discovery of an unknown civilization plane. The significance behind this was well understood by everyone. If one could monopolize an unknown civilization plane, the benefits would be immense. Of course, provided you can contend against that unknown civilization plane. Yet the attendees were no fools, not swayed by Albert's words. To glean information about an unknown civilization plane just from a single sword, such probability is exceedingly low, akin to daydreaming. The crowd remained relatively rational, as no one's magic stones were blown in by the wind. They wouldn't spend exorbitantly on such a trinket. Duke raised the bidding sign. His voice processed to remain smooth and unperturbed. This bid caused a slight ripple on the scene. Directly breaking out from the lower ordinary booths into box-level competition, and the bid was decisive. Several more obscure, stronger perceptions swept over Duke's area, but the auction's shielding formation was quite reliable, leaving just a vague outline. Box number 7 fell silent for a moment. 8,500,000. Box number 3 spoke again, seemingly still trying. 9 million. Duke didn't hesitate at all, immediately following. This price caused the old scholar from the Knowledge Society to shake his head regretfully and give up. 9 million magic stones had exceeded the routine research funding authorized to him by the Society. Box number 3 also fell into a longer silence. Ultimately, no more voices were heard. Albert scanned the room, confirmed no further bids, and announced loudly, 9 million first time, 9 million second time, 9 million third time sold. The small wooden hammer fell. Congratulations to this guest for successfully winning this ancient sword of unknown civilization at a price of 9 million magic stones. Spirit steadied his heart and swiftly evaluated. This price was within his expectations and tolerance range. Spending a little more than the market price for a top-level 2-level witchcraft artifact on an item that might be related to his biggest secret was completely worth it. Moreover, the bidding process seemed normal, showing his interest without being absurdly exaggerated, so it shouldn't attract excessive investigations or coveting. Attendants sheathed the longsword and placed it into the specially made sealed sword box. Cyan Sun's sword, he murmured to himself. A sense of unprecedented belonging and curiosity surged within him. Every minute of waiting for the transaction to be completed felt somewhat long from then on. Spirit actually already had a basic understanding of the endless plane, and he could comprehend crossing dimensions from another angle. The world he was in his past life was likely one of the small planes in the endless plane, similar to previous civilizations which were probably numerous, so seeing familiar characters was not surprising. Spirit now only needed to use the Cyan Sun sword to acquire more information. After calming down a bit, he carefully recollected again. Although he could recognize the characters he saw earlier, they were quite different from the ancient scripts of his past life, though the overall structure was similar. More importantly, there was no extraordinary power in his past life, and the sword's strength couldn't be crafted by ordinary human craftsmanship. Though Spirit temporarily speculated that this sword came from a civilization similar to his past life, but not from that world, instead from one possessing extraordinary power. Thinking of this, 3 words naturally emerged in his mind: practitioner. This was something that only existed in some myths and legends from his past life, but now it seemed that the myths and legends might not be false. If the myths from the past life are all true, the wizard plane may not hold its own. If Spirit discovered the civilization behind this sword, he certainly couldn't lead the wizard plane to invade. Moreover, he felt the wizard plane was likely not an opponent. After the Cyan Sun sword initially stirred a small climax, the auction proceeded smoothly and efficiently. Rare materials, finished witchcraft artifacts, ancient scrolls, and even exploration rights for certain special areas were presented on the auction stage, attracting rounds of bidding. Spirit's consigned few exquisite items appeared in succession. The sleeping crystal orchid and the complete rock armor land dragon heart core sparked fierce contention, ultimately selling for the high prices of 2.7 million and 4.5 million, far exceeding expectations. Others like Moonlight Moss, Thunder Eagle Sharp Eye Crystal Core, and Astral Silver Sand also performed well, all fetching decent prices. Spirit observed calmly, occasionally bidding for some auxiliary materials he needed, but did not participate in any major contested bids again. His mind was half calculating the growing auction. Proceeds and half already flown to the backstage, where the Cyan Sun sword quietly awaited him. 3 hours later, the auction finally concluded. Spirit primarily came with the intent of broadening his knowledge, yet he still needed to focus on advancing to become a level 2 mage, steering all resources toward that goal. Currently, he couldn't spend too many magic stones on other things, as subsequent advancement to level 2 mage would require a vast amount of resources. Attendees began orderly departing or heading backstage for transactions. Spirit didn't rush and patiently stayed in a partition. While longer, waiting for the crowd to thin out before getting up and proceeding according to instructions through a dedicated passage, arriving at the auction backstage area. He was guided to an independent, soundproof, and anti-detection rune-laden small transaction room. The room was simply furnished, holding only a metal table and 2 chairs. Steward dressed in the uniform of the Circle of Arcane, with a stern expression, aura approximately at level 2 mage, was already waiting, a metallic long box with a seal used to store the Cyan Sun sword on the table. The other item was a magic contract document with faint golden runes flickering, the Circle of Arcane insignia on the edges, and a magic stone card. This is your one ancient sword of unknown civilization. With its seal intact, please verify. The steward pushed the metallic long box toward Spirit. Spirit did not open it immediately. Instead, he cautiously released his spiritual power, carefully scanning the box. The seal was complete, and the internal item's outline matched what he had seen on stage earlier, with no sign of tampering. He nodded and stored the box into his space ring. As for your consigned auction proceeds, the steward pushed the magic stone card and contract document together. After deducting 15% commission and relevant appraisal, storage, and publicity fees, the final total sales of your 13 auction items is 38,657,400 level 1 magic stones. All amounts have been accounted for on this special magic stone card, protected with 3 layers of encryption, requiring your spiritual power fluctuation for withdrawal. Here's the detailed breakdown list for your perusal. Spirit quickly scanned the list attached to the contract document, confirming the numbers were correct and breakdown clear. Pleasant cooperation. The Circle of Arcane promises that all transaction information regarding you will be kept at the highest level of confidentiality. The steward stood up, formally saying, "You may use this card in any Circle of Arcane branch or partnership bank for transactions at any time. Is there anything else you need?" "No, thank you." Spirit put away the magic stone card and contract copy, his tone flat. Leaving the transaction room, he exited directly through another secret passage. The cool night breeze of Anvil Castle brushed his face, magical lights glittered on the streets, yet Spirit had no intention of appreciating them. He quickly blended into the corner crowd, changing directions and disguises several times, ensuring no tracking before heading toward the heart of Gear's hotel. Returning to the hotel's heavily guarded room, Spirit finally exhaled a sigh of relief. First, he rechecked the room's witch array to ensure everything was flawless. Then he couldn't wait to take out the metallic long box from the space ring, placing it on the table. After gazing at the box for a few moments, he calmed his slightly racing heartbeat before cautiously unlocking the seal runes on it. With a light click, the lid sprung open. The ancient Cyan Sun sword lay quietly on the dark lining, its scabbard dark gray, the hilt rounded. Observing closely, the sensation of familiarity and strangeness intertwined across time and space grew stronger. Spirit did not immediately grasp the sword hilt, but first carefully used his eyes and spiritual power to observe it from every angle. From the blade scabbard, those 2 circular indentations, the leather on the hilt. Finally, his gaze lingered on the 3-seal script Chinese character, Cyan Sun sword. Duke picked up the Cyan Sun sword. It felt slightly heavy and cold to the touch, but not piercingly so, rather. It had a unique texture that was warm like jade and resilient like steel. The leather-wrapped hilt seemed to fit perfectly with the curvature of his palm. The moment he tightened his grip, the blade seemed to vibrate faintly, and the 3 characters glimmered briefly as if it were an illusion. There was no influx of information as anticipated, nor was any energy activated. It remained silent, like a genuine, though exceptionally sturdy and exquisite cold weapon. Yet Duke knew it wasn't that simple. The subtle sensation akin to a bloodline connection upon gripping it, that instant of light tremor, all indicated that the sword was not a lifeless object. Perhaps the key to activating it wasn't conventional. Magic power or spiritual power, but something else. Generally, creations from other civilizations could provide some information through spiritual power. Much information is left in the form of spiritual power, so it can be directly read and understood. However, this sword was different. It left no obvious spiritual power marks. Duke took a deep breath and decided to conduct a deeper investigation. He knew clearly that this sword was no ordinary object. Something equivalent to a second-tier witchcraft artifact couldn't be this simple. The people at the auction didn't provide too much detailed information. They must have examined it themselves and might know something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have offered such a starting price. This item must contain a certain value. Value that can be recognized by the wizard civilization system. It's a superficial scan of its appearance and spiritual power yielded no information. A more concentrated and deeper spiritual penetration might be the key. He laid the Cyan Sun sword flat across his knees, hands hovering over the blade, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind entirely. This time, he no longer just skimmed the surface with his spiritual power. Instead, like the finest probe, a highly concentrated wisp of spiritual power was slowly and resolutely directed into the interior at the junction of the sword hilt and blade, usually the location of the energy core or an important rune. At first, his spiritual power encountered an extremely dense barrier, as if trying to penetrate eternal profound ice. But Duke didn't give up. He continued applying a gentle yet firm pressure, persisting in his attempt to find a possible entry point. Time passed by little, and just as Duke was feeling the considerable depletion of his spiritual power and was about to give up temporarily and seek another method, the blade emitted another vibration, so faint it was almost imperceptible, yet clearer than when he had first grasped it. Soon after, the wisp of his spiritual power that had delved into the sword was suddenly absorbed into a strange space, as if breaking through an invisible barrier. This wasn't a real space, but information engraved in the deepest structure of the sword's material, preserved in a special way. It didn't exist in the common, easily readable forms of spiritual power imprints or images, but was forged or imprinted into incredibly complex, intricate three-dimensional patterns. These patterns themselves seemed to carry inherent meaning. Duke's spiritual power immersed within. Immediately he saw a nebula-like structure composed of countless golden light dots, slowly flowing and rotating. The dots were connected by fine threads, forming dynamic patterns and texts full of profound meaning. These were ancient seal script characters, with simple strokes and graceful structure, containing a unique Tao rhythm. They weren't arranged statically, but moved as if alive, floating, shifting, and combining within the light point nebula. Duke focused all his attention on reading and understanding, and thanks to his previous life's memory and cultural foundation, he could barely discern the meaning of most characters, though the sentences they formed were deep and obscure, filled with metaphors and cultivation terminologies. Gradually, a complete ancient text called the Cyan Sun Kai Mastery revealed itself in his consciousness. This wasn't merely a user manual but a comprehensive cultivation and control method compatible with the sword. Before chaos divided, a single Kai started all, Yang clear as the heavens, Yin turbid as the earth. Cyan Sun is the essence of the East's first rise, the Kai of Lesser Yang's emergence. Absorb Kai from the void, refine essence into spirit, unite spirit with sword, and let Kai pierce the long rainbow. The sword is not a weapon of slaughter but the ship of life, the ladder to the azure void. Focus intent on the Danshan. Envision the grand sun rising in the east, purple Kai pervading. Draw in Lesser Yang's Kai of the heavens and earth, guide it through channels and meridians, pass through 3 barriers, penetrate 9 orifices, nourish the sword spirit. Kai is like spring water, gently enduring, cleansing impurities with bones singing in response. When Kai is full and spirit complete, the sword moves with the body, like an arm guiding fingers. Upon finishing the full text, Duke was immensely shocked and simultaneously enlightened. This wasn't a creation of the common civilization system, it was a product of a cultivation civilization, or a similar high-energy, individual evolutionary civilization. The essence of the Cyan Sun Kai Mastery is a cultivation technique that involves refining true Kai and integrating it with a specific artifact. It requires the practitioner to start from their inner self, mobilizing a particular type of energy from the universe, tempering themselves, ultimately achieving a state of unity between person and sword, controlling the sword across the land. Its source of power, operational logic, and philosophical foundation differ from those of the wizards who construct models via spiritual power, mobilize external elemental energy, and pursue the understanding of rules. This also explains why ordinary spiritual probes were ineffective, as the sword's information recording method wasn't a mere spiritual power imprint. Duke could perceive it because his spiritual power was strong and his probing method was deep, and also because he was literate. Literate, as simple as those 2 words may seem. If one doesn't understand these ancient writings, They couldn't comprehend this cultivation formula. It requires true Kai to drive, and it must be cultivated according to the true formula. Cultivating Kai first before one can wield the sword, Duke pondered. He had spent many years carefully reading the true formula word by word, continuously chewing over the text to understand its meaning. Duke discovered that the Cyan Sun Kai mastery contained a wealth of information. The information itself wasn't particularly important. What mattered was the meaning behind it. Refining Kai chapter. Foundation establishment. The truth is just like the myths and legends. It seems those legends from a past life weren't unfounded. Duke inferred more information from this. What he saw was a far grander cultivation civilization, where the Cyan Sun Kai mastery was just an ordinary cultivation technique in that world, and numerous cultivators existed. The cultivators practiced breathing techniques, using the spiritual energy of the universe as their source to cultivate, developing true Kai within themselves. This process is somewhat similar to wizard meditation, and the source of magic power is almost the same. For Duke, there was no need to start from scratch with the Cyan Sun Kai mastery, as it would take too much time. But the Cyan Sun Kai manipulation true art can definitely serve as a reference. After understanding it, one can attempt to cultivate it, experiencing the cultivation systems of different civilizations, which might be beneficial in the future. Duke repeatedly studied and pondered the contents of the Cyan Sun Kai manipulation true art, using his deep wizard knowledge as a reference, engaging in cross-system deconstruction and understanding. Soon, he discovered some crucial aspects that could be translated and substituted. First, the driving core, which is energy. The true art emphasizes the induction and refining of the lesser yang Kai, or spiritual energy in nature, to form true Kai within the body. By carefully comparing the art's description of Kai, dynamic warm, with properties of growth and purification, with his perception of different attribute magic power, Duke made a bold hypothesis. The so-called spiritual energy might very well be a more active specific attribute of elemental energy in this world, or its higher aggregate form. True Kai is the pure energy refined, converted, and stored within the body through specific cultivation techniques. Magic power is formed by wizards through meditation, attracting, transforming, and storing free energy particles from outside, with magic power itself having attribute biases, similarly stored within the body. In terms of energy nature, though the refining methods and operational concepts for magic power and true Kai differ, the fact that both are internal energies processed by cultivators to cast extraordinary abilities is common. Perhaps I can try to use my own magic power to simulate the characteristics of lesser yang true Kai to operate the arts route. Duke made his first hypothesis. Next is the spiritual awareness. The true art frequently mentions using the spirit to control Kai, unity of heart and sword, and the thought as the reins. Duke was almost certain that the spiritual awareness or spirit mentioned here refers to spiritual power. Whether it's wizards accurately constructing magic models, or cultivators introspecting meridians and controlling flying swords, all require highly focused and finely controlled spiritual power. In this aspect, the systematic training and application of spiritual power by wizards may be deeper and more systemized than the descriptions in many basic cultivation techniques. Duke's powerful spiritual power is the perfect foundation for him to attempt cultivating the true art. With these two core conversion ideas, Duke began to proceed with cautious experimentation. He sat cross-legged directly, entering a deep meditative state, following the guidance of the true art. Focus on the Danshan, visualize the great sun rising in the east, purple energy swirling. He highly concentrated his spiritual power, converging it in the lower abdomen, while envisioning a cyan sunrise emerging from the darkness, radiating a warm but not scorching glow. Simultaneously, he began to mobilize his pure magic power, trying to guide this small stream of magic power along a very simplistic Kai circulation route recorded in the true art. This route is more akin to an ancient concept of life energy circulation, passing through several key body nodes. After some time of trying, Duke could clearly feel a small, warm energy cluster slowly rotating and coalescing at the location of the lower abdomen's Danshan. Is this true Kai? It's somewhat similar to fighting spirit, with a similar energy nature, just more purified. And its energy concentration is almost like magic power. Duke carefully observed this trace of true Kai, gaining some understanding of the so-called true Kai. Cyan Sun Kai Manipulation True Art, LV1, 1/1000. After successfully circulating it once, a corresponding branch for the Cyan Sun Kai Manipulation True Art quickly appeared on the skill tree. This also signified that Duke had successfully grasped the basics. LV1 should refer to the first layer. The Kai refining section has 10 layers in total, and after the 10 layers is the foundation building section. Duke speculated in his mind. According to the system of that cultivation civilization, he now counts as an entry-level Kai refining one-layer cultivator, the weakest layer, with only a trace of true Kai. It seems that magic power can indeed act as a substitute for true Kai. Let's try using magic power instead of true Kai. Duke began to experiment again. This time, he took up the Cyan Sun sword again and carefully guided his magic power through a specific route in his arm, slowly injecting it into the hilt. The Cyan Sun sword reacted much more intensely than before, emitting a clear, joyful hum, and the Cyan Sun characters engraved on the dark silver sword body suddenly illuminated with a gentle cyan halo. Faint attraction emanated from the sword, actively absorbing the pseudo-true Kai delivered by Duke, and providing feedback in a unique sense of extension from the sword body. Inspired, Duke recalled the fundamental technique of the Cyan Sun sword control true art using the spirit to control Kai, infusing Kai through the sword spine and achieving intention at the sword tip. Maintaining the energy transmission and spiritual link, he concentrated his mind and silently commanded in his heart, "Rise." The Cyan Sun sword left his hand but did not fall. Instead, it hovered in the air, a foot in front of him. The sword tip slightly trembled, with cyan light circulating. Merely levitating a sword was something many wizards could achieve, simply by controlling it with spiritual power. However, this was no different from levitating other objects. This time Duke was controlling the Cyan Sun sword using magic techniques, an entirely different sensation. At this moment, the Cyan Sun sword seemed to truly be activated. He continued experimenting, directing its motion with his mind. Forward. The Cyan Sun sword gently floated forward a meter, its trajectory stable. Under his mental command, the Cyan Sun sword, charged with pseudo-true Kai and spiritual power, began to make simple and stable movements, changes in direction, and even slow spirals around his body in the air. Though the speed was not fast, and the movements was slightly stiff, far from achieving the degree of a cyan rainbow penetrating the sun, this undoubtedly proved he had successfully achieved the basic control of the Cyan Sun sword. He used magic power and spiritual power to simulate the effects of a cultivator using true Kai and spiritual awareness to control a sword. In the wilderness of the Light God Court, Duke held the Cyan Sun sword with both hands, the sword tip slanted toward the ground. He took a deep breath, his spirit immersed in the dantian, mobilizing the vast reserves of magic power within his body with all his strength. Under his powerful guidance, the pure magic power was no longer confined to the initially simple route, but began to surge along the more complex and domineering Kai storage route recorded in the magic technique. This route required the instant penetration of several main meridians, forcibly compressing a large amount of energy and converging it into the arms holding the sword, ultimately flowing into the sword body. This was a severe test of energy intensity, control, and body endurance. According to the records in the magic technique, at least the 6th layer of the Cyan Sun sword control true art was needed to use this move. The Cyan Sun sword emitted unprecedented intense vibrations, with its dark silver sword body no longer just flowing with dim light, but radiating increasingly strong cyan brilliance from within. The Cyan Sun characters on the sword body shone brightly like stars, and an even more astonishing change occurred. As massive amounts of magic power continued to be infused, the shape of the Cyan Sun sword began to expand, lengthen, and widen visibly. The originally 3-foot-long, ancient and austere longsword, in just a few breaths, transformed into a cyan light-forged giant sword nearly 5 meters long and half a meter wide. The entire body of the sword was enveloped in solid cyan energy, with its original metallic texture replaced by a peculiar state between energy and matter, emitting a wave of energy that made one's heart pound and an air of sharpness. The air around the blade was automatically displaced, forming a subtle distortion. Duke felt the sword in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 tons, not due to physical weight, but the gravity of the terrifying energy contained within. With a thought, a massive sand servant condensed in front of him. The sand servant was made of metallic yellow sand, and its body strength was nearly at the pinnacle within the level 1 life tier. Following a specific trajectory of exertion, Duke forcefully swung the fully charged, light-forged giant sword forward. There was no deafening roar, only a clear and sharp tearing sound, as if tearing fabric or like the first light of dawn piercing the darkness. An immense cyan sword kai, refined to the utmost, several meters wide with a perfect crescent arc, separated from the blade's edge. The sword kai was crystal clear, with countless tiny cyan light points flowing inside along a mysterious trajectory, its edges sharp enough to cut through space, dragging a long, gradually fading cyan rainbow trail, silently yet irresistibly slashing forward at terrifying speeds beyond visual capture. Wherever the sword kai passed, it plowed a bottomless, neat trench into the ground, while the soil and rocks on either side silently turned to dust. A lingering cyan trace hung in the air, emitting a breath of both scorching heat and purification. The cyan sword kai struck the distant sand servant without any obstruction, and the anticipated violent explosion did not occur. Instead, a more terrifying scene unfolded. The moment the sword kai touched the heavy body of the sand servant, it silently and effortlessly disintegrated, like ice and snow under the scorching sun or butter under a hot knife, beginning from the contact point. A colossal, smooth, semicircular gap with edges resembling molten glass instantly appeared on the sand servant, and the gap continued to expand and deepen until it completely pierced through the servant's body. The residual power of the sword kai was not spent, continuing to fly into the distance, during violent ripples on the light mist barrier at the edge of the light god court before finally dissipating. Duke maintained his sword-swinging posture as the radiance of the cyan sun sword in his hand quickly retreated, its massive form shrinking like an illusion into its original, unadorned 3-foot-long appearance. However, the blade was slightly warm to the touch, and those ancient engravings seemed to be clearer. He gazed at the awe-inspiring, gigantic gap on the distant rock wall, his eyes filled with shock. The power, it's too strong. The destructive power of that strike's sword kai far surpassed most level 1 magic he had mastered. Even in terms of pure single-point penetration and energy condensation, it could rival or even exceed some level 2 energy-type attack spells. More importantly, this sword kai was different from the pure energy-type attack of magic spells, more akin to a physical form of attack. Though the sword kai's source was magic power, its effect was entirely different from magic, highlighting the unique nature of sword kai. No spell Duke knew could cause such damage to the sand servant, only sword kai could achieve it. If he relied solely on that trace of true energy, with himself, he certainly couldn't achieve such an effect. The main reason was Duke's magic power was too pure, with extremely condensed energy. Additionally, the cyan sun sword itself was a very formidable flying sword. From the information Duke had, it required at least a late-stage foundation cultivator to wield it based on the cultivation levels of that world. He made a rough conversion. Late-stage foundation roughly equated to a level 1 crystallized mage, which was about his current strength. Duke's strength was much greater than an ordinary level 1 crystallized mage, so wielding the cyan sun sword posed no problem. The sword command chapter of the cyan sun kai transformation technique required a flying sword to fully exert its effects. An ordinary longsword was useless. Moreover, the wizard plane had no craft for creating flying swords. Duke's cyan sun sword might be the only flying sword in the wizard plane. The value of the cyan sun sword as a flying sword lay not just in slashing and releasing sword kai. The sword command chapter clearly recorded the supreme state of unity of body and sword, transforming into a rainbow to escape, which required extremely high cultivation, but basic sword command flying was the starting point towards this realm and was a highly practical ability at present. Command with the spirit, penetrate the energy through the sword, lift oneself and roam the azure heavens. Duke recalled the essentials of sword command flight from the sword command chapter. This was similar to the principle of controlling a flying sword for attack, but required more sustained energy output, stability, precise manipulation of spiritual power, and balance between man and sword. With a thought, Duke's 3-foot azure blade emitted a clear sword hum, lifting him steadily into the air, hovering 10 meters above the ground. The azure light flowed along the blade, forming a weak force field that adhered his feet to it, allowing him to stand as if on solid ground. He attempted to move slowly in all directions, and the Cyan Sun sword responded rapidly. Though a bit clumsy at first, it quickly functioned seamlessly like an extension of his limbs. Good, the stability is initially resolved. Next, speed. A sharp glint flashed in Duke's eyes. He injected more magic power into the blade, simultaneously stretching his spiritual power forward to form a wind-breaking cone like mental guide. The Cyan Sun sword carried him in a sudden acceleration, transforming into a streak of cyan light racing across the wildernesses above the light god court, no longer drifting slowly. The furious wind rushed toward him, making his robes flap wildly, yet the field clinging to his feet remained firm, his form steady without any sway. This sensation of speed surpassed any of his past experiences. The storm dragon eagle he once commanded was already top tier in terms of speed among slave creatures, and the quick bursts of the winged serpent were astonishing. But now, the speed of sword command flight far exceeded them both. Not only in straight-line speed, but also in agility during turns, ascents, and dives, the Cyan Sun sword showed unparalleled advantages. Wherever his heart thought, the sword light followed, almost without inertia-induced lag, as if an extension of his body. This mode of flight was far more flexible than riding slave creatures, as even if a slave creature's mind was aligned with his own. There was always a time lag between issuing and executing a command. This delay seemed brief, but in actual combat, it appeared cumbersome and slow. With sword command flight, this problem did not exist at all, similar to flying on yellow sand, but much faster than treading on yellow sand. Duke's thoughts shifted as he attempted another flight style, documented in sword flying. He maneuvered the Cyan Sun sword to hover in front of him. The sword's body began to expand, elongate, and widen once more. Cyan light concentrated, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive light-forged sword 5 meters long and half a meter wide. He leaped, landing steadily on the broad surface of the giant sword's blade. The cyan light underfoot seemed like a solid deck, offering sturdy support and powerful adhesion. In the giant sword form, flight was more stable, the carrying capacity was stronger, and because of the enormous sword body, infusing magic power was much smoother, allowing it to bear the energy load and air resistance from extreme speed flight. Duke's thoughts moved, and the magic power within him surged forth, pouring unreservedly into the giant sword beneath him. The cyan light of the giant sword burgeoned, releasing a low, melodious breaking-the-sky roar, carrying Duke and transforming into a broader, more conspicuous cyan rainbow, shooting out at a terrifying speed surpassing his previous state. The scenes on either side of his vision completely stretched into blurred light bands. Mountains and the earth rapidly receded below. A strong pushback sensation arose, and the wind roared intensely by his ears. He navigated the giant sword cyan rainbow, freely and wildly, across the vast 8,000 square kilometer space of the light god court, sometimes skimming close to the ground, lifting clouds of grass debris, sometimes performing various high-level maneuvers such as sharp turns, spins, and rolls. The cyan rainbow carved dazzling arcs in the sky. Speed, extreme speed. Duke roughly estimated that his current maximum flight speed probably had reached or even achieved the extreme of a level 2 creature's speed. This far exceeded the maximum speed of a storm dragon eagle and was several times more than the burst speed of a winged serpent. Moreover, this speed was entirely under his control, without relying on external objects. With a thought, he could instantly reach distant places, bringing an unmatched sense of freedom and formidable mobility. Of course, such high speed also resulted in astonishing consumption. After merely about 10 minutes of full speed flight, Duke felt nearly 30% of his magic power had been drained. Maintaining high-speed flight in the giant sword form consumed far more energy than standard sword flying or sustaining a sand servant. Duke slowly decreased his speed, eventually hovering above the lake of the spring of life. The glow beneath him dimmed, and the sword returned to its rustic shape, flying back into his hand. He gently landed, feeling the circulation of magic power within him and a slight fatigue, yet his face was brimming with undisguisable excitement and satisfaction. Sword flying, traversing through cyan rainbows. This is the true allure of sword flight, Duke mused. Stroking the warm blade, the cyan sun sword resonated faintly, as if rejoicing alongside its master for the recent exhilarating venture. The Cyan Sun Sword was unique in the wizard plane, representing another system and method of power that might become a unique advantage along his future path. His thoughts shifted, and the warm Cyan Sun Sword emitted a barely audible soft hum. Its light retracted, and its shape began to shrink slowly, ultimately transforming into a short cyan stream, disappearing into the region near his chest, the Tanjong point. This was a way of nurturing a flying sword, enhancing the compatibility between himself and the sword, making usage more effortless and satisfactory. Having completed this, Duke directed his gaze toward the center of the light god court, where the most vibrant life existed by the lake of the spring of life. He slightly moved, crossing space in just a few steps to arrive at the lakeside. The crystal-clear lake water rippled gently like jade, and a dense mist of life enveloped the area. At a spot not far from the lake shore, within a deliberately created spirit garden with dark, luminous soil emitting slight spiritual brilliance, the small emerald tree he had transplanted intact from the competition was quietly growing. After the competition had ended, Duke casually transplanted the small tree into the light god court. The tree was in a much better state than when he first transplanted it. Initially slightly curled due to transplantation, its jade-like branches and leaves had now fully unfolded. Each emerald leaf appeared tender and plump, with soft life brilliance flowing through its veins, reflecting with the divine court's sky and lake mist, making it appear increasingly exquisite and extraordinary. The trunk seemed to have slightly risen a small notch, though still only about waist-high to Duke. Its contained yet resilient life force was much greater than before. Duke squatted down, carefully perceiving the interaction between the small tree and its surrounding environment. He could clearly see the crystal-like roots deeply embedded in the specially crafted spiritual soil, continuously extracting rich nutrients from the soil and pure life essence from the lake of life. In the surrounding air, strands of extremely subtle, unlike ordinary life energy, more refined, peculiar spiritual energy were naturally being inhaled and exhaled by the small tree. The entire plant and light god court's environment, especially with the spring of life, formed excellent symbiotic and nourishing relationships. The transplant seems successful. It has adapted here and is growing well. Duke nodded slightly, feeling more at ease. His greatest concern was this clearly extraordinary small tree being unable to survive in the court or exhibiting signs of distress. His gaze fell on the empty branches. The branches, originally bearing 5 golden fruits, now only had nearly invisible small traces left from picking. I wonder when this tree will flower and bear fruit again. Duke pondered. Plants of this caliber might have extremely long fruiting cycles, possibly taking hundreds or even thousands of years. However, the high concentration of the spring of life nourishing within the light god court, coupled with the world tree seed, subtly optimizing the environment with life rules, might greatly shorten this cycle. But regardless, in the short term, there was certainly no immediate hope. After examining the small tree, Duke shifted his attention back to the remaining 4 golden fruits. He took out a specially designed preservation box, opened the lid, and the 4 golden, flowing with golden light, inscribed with silver patterns fruits met his eyes, their enticing fragrance and profound life aura faintly permeating through the box. It's already confirmed that a single fruit can extend one's life by approximately 100 years and significantly enhance spiritual power. But what is the upper limit? Is the effect different for different levels of life forms? Apart from direct consumption, are there other ways to utilize them? For instance, in medicine, or as core materials in some special rituals or crafting? Duke mused over numerous questions. More in-depth analysis is needed. Duke returned to the laboratory he had set up within the divine court. Actually, this was not the first time he conducted in-depth research. Over the past period, he had intermittently studied, gaining a general understanding of the fruit. Currently, it appears that the upper limit of consuming these fruits remains unclear, meaning at least for now, consuming them enhances spiritual power indefinitely. Recently, Duke researched many documents, but failed to find any information related to the small tree, so he decided to name it the golden tree, and the fruit it bears, the golden fruit. The nature of the golden fruit is extremely special, different from typical treasures that increase spiritual power or lifespan. The energy it contains is something Duke has never seen before, providing excellent nourishment to the soul and spiritual power. Furthermore, the current upper limit for consumption remains invisible, suggesting it can be consumed continuously to perpetually increase spiritual power and lifespan. At least, given Duke's current life level and spiritual power, continuous consumption seems to consistently provide gains. Nevertheless, this is somewhat against common sense, so Duke speculates it's due to his presently low spiritual power and lifespan, which makes it hard to determine the upper limit. The energy nature of the golden fruit is exceptionally unique, distinct from ordinary life energy or spiritual power supplements. It contains an unusual energy unfamiliar to Duke from any wizard tomes or material illustrations, extraordinarily gentle yet inherently noble. This energy not only seamlessly nourishes and strengthens the soul's essence and spiritual power, but also quietly extends the base length and resilience of life. Duke plans to consume the remaining 4 golden fruits in their entirety, aiming to approach the threshold of becoming a level 2 mage sooner and maximizing available resources. As with the first time, the fruit melts upon entering the mouth, transforming into a warm and cool intertwined flood. Duke intensely guides the absorption, carefully experiencing every subtle change. The effect remains noticeable, though the growth amplitude has declined. Once the energy is fully absorbed, Duke examines the skill tree panel. Spirit, 210.3 216.1, increased by 5.8 points compared to the first fruit's 8 points, reduced by 2.2 points. It appears the effect has weakened, but actually, this is due to the higher base spiritual power compared to the first time consuming it, leading to seemingly smaller growth. The feeling of lifespan extension over a century is still clear, with little difference compared to the first consumption of the golden fruit. Duke can almost be certain that the spiritual power increase this time is likely not much different from the first increase. Normally, such spiritual power-enhancing treasures lose effectiveness after 1 or 2 doses. Yet, the golden fruit remains effective even after a second dose, and the effectiveness hasn't diminished. Duke recorded the process and related data, briefly adjusted his breathing, then consumed the second fruit. The absorption process remained smooth, with spiritual power steadily increasing. Spirit, 216.1 220.5. Next was the third fruit. Spirit, 220.5 223.6. Duke continued to record relevant data throughout the process and then consumed the fourth and final fruit. Spirit, 223.6 225.7. With this, the final traces of fruit energy blended into his body, yielding about a quarter of the initial spiritual power improvement. But as before, this isn't due to the golden fruit's effect weakening. Rather, it's because Duke's base spiritual power value increased, making the enhancement appear smaller. After consuming the golden fruits, Duke reviewed his personal panel on the skill tree. Free attribute points, 14. Counting the free attribute points, he could now raise spiritual power to almost 240 points. However, he shouldn't hastily use the free attribute points. Their value escalates over time. Duke is only 16 points shy of the 256 spiritual power needed to advance to a level 2 mage. With a period of meditation practice and gradually maxing out some skills, he should nearly reach the threshold for level 2 mage. In the subsequent period, he must earnestly begin preparing for the advancement to level 2 mage, securing relevant resources. The current amount of magic stones exceeds 100 million. Selling some temporarily unused resources should suffice to purchase energy wells. If not for the large number of energy wells he needs, this wouldn't be a concern. For ordinary wizards, preparing one energy well is already quite difficult. Energy wells require at least tens of millions of level 1 magic stones. For an ordinary wizard, this number is huge, as most wizards find earning money quite challenging. For Duke, magic stones aren't the most pressing concern now. The key issue is obtaining energy wells of light and dark attributes. His journey to the East Coast indeed serves this purpose. The East Coast is significantly more prosperous than the West Coast, with greater material resources and more access channels. Since it's rare for him to visit the East Coast, he naturally cannot overlook the knowledge of mechanical wizardry. Although Duke doesn't intend to become a mechanical wizard, the flourishing mechanical wizardry civilization on the East Coast likely offers much to learn and borrow. He currently needs to max some skills. Learning mechanical wizardry aspects can simultaneously aid in grinding free attribute points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Duke then took out the thought core, linking it with his spiritual power. The starlight within the deep blue gemstone of the thought core suddenly became lively. The miniature gear set on the base emitted a pleasing, harmonious ringing, akin to the adjustment sound of a clock. Next, a remarkably clear, well-structured, and rationally beautiful light, blue three-dimensional operating interface, instantly projected. Before him, visible directly through his spiritual power, Duke linked to the Empire's public information network. A vast flow of categorized information flowed gently like waves, but was efficiently filtered and organized by the thought core. He saw Empire news, academic journal summaries, basic magic knowledge, regional records of the land and people, etc. The content is extensive, yet systematically arranged. This offered Duke an intuitive understanding of the expansive Empire information network, though it was not his immediate goal. Duke quickly began searching for materials on mechanical wizardry, soon encountering a wealth of relevant information. Such a vast amount of information would take a long time to sift and process manually. However, with the thought core's assistance, processing speed is greatly enhanced. As soon as Duke's thoughts moved, the thought core's response was astoundingly prompt. Simultaneously with his thoughts end, the interface's center expanded like a dazzling knowledge star map, rapidly searching, associating, and filtering countless light points, forming several clear learning path recommendations and a prioritized recommended resource list. Each path included core textbooks and practice guides, officially compiled and authorized for publication by the Empire's Ministry of Education, Royal Magic Research Institute, or prestigious higher education institutions. Duke quickly skimmed through the list, swiftly selecting several sets of official materials best suited for current introductory learning, allowing direct integration with his existing abilities. Introduction to Basic Mechanical Wizard Theories. Fundamental Principles of Magic Metal Characteristics, Foundations of the Classical Mechanical Control School, Frontier Fundamentals of Modern Rune Construct School. Magic Materials Engineering. Duke looked at the long list of recommended materials and decided to buy them all. Only after gaining some understanding could he know which kind of mechanical wizardry would suit him best. He could directly purchase all these materials, and once ordered, someone would deliver them. In fact, many books and materials require certain privileges and status to access and cannot be purchased with magic stones alone. Due to his identity as a limit breaker, Duke was directly able to remove these obstacles and acquire this knowledge. He smoothly completed the ordering and payment for all the selected materials. Although the amount deducted was not small and cost over 2 million magic stones, it was entirely within his current wealth's capacity. More importantly, this knowledge, which could be exchanged for with magic stones and carried official authorization, was already a precious resource for countless wizards without connections. In less than 2 hours, the room's access control system gave a soft notification. Outside the door stood a young apprentice dressed in a standard silver-gray uniform with a competent aura, holding a silver metal-sealed box about half his height with shockproof features in both hands. "Mr. Duke, the knowledge pack you ordered has been delivered. Please verify your identity." Duke presented his limit breaker badge, and the rune lock on the box's surface lit up green, silently sliding open. Inside were neatly arranged dozens of knowledge crystals of uniform specifications and slightly different colors, along with corresponding physical authorization cards and a thick appendix index manual. After completing the handover, the young apprentice politely withdrew, making the entire process efficient and quiet. For the following 2 months, Duke's life entered an extremely regular and focused state. He first immersed himself in Introduction to Basic Mechanical Wizard Theories. This magnum opus did not directly teach magic, rather, it systematically reshaped his understanding of power application. It expounded on the core philosophy of mechanical wizards. Tools are extensions of will, structures are manifestations of thought, and safety boundaries are the unbreachable bottom line. The book devotes a significant number of pages discussing the advantages and limitations of the non-implant route, listing dozens of historical cases where ignoring security protocols led to tragedies, which was shocking. Duke deeply understood from this why this school so emphasizes standardization and protocols not solely for efficiency, but also to maintain human integrity and dominance when harnessing powerful external forces. This is a completely different route than the implant wizardry school, many mechanical wizards even cease to be considered human further down this path. Of course, Duke would not take this path. He studied these materials mainly to learn, draw lessons, and broaden his own horizon. Next were fundamental principles of magic metal characteristics and magic materials engineering. These two books provided a deeper explanation of magic metals and various magic materials. More importantly, he began to view his metallic yellow sand with a brand new perspective. Each grain could be considered an excellent magic material. In 2 months of in-depth study, Duke did not practice any specific mechanical wizardry, but his cognitive infrastructure quietly built a solid, systematic, and clearly defined safety boundary frame. He now knew where the power came from, where the limits were, and the possible evolutionary directions of his unique metallic yellow sand talent within this system. With a solid theoretical foundation, practice was now on the agenda. Typically, mechanical wizard-related magic requires refining some magic metal for personal use, leaving a spiritual power imprint within these magic metals. This allows better mobilization of these magic metals to release various magic when casting spells. Mechanical wizards can use these magic metals to do a variety of things, and they can also take them to alchemists to craft them into specific structures and forms. Duke found he could skip this process entirely. The metallic yellow sand he possessed inherently had this characteristic. Moreover, due to his innate talent magic, he could control each grain of sand with extremely high precision. Duke purchased 2 level 1 mechanical wizard magic models, the Hive Barrier and the Floating Cannon. The Hive Barrier can form a metal fortress with extremely strong defensive capabilities, stronger than the fortress previously built by merely piling up metallic yellow sand. Duke's heart thought flickered, and a small handful of metallic yellow sand floated up from his fingertip, slowly rotating in front of him. The grains seemed to be manipulated by an invisible engineer, starting to differentiate and combine. Some grains melded together to form hexagonal, foundational structure units, while others adhered to the edges to form standardized magic interfaces and mechanical clasps. More grains arranged within the units, constructing a microscopic model of an energy buffer layer and stress conduction network. These units automatically assembled mid-air, rapidly forming a miniature fortress model the size of a fist, yet remarkably complex and precise in structure. The fortress surface was not smooth, but had optimum angles of inclination and honeycomb-shaped indentations, effectively deflecting and dispersing impacts. More crucially, Duke could feel that through the fortress's preset energy network, he could at any moment distribute the impact force evenly throughout the structure, potentially guiding part of the impactful energy to power internal weapon systems. It's not a dead object, but a defensive platform. Capable of bearing more functions, Duke showed a satisfied expression. The floating cannon spell drew inspiration from the principle of miniature magic-guided cannons. Traditional magic-guided cannons are bulky and slow to charge, while the floating cannon is quick, flexible, and deadly, utilizing swarm-style bombardment. Magic power and spiritual power are highly compressed to form dozens or even hundreds of miniature cannon seed bases. These seeds can instantly adhere to metallic yellow sand, quickly forming mini, autonomous floating magic-guided cannons. They have low energy consumption, fast firing, and can coordinate multi-angle attacks, specifically designed to break dense shields, disrupt spellcasting, and pinpoint kill weak spots precisely. With a thought, Duke could form a miniature floating cannon model within seconds. Single-shot power may be limited, but if 1,000 or 10,000 such floating cannons fired simultaneously, weaving a net of unavoidable destruction, Duke pondered. More importantly, these floating cannons could easily attach to the inner and outer walls of the Hive Barrier, achieving perfect integration of offense and defense deployment. With a wave of his hand, the floating cannon before him turned back into a pile of yellow sand, hovering around him, ready to be reformed into a floating cannon at any time. Whether it's a beehive fortress or floating cannons, both will consume a large amount of magic power. The magic power of an ordinary level 1 mage is simply unable to sustain the cohesion of a large-scale floating cannon array for combat, but for Duke, it is quite suitable for his magic. In his current state, Duke has no problem controlling a cluster of 1,000 floating cannons for combat. With this, he can dominate among level 1 life forms, and even dealing with some level 2 life forms isn't an issue. The only problem is that the current floating cannons are still too small. When his strength increases, if each floating cannon can possess the real power of a magic-guided cannon, they would truly become walking war machines. Duke stayed at Anvil Castle for another week, mainly to collect and purchase some materials and magic models he needed. These magic models may not be needed for the time being, but he bought them to keep on hand for when they are needed in the future. Otherwise, having to make a trip to the East Coast to get what's needed would be too much trouble. After finishing his trip to Anvil Castle, Duke planned to visit Cabro City to pay respects to the statue of the Goddess of Light. After all, he had received the light divine breathing technique bestowed by the Goddess of Light, so naturally he must take a look while on the East Coast. If there were any problems with his light divine status, he could also rely on the power of the Goddess of Light on the wizard plane to find out. This divine status is a bit too elevated for Duke. Being cautious is never a mistake. The distance from Anvil Castle to Cabro City is quite long and requires taking a floating airship. Due to his identity as a breaker, Duke easily purchased a ticket for the next floating airship to Cabro City, and it was in the best first-class cabin, with an additional 20% discount. The morning of departure day, Duke arrived at the cloud port belonging exclusively to the Star Dome Commerce Association on the outskirts of Anvil Castle. The floating airship he booked was owned by this association. The Star Dome Commerce Association is renowned throughout the entire Seville Empire, rumored to have immense power backing it. A massive berth is suspended outside the mountainside, shrouded in mist. When the floating airship named Star Dome docked slowly, this gigantic floating airship had already exceeded the scope of ordinary civilian use. It is about 300 meters long, with a body that is sleek and elegant, not in the traditional form of a ship, but more like a sleeping beast covered in silver-blue metallic scale armor. The hull is constructed with a blend of lightweight yet indestructible sky wood and magical alloy, with a surface engraved with complex wind-resistant, constant temperature, and concealment runes, exuding a pearl-like lustrous glow in the morning light. Huge side wings and tail propulsion arrays, akin to whale fins, quietly draw magic crystal energy, emitting a steady, low hum of magic pulses. Duke boarded the airship through a starlight passage set up exclusively for VIPs, avoiding the crowd of ordinary passengers. At the end of the passage, a middle-aged steward in a sharply tailored Star Dome Commerce Association uniform was waiting respectfully, accompanied by two attendants of vastly different races, both extremely striking in appearance. "Honorable Mr. Duke, welcome aboard the Star Dome. I am the first-class exclusive steward of this airship. You may call me Austin." The middle-aged steward bowed slightly, his smile sincere yet not overly familiar. "Your itinerary record at the Cloud Port has shown your status as a breaker, and the Star Dome Commerce Association is deeply honored. We will prioritize fulfilling all your needs on the airship. These two are your assigned accompanying attendants, Servia and Lai." Servia, a tall figure with skin as white as moonlight and pointed ears, is a high elf whose emerald eyes are calm as water, her silver hair meticulously styled, and her manner extremely elegant. She is responsible for living arrangements and information consultation. Lai, on the other hand, is a subhuman girl with soft chestnut hair, with small, furry cat ears vaguely visible in her hair, and amber eyes. She moves silently, with a sweet and flexible smile, mainly responsible for conveying items, guiding, and leading. Even at the mere beginning of boarding, the luxurious foundation of the Star Dome Commerce Association and its meticulous service to top clients were already fully revealed. The interior of the airship held even more surprises. The first-class area is located at the upper front of the airship, occupying the best views and space. Instead of narrow corridors and crowded cabins, there is a spacious, high-ceiling central hall. The hall's floor is covered with thick magical woolen carpets embroidered with star and moon patterns, which make no sound when stepped upon. The dome is a single curved piece of magical crystal with adjustable transparency, currently simulating a pleasant scene of blue skies and white clouds. Soft light unknowingly spills in, illuminating the master oil paintings and magical landscape paintings hanging on the surrounding walls. The air carries a faint fragrance of stardust orchid, calming and soothing. One side of the hall features a bar counter carved from a whole piece of warm sea heart jade with a wine rack displaying famous wines from various planes. The other side is a comfortable lounge area furnished with sofas padded with soft cloud beast fur. Duke's room is more of a fully functional aerial palace than a mere cabin. It includes an independent living room, a washroom with a temperature-controlled witch-array bath, a meditation room equipped with a basic experimental bench and a soundproof barrier, and a private observation balcony with a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. All furniture is made of exquisite materials, designed for both luxury and ergonomic comfort. During the voyage, service is omnipresent yet just right. Servia always appears quietly when needed, providing precise information on the route, the scenery along the way, and even the latest updates on Cabro City, demonstrating extensive knowledge in conversation. I handles all aspects of service regarding living arrangements, swiftly delivering the tea snacks prepared by a specially hired elven pastry chef on board, or the non-classified records of the land and people of the East Coast, borrowed from the Commerce Association's library. The dining experience is the epitome of luxury. Not a uniform distribution, but freshly cooked by the first-class exclusive kitchen. Based on passengers' tastes, using many rare ingredients directly transported from their place of origin through preservation witch-arrays. Those entering and exiting the central hall or observation deck are all notable figures from the East Coast. There are Commerce Association tycoons carrying multiple attendants, discussing bulk trades of magical materials, enigmatic individuals with unfathomable auras indicating exceptional status, and nobility sons dressed in luxurious outfits, displaying elegant manners. They maintain polite but distant interactions, forming a small, elite social circle. Naturally, Duke can't integrate into these circles. He can sense the sense of superiority these people have, most losing interest after just a glance at him. Many wizards on the East Coast look down on those from the West Coast. After all, the overall strength and prosperity level of the East Coast far exceed that of the West Coast. The stellar dome sailed steadily above the ocean of clouds, the scenery outside the window changing from the grandeur of the Anvil Castle industrial district. The verdant forests and mountains, and occasionally sweeping over towns below that resembled models. Duke spent most of his time in his room, continuing to organize and deduce new magic materials he had mastered. Occasionally, he would go to the observation deck, quietly overlooking the unfamiliar continent scenery after Lai silently served him a drink. The stellar dome landed steadily outside the port of Cabro City, and Duke, with the courteous escort of the attendants Sylvia and Lai, descended the gangway. Unlike the bustling and thronging spectacle of the last Blessing Festival, the port was now orderly. Though there were many travelers, most were regular business or leisure travelers, and the air was imbued with a calm and long-lasting aura unique to ancient cities. Upon exiting the airship port, the iconic, concentric grand walls of Cabro City once again came into view. The ancient gray-white stones of the towering walls soaked in sunlight, with each concentric layer becoming increasingly ancient and solid toward the city center, silently narrating the millennia-old history of faith. Pedestrians crowded the streets, less bustling than during festivals but still numerous, with many men and women dressed in simple, elegant white robes. Their attire varied, from simple linen gowns to exquisitely embroidered cloaks, the only commonality being the pure white symbolizing devotion to the Lord of Light. These devotees walked with composure and serene expressions, some whispering in low voices, others proceeding in silence with scriptures in hand, laying the foundation of tranquility and reverence in this holy city. The wide main street, sufficient for 10 horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side, was unimpeded, bathed in sunlight on the polished stone pavement. Duke did not delay. After orienting himself, he headed straight toward the night hall within the inner city. Passing through several towering city gates, the atmosphere deepened in solemnity and gravity. The style of buildings along the streets became more uniform, primarily composed of white marble and light-colored stone, carved with symbols of light and life such as sunlight, wheat sheaves, and olive branches. Finally, the 100-meter-tall monumental building supported by over a dozen massive white columns, the Cabro City Night Hall, appeared at the end of his sight. Compared to the surrounding buildings in the Divine Hall district, it lacked some of the intricate religious decorations, but exuded a knightly boldness and solidity. After showing the breakthrough's badge, Duke was respectfully ushered into the hall's interior. The towering interior space was majestic and solemn, with sunlight casting dappled light through stained glass windows. Soon a knight in shiny armor hurried over, the very knight Jack whom Duke had met previously. "Mr. Duke." Jack's face lit up with a sincere smile, appearing much more relaxed than the tense and busy state during the previous blessing festival. "I didn't expect you to visit Cabro City again. When I received the report, I thought it was someone with the same name." "Knight Jack, long time no see," Duke nodded slightly. "I came this time to visit the Holy Temple of Light once more." "Is it convenient?" "Oh, visiting the Holy Temple, I see." Jack suddenly understood and then smiled. "You've come at a good time. It's not a major festival now, so there are no limits on daily visits. You only need a normal introduction from either the Knight Hall or the church. Given your dual status as a breakthrougher and a member of the Hall, it's a simple matter. I'll arrange it for you immediately." The process was indeed much simpler than during the Blessing Festival. Jack quickly prepared an introduction letter stamped with the Knight Hall's seal and assigned a young temple attendant to guide Duke. The core area of the Holy Temple, especially at the base of the statue, still requires absolute silence and reverence. "May the light guide your path." Jack handed the letter to Duke, kindly reminding him. "Thank you." Duke took the letter and, after expressing his thanks, left the Knight Hall with the attendant. The attendant led Duke through the last, and also the oldest, inner-city wall. The guards here were noticeably more vigilant, with the temple knights in shiny silver armor scrutinizing each entrant with sharp eyes. After verifying the introduction letter and Duke's identity, the guards solemnly saluted and cleared the way. The security here had clearly been heightened significantly since the last major disturbance, with overall vigilance escalating multiple levels. Even though it was not a festival time, the place was heavily guarded. Stepping into the core of the Holy Temple district, the scene expanded to reveal a vast, circular square paved with white jade stones, and in the center stood the statue of the Goddess of Light. The statue stood 50-60 meters tall, crafted from an extraordinary, almost translucent, jade-like white stone, radiating a gentle, non-dazzling luminescent glow under the sunlight. She was draped in a simple and flowing robe, with fabric folds that seemed to lightly flutter in the breeze, embodying divine vitality. One hand hung naturally by her side, fingertips surrounded by specks of light. The other hand was slightly raised, palm up, as if holding hope, blessing, or an intangible light law that sustains the world. Merely standing at the edge of the square and gazing at it, an overwhelming aura of vastness, warmth, and absolute purity enveloped those present. This was not an oppressive force, but a great presence stemming from the essence of life and order, inspiring awe and peace. Many devoted believers were scattered across the square, either sitting in meditation or prostrating in prayer, each immersed in their own communication with the deity in a tranquil silence. Duke took a deep breath, then slowly stepped forward toward the statue. As the distance diminished, in the depths of his spiritual sea, the long-dormant divine status of the God of Light quivered gently. It was as if a drop of water had fallen into a calm lake, causing barely perceptible ripples to spread. As the ripples expanded, the low prayers of devotees, the distant whisper of the wind, even the solid feel of the jade square beneath his feet. All sensory perceptions began to fade, peel away, and recede, like pencil drawings erased by a rubber. Duke felt as though he hadn't moved, yet was gently drawn away from the spot by an irresistible, gentle, yet overwhelming power. The light before his eyes didn't disappear, but underwent a fundamental transformation. The bright sunlight of the temple square was replaced by a more primal, pure, and omnipresent light. He stood in an extraordinary space that words could not accurately describe. Beneath his feet, it was not solid, yet offered an unparalleled sense of support, as if walking on the purest crystal or solidified brilliance. As he looked around, the space extended beyond the bounds of comprehension. There was no distinction between sky and earth here. Above, below, and all around lay a sea of light that was gentle and bright, yet incredibly profound. Here there was no direction, no clear sense of the passage of time, only an ancient, tranquil feeling, full of infinite vitality and possibilities. At the end of this field of light, Duke's gaze was firmly attracted by a figure. It was the back of a woman, standing on the horizon of the sea of light. She didn't appear tall, yet it seemed she was the only real and true center and coordinate in the entire space. Just this silhouette alone exuded an indescribable beauty and nobility. It wasn't the beauty derived from appearance or figure, but her very existence conformed to some supreme law of harmony and perfection, the ultimate image of everything positive like light, life, order, and hope condensed together. Duke's heart seemed to stop beating. He knew what he was seeing. Even if it wasn't the true form of the goddess of light, it was at least the most genuine imprint she left in this plane's faith core. The silhouette appeared to move slightly, not turning around, but rather as if speaking toward this boundless field of light, towards the direction where Duke was. No sound came, nor any direct spiritual message. Duke only felt a wave of intention or law fluctuation, immense beyond imagination, yet subtle beyond comprehension, brushing across his entire being like a gentle tide. Amidst his immersion in this simultaneously shocking and bewildering sensation, the distant beautiful silhouette seemed to become more blurred and far away. A gentle yet irrefutable power softly enveloped him, as if a mother laying an infant back into a cradle. The light before his eyes circulated, the scenes rapidly retreating. The cold touch of the stone slabs in the square returned, and the low murmurs of prayers from devotees in the distance once again surrounded him. The glow of the setting sun fell on his face, carrying a warm aftertaste. Duke suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils contracted in an instant, and then returned to normal, as if just breaking free from an incredibly real yet fleeting long dream. He still maintained a cross-legged posture, sitting on the white jade square outside the base of the statue of the goddess of light, position unmoved, as if only a moment had passed. But it seemed some changes had occurred. He immediately sank his mind into his spiritual sea. The light divine status, positioned at the core of the six-element compound spiritual crystal like a miniature sun, remained quietly suspended, emitting a steady and restrained radiance. Duke clearly perceived that the connection between the divine status and his spiritual power crystal had undergone some fundamental yet indescribably precise change. Before, though the divine status was situated in the crystal core and subject to his control, it was like a rare gem embedded atop a scepter. Though part of one entity, the gem was a gem, and the scepter was a scepter. But now, that sense of separation had vanished. Every fine thread of radiance emitted by the divine status resonated and integrated seamlessly with the spiritual power crystal. No longer seemed like a gemstone set into it, but more like an inherent part of this unique six-element compound spiritual crystal, condensed through Duke's cultivation. As if when this crystal first formed, it was naturally meant to include such a core. Duke attempted, as usual, to carefully draw upon the vast and immeasurable power within the divine status. The result was the same. The vast, seemingly all-illuminating power contained within the divine status remained like an ocean sealed within the most solid crystal, calm and undisturbed. He could sense its existence, could know it was closely connected to him, could even vaguely perceive the nebulous outlines of grand laws contained within. But regarding that power far beyond his current level, Duke was still unable to wield it. The root cause lay in his current life level being too low. This state was akin to a baby inheriting the highest authority mark of an ancient kingdom. The mark was blood-bound and unique, representing his undisputed ownership. But with his current strength, he couldn't even lift the greatsword symbolizing authority, let alone command any power within the kingdom. However, unlike before, Duke now could more clearly feel that barrier. It wasn't rejection or sealing by the divine status itself, but seemed more like a natural safeguard and restriction based on himself. The power of the divine status was too immense, and its status too high. Forcibly invoking it in his current state would only result in self-destruction. The greatest benefit of this close connection might be that in the future, when he grows enough to bear a hint of the divine status's power, the barrier will naturally and seamlessly open the corresponding valve. Evidently, the goddess of light in the wizard plane, which is also the plane's will, had given Duke a hand. The plane's will naturally helps the native beings, especially those with potential. If Duke could be selected as the child of the plane, he would receive even more attention and care. Given that the plane's will had inspected and found no issues, it proved that this light divine status indeed had no hidden dangers. The goddess of light also conveniently helped Duke better attune to the divine status's power, paving the way for the future. Duke stood up and solemnly performed a knight's salute towards the statue of the goddess. Then he turned and steadily walked away from the temple square, his figure blending into the thickening twilight and the first flickers of light in the ancient city of Cabro. After leaving the Cabro City Temple Square, Duke didn't linger in this city of light for long. He only stayed here briefly overnight, planning to set off for another place the next day. This place is Golden Flow City, a super-commercial hub renowned for trade within the Seville Empire, gathering rare treasures not only from the east and west coasts, but from many planes. It's said that there, as long as you have enough magic stones and access, there's almost nothing you can't buy. Duke directly purchased a floating airship ticket to Golden Flow City through the Thought Core, which indeed made things much more convenient, as it avoided the need to go to the port to buy a ticket. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Duke arrived at Cabro City's air harbor on time. A floating airship named Pioneer docked at the port, its streamlined silver-gray hull visible in the morning mist. Through the VIP fast lane, Duke boarded the airship. The first-class cabin was located on the upper front part of the airship. Also designed as a private suite, but with a more minimalist design style, using a lot of matte alloy and soft light crystal to highlight functionality and privacy. The exclusive butler was a half-elf with a gentle expression and impeccable manners, who, after a brief welcome and introduction, did not disturb him further. The airship lifted off on time, passing through the clouds, leaving the sacred outline of Cabro City behind, speeding towards the northeastern hinterland of the Seville Empire. The voyage was so smooth that it was almost imperceptible, and Duke spent most of his time in his suite, using the thinking core to research some information in advance. 2 days later, the airship began to descend smoothly. Through the observation window, the silhouette of a city emerged in the twilight and rapidly magnified. Even from a high altitude, one could sense its extraordinary nature. The city was not traditionally circular or square, but spread along the banks of a river as wide as an inland sea, unfolding layer by layer like the most precise machinery. Countless magic lighthouses, neon rune billboards, and giant floating holographic projections illuminated the entire city as if it were daylight, with light and shadow flowing, leaving almost no corner in darkness. Innumerable airships of various shapes, magic-driven cargo ships, even individual flying crafts intertwined into an orderly three-dimensional traffic network above the city. Several towering spire-like buildings constantly shot massive energy beams into the sky from their tops, serving as the most advanced defensive witch arrays. The airship trembled slightly, docking steadily into the berth channel. The night view of Goldstream City was steeped in eternal neon magic, with the air filled with the restless scent of money and magic power. Duke did not act rashly on his first night, but used the thinking core to reserve the top-floor suite of a high-end hotel known for its absolute security and privacy in the city. The night passed without incident, and Duke spent his energy using the limited public network access of the thinking core to screen large commerce associations with excellent reputations and sufficient strength in Goldstream City. Ultimately, he set his sights on the Star Dome Commerce Association, a group with a long history, profound background, and renowned in high-end magic resources, whose headquarters was one of the landmark towers in the city. When Duke had left Anvil Castle, he had traveled aboard the Star Dome Commerce Association's floating airship, the Star Dome. The next morning, Duke directly sent an initial inquiry intent to the Star Dome Commerce Association via the thinking core. The response came quickly, with the association expressing the highest level of welcome and scheduling an exclusive reception for that afternoon. In the afternoon, Duke appeared punctually under the towering crystal star-like headquarters tower of the Star Dome Commerce Association. Through a dedicated teleportation array requiring multiple verifications, he was sent directly to the upper floors. Exiting the teleportation chamber, the scene before him was vastly different from the bustling commercial hall below. This place was more like a top-tier art gallery and private club, with a high vaulted ceiling painted with dynamic starry sky scenery and dark magic wood floors reflecting shadows. The walls on either side of the hallway were made of some kind of energy curtain that slowly changed the scenery, sometimes displaying the heat of lava veins, sometimes showcasing the faint light of deep-sea mysteries. The air was filled with a faint scent that helped keep the mind focused, and occasionally a guest or staff member, impeccably dressed and carrying a composed aura, would silently pass by, nodding greetings without a word. A middle-aged deacon, dressed in a dark silver star-patterned robe and with an impeccable smile, was already waiting. "Mr. Duke, welcome to Star Dome Commerce Association. I am your exclusive advisor, Oliver. Please follow me. We have prepared a quiet room for you." Deacon Oliver led Duke through a few quiet corridors, eventually arriving at an unmarked heavy wooden door, which he opened with a gentle and solemn motion. Behind the door was a moderately sized but extremely comfortable and private space. The room was circular, with walls covered in sound-absorbing dark velvet, centered around a large, lustrous round table made of ancient wood, surrounded by equally comfortable high-backed chairs of the same material. The sole light source came from a floating orb in the center of the dome, emitting soft, natural daylight-like illumination. One wall featured an entire one-way observation window, overlooking most of the bustling and orderly streets of Goldstream City. The room was already stocked with perfectly tempered tea and a few plates of unidentifiable but energy-filled snacks. Deacon Oliver gestured for Duke to take a seat. While he sat opposite, hands folded on the table, his demeanor professional and relaxed. Now, regarding your initial inquiry. You are interested in consulting about energy wells, and it's for multiple attributes. Yes. Duke got straight to the point, without any small talk. I need to purchase energy wells for upgrading to a Level 2 mage, with the specific requirements being wind, earth, water, fire, light, and dark, one for each of the 6 elements. Even for Oliver, with his extensive experience, there was a barely noticeable twitch at the corner of his eye upon hearing this list. He paused for a moment, neither quoting nor refusing immediately, and instead retrieved a small crystal board from his pocket, where his fingers quickly swiped for information. Oliver quickly gathered the information and began. The first 4 you need: wind, earth, water, fire, are the stable for basic elemental series. The technology for these energy wells is very mature, with many classic configurations that have been verified over millennia available on the market, ranging from standard to master custom versions, catering to all budgets. With our current inventory and immediate allocation capacity, we can provide high-quality, well-configured finished or semi-finished products. The price for a single energy well depends on the quality of the core materials, the complexity of the rune arrays, and the level of stabilization devices, and ranges from 12 to 18 million magic stones. If you purchase 4 at once and the core material attributes allow for some joint optimization design to save cost, the total price can be controlled around 60 million magic stones, with complementary stabilizing anchor bases included. Oliver finished speaking and carefully observed Duke's expression. Seeing no change, he slowly continued with the second part. However, for the light and dark attribute energy wells, the situation is entirely different. His tone became cautious. These 2 attributes, particularly when it comes to core essences with high purity, high activity, and stable output characteristics achieving energy well construction standards, are extremely rare. They often originate from some very special or dangerous environments, making them very difficult to obtain. The associated high-level construction technologies are more secretive. This type of energy well depends on luck to encounter. Oliver turned the crystal board to Duke, displaying several encrypted messages with only names and out-of-stock statuses. Unfortunately, Mr. Duke, currently neither the regular inventory nor the foreseeable supply chain of our association has light and dark attribute energy wells that meet your expected standards. The room fell silent, with only the soft glow from the dome's light sphere illuminating the space. Duke's fingers lightly tapped on the smooth table. This outcome was also within his expectations. Even in the Seville Empire, light and dark attribute energy wells remained very rare. Duke, although the Commerce Association has no goods at present, I do have a piece of potentially the most feasible information regarding the dark attribute. He paused. I wonder if you're aware of the recent military and colonial movements of the Empire. Duke slightly shook his head. His focus in Anvil Castle and Goldstream City was primarily on knowledge, resources, and personal advancement, without delving deeply into the details of the Empire's military affairs. Moreover, the Seville Empire's military actions were numerous, with countless subordinate planes under its jurisdiction, some already being conquered or developed. Just recently, Oliver said slowly, the Empire's Expeditionary Army's vanguard has officially breached the barrier of a middle plane, known as the Dark Elf Plane, which is a very unique plane. There, the conceptual sun does not exist. The eternal night is the main theme, with the only light source being 3 moons of different sizes, colors, and orbiting regulations, unique to this plane dominated by the Midnight Elves. Everything from life forms, social structures, to power systems bears the imprint of darkness and lunar essence. And at the core of supporting life and energy in that World, Oliver's eyes gleamed with a hint of brilliance, is a natural creation known as the moon well. They function like the heart and vascular nodes of that plane, absorbing the special dark energy showered from the three moons, transformed by plane laws to nourish all things, drive magic, and even provide the vitality source for certain ancient inheritances. On hearing this, Duke's heart stirred. The moon well is in itself a high-quality dark attribute energy source. Exactly, Oliver affirmed. Furthermore, it's not merely a standard energy crystal. A complete moon well, especially those ancient ones worshipped and maintained through generations by midnight elf tribes, contains pure, stable dark lunar power with unique life activity and rule imprints. With the proper conversion, stripping, and restructuring by our wizard methods, it can wholly be transformed and elevated into an extremely excellent dark attribute energy well, possibly accompanied by some unexpected properties. Hope appeared, but Oliver quickly changed his tone. However, this is where the problem lies. This strategic resource, concerning a plane's lifeblood, once controlled by the Empire's military and subsequent colonial development agencies, is extremely unlikely to circulate to the market through normal commerce channels. They may either be requisitioned directly by the Empire for research or as rewards for meritorious service, or be reserved in advance, divided among major figures or organizations with extensive influence. Even if one or two allocations occasionally reach the auction house, the fierce competition and exorbitant prices would likely go beyond normal expectations, with many variables. As the unique energy and resource of the dark elf plane, the moon wells are almost impossible to flow out to the market, at least initially. Such things only circulate among a minority. Ordinary people couldn't purchase them, even if they had the money. Oliver gazed at Duke, his tone becoming significantly meaningful. Thus, for those who genuinely want to ensure obtaining a moon well and transforming it into their own energy well, awaiting market circulation holds little hope. Duke grasped the hint from the other party and directly questioned, "In your opinion, what is the reliable way?" Oliver sat up straight, his tone becoming formal and clear. "Participation, Duke. Across all forces within the wizard plane, there exists a consensus that what wizards obtain in plane wars belongs to them personally. This is an agreed norm among all wizards, and no one would violate this rule. This implies that as long as Duke can join the warfare in the dark elf plane and personally acquire a moon well, it unquestionably belongs to him. No one can seize that moon well from him, irrespective of who they are. The current problem is that Duke is unaware of how to participate. Generally, he might lack the qualifications. Since this is an official military operation of the Seville Empire, it inevitably sets certain requirements for participants, and whether his breakthrough identity could assist him in joining remains unclear. Duke was not opposed to this. He had participated in multiple plane wars and recognized that plane warfare was indeed the best means of acquiring resources. For him, missing this opportunity meant it was uncertain when the next chance to obtain a dark attribute energy well would arise. Duke possessed the skill tree and wasn't worried about insufficient spiritual power for advancement to level 2 mage, only about the lack of corresponding resources. Therefore, if there was an opportunity, he wished to try. This sounds more like a public, high-risk, high-reward adventure suggestion, Duke said calmly, but Oliver as deacon. You wouldn't mention this without a more specific collaboration proposal, would you? Talking to smart people is easy. Oliver applauded, ceasing to be indirect. Duke, our Stardome Commerce Association, as the Empire's top resource and trade organization, naturally will not miss such a plain festivity. We have our channels, intelligence networks, and even deep cooperation and investment within the Vanguard Army. We are also recruiting capable individuals, participating as specially licensed explorers or collaborative mercenaries in the development of the Dark Elf Plane, seeking maximum benefits for our association and individual explorers. His gaze rested on Duke, carrying a sense of evaluation and invitation. Frankly, when you revealed your breakthrough identity, I took note. A breakthrough achiever who accomplished the 10 consecutive S+ evaluations at level 1 possesses potential and combat ability far beyond the ordinary at the same level. You precisely are whom our association wishes to recruit as a cooperation partner. Duke understood. The revelation of information about the Moon Wells was not merely a sharing of intelligence, but a targeted recruitment invitation. If I agree to participate in the war affairs of the Dark elf plane as a specially licensed explorer for the Commerce Association. Duke slowly inquired, "What do I get and what do I need to bear?" "What you get is a powerful logistical support platform," Oliver immediately replied, clearly well prepared, including priority access to the latest and most accurate battlefield intelligence and maps of the Evernight Forest collected by our association, usage rights and some supply discounts at the association's facilities in Forward Base, consulting and channel support for identifying, securing, transporting, and subsequently reforming spoils, including the Moon Wells, and when encountering non-combat troubles, seeking limited assistance from the Commerce Association's diplomatic channels. "What you need to do," Oliver said with a solemn tone, "is to prioritize completing specific exploration or collection missions occasionally, released by the Commerce Association that may overlap with your target area under the premise of complying with the Empire's laws and basic battlefield rules. Rewards are separate. These missions are usually not mandatory but come with a priority contract. Additionally, when you obtain rare resources that are surplus or unsuitable for yourself, our association has the priority to purchase them. Of course, the prices are absolutely fair and follow your personal wishes. I think you also understand that the forces involved in this plane war are quite complex, and going solo is somewhat difficult. Collaborating with our association's team can also secure certain advantages for you." The Duke pondered for a moment, understanding Oliver's meaning. The situation in plane wars is complicated, especially with a large military operation from the Seville Empire involving participants from various factions. Once he actually steps into the Dark Elf plane, if any unexpected situation arises due to being outnumbered, he really wouldn't have any means to handle it. Though the Duke currently possesses strong abilities, he is ultimately just a level 1 crystallized mage. Stands no chance against a truly formidable level 2 mage or even a level 3 mage. In previous plane wars participated in under the Black Sail, everyone came from the same wizard organization, and there's mutual restraint, avoiding excessive actions. But this time is different. If a conflict of interest arises with others in the Dark Elf plane, these people will show no mercy and will have fewer scruples. In such a situation, joining the forces of the Star Dome Commerce Association is indeed a good choice. This sounds like a mutually beneficial long-term cooperation framework, the Duke said. Exactly. Oliver seized the moment, offering a more direct temptation to show sincerity regarding those 4 air, earth, water, and fire energy wells you just mentioned. If you sign now, I can use my special privileges to offer you another very sincere discount on top of the previously discussed joint optimized price. He swiftly moved his finger across the crystal board, and a new figure emerged. The original package price is about 60 million magic stones. If you agree to this preliminary cooperation intent, the association can configure these 4 top-of-the-line elemental energy wells for you at a cost price of 45 million magic stones, and include to the highest specification stability anchoring service, free of charge. The Duke weighed the options. The association's support could indeed solve many issues, and the priority purchase right seemed reasonable. Specific missions are acceptable as long as they do not conflict. And saving 15 million magic stones could alleviate the pressure of preparing resources for his promotion. Regarding the detailed intelligence about the Moon Well, including known distribution patterns, assessment of guard forces, and the current Empire's offensive map, could that be provided beforehand as part of the cooperation intention? The Duke proposed. He wasn't in a hurry to agree to cooperate yet. He needed to research thoroughly and couldn't act rashly. Of course, that's foundational, Oliver readily agreed. As long as you sign this preliminary intent agreement and pay for the energy wells, the related intelligence briefing will be delivered to your residence, along with the energy wells. The Duke remained silent for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over the prosperous landscape of Gold Flow City outside the window, then returning to Oliver's expectant face. All right, he finally nodded. Let's first sign the preliminary intent and complete the transaction of the 4 elemental energy wells. As for specific actions in the Dark Elf plane, I need to see detailed intelligence before making the final deployment plan. Oliver's eyes sparkled with a genuine smile. A wise choice, Duke. I'll prepare the agreement right away. Welcome as a chartered explorer to explore the unknown alongside Star Dome. May the stars and fortune guide our path. As he finished speaking, he pressed a discreet rune beneath the desk. Moment later, a seam silently opened in the seemingly complete dark velvet wall of the secret chamber, and a silent attendant brought in 2 contracts made of special magic parchment, a starry signature pen, and a palm-sized, completely silvery gray metallic flat box with subtle spatial ripples flowing on its surface. These are our proposed initial cooperation intent. Letter for chartered explorers, and the contract for the procurement and exclusive service of 4 energy wells. Oliver pushed the 2 documents in front of the Duke. The intent letter outlines the basic rights and obligations framework of both parties. Relatively brief and not involving specific task constraints, mainly establishing cooperative relations and priority principles. The procurement contract details the specific goods and service terms you confirmed earlier, with a detailed configuration list and acceptance standards, which you can carefully review. The Duke picked up the initial cooperation intent letter and found the parchment's touch to be warm and smooth, with the text not written in ordinary ink but composed of tiny luminous runes, ensuring it couldn't be altered and possessed powerful contractual effectiveness. The content was indeed, as Oliver described, concise yet clear, establishing the Duke as a chartered explorer for the Star Dome Commerce Association in operations within the Dark Elf Plane, specifying that the association had the right to release non-mandatory priority missions and enjoy priority purchasing rights of the spoils of war. It also promised to provide agreed-upon intelligence, logistics, and channel support to the Duke, with breach liabilities and termination clauses clearly listed, which seemed fairly just. He focused on verifying the descriptions of the priority tasks and purchase rights, confirming their phrasing to be under the premise of the explorer's own target allowance and voluntary willingness, and that purchases require the explorer's consent, with prices adhering to market fairness principles or separately agreed by both parties, then nodded slightly. Next was the procurement contract, which was over a dozen pages long, detailing the core material sources for each of the 4 energy wells, rune array design blueprint numbers, stabilization device models, and even packaging and transportation standards. The total price was prominently marked as 45 million magic stones, with a note including an exclusive stable anchoring base and initial spiritual power link guidance. Finding no errors upon review, the Duke did not hesitate and picked up the starlit signature pen. The moment the pen tip touched the parchment, he felt a faint yet clear spiritual power link request standard procedure for high-tier magic contracts, ensuring the signer's identity and intent. He injected a trace of his spiritual power imprint and signed his name at the end of both contracts. As he completed the last stroke, all the runes on both contracts lit up with a gentle silver glow, then the light retracted. The parchment became more tenacious, and the contract formally took effect. One of the contracts automatically rolled up and flew into the silvery gray metallic flat box, while the other was solemnly put away by Oliver. Pleasant cooperation, Duke. Oliver appeared more enthusiastic. As the first part of our agreement, here is the information you need. He took out another smaller, but clearly more intricate deep blue crystal from his pocket and pushed it in front of Duke. Inside is the most detailed known intelligence summary regarding the elf plane at present. It includes basic environmental parameters, the operational cycles of the 3 moons Spirit, Illustri, and Shar, and their impact on energy tides, the main clans of Dark Elves, their distribution and power system analysis, a roughly mapped distribution of the Moon Well, and the current location and controlled area of the Empire's Expeditionary Force bridgehead. Additionally, there is contact information and infrastructure introduction for the Star Dome Commerce Association's forward base in the Dark Moon town within the battle zone. Duke scanned the crystal lightly with his spiritual power, confirmed its vast and orderly content, definitely not something perfunctory, and put it away. Very well, when can the energy well be delivered? It has been arranged with the highest priority for shipment and final rune calibration. Oliver replied, because it is a complete finished product and needs to match with an exclusive stable anchoring base, it will take about 3 days for final integration and packaging. It will be delivered directly to your designated secure address, usually your suite at the Silent Corridor Hotel, under my personal escort. Then, see you in 3 days. I need to first take a look at this intelligence data. Duke stood up. No problem, Duke. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Your energy well will be delivered on time in 3 days. Oliver also stood up to bid farewell with a charming smile, and I look forward to our formal cooperation in the Elf Plane. Duke declined the Commerce Association's offer of a small airship ride and left alone. After leaving the Star Dome Commerce Association, the hustle and bustle of Goldstream City surrounded him once more. Duke returned to the Silent Corridor Hotel alone and immediately immersed his mind into the deep blue intelligence crystal. Vast streams of information poured into his mind. A dark, serene world, yet under the moonlight contained infinite vitality and danger, began to unfold before his eyes. The 3 moons endowed the place with complex light and dark rules and energy tides. The dark elves are graceful, yet deadly forest sovereigns, and the moon wells are like enticing pearls guarded tightly within the dark forests. 3 days passed quickly as Duke deeply analyzed the elf plane intelligence and specifically ordered special materials from several professional shops in Goldstream City through his thought process hub. On the morning of the 4th day, Oliver knocked on the hotel suite door at the Silent Corridor promptly. Behind him followed 4 guards dressed in Star Dome Commerce Association uniforms, exuding rigorous aura, paired in groups of 2, collectively carrying 2 rectangular sealed metal boxes covered with heavy dustproof velvet, approximately 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high. The boxes appeared exceptionally heavy, engraved with complex buffering and energy isolation runes on the surface, and precise mechanical locks on the edges. Mr. Duke, the main devices of the 4 elemental energy wells you ordered have safely arrived. Oliver's voice was more solemn than usual. He gestured for the guards to lay the boxes gently in the spacious area of the living room. The energy well is not a portable item. Its core conversion matrix, rune board, and stable outer shell constitute a substantial integrated system. To facilitate your transportation and final installation, we have prepared a complementary solution for you. He first indicated opening one of the metal boxes. The box lid opened. Inside was densely packed flexible cushioning material, embedding 4 parallel dark silver metal briefcases at its center. These briefcases were larger than ordinary briefcases, with a streamlined design, smooth surface, with only a slightly concave authentication area. This is a specially crafted spatial transport box. Oliver picked up one and explained, it is not an ordinary spatial equipment. Within it, highly stable subspace anchored to the physical structure of the box persists. It is specifically used for safely loading large devices such as energy wells, which have intricate structures and extremely high energy activity. Each box corresponds to an energy well, pre-loaded and balanced calibration has been conducted. He let Duke inject a trace of spiritual power into the box's authentication area. The box's surface flashed with flowing light, emitting a slight humming, and then the lid automatically slid open upwards. Inside was not a solid object, but a steadily rotating vortex of miniature space, shimmering with corresponding elemental glow. Through the vortex, the outline of a complex 3-dimensional device, the main body of the energy well displayed in miniaturized form, could be vaguely seen floating quietly. Though its full appearance wasn't visible, the grandeur of its structure and the vastness of its energy could be felt. The main device within is absolutely safe and stable. When you are ready to construct the energy well, you will need to reverse the procedure in the selected, fully reinforced, and ritual-prepared location to release it. It will automatically restore to full scale and enter a standby activation state. Oliver explained in detail, the complementary stable anchoring base is another component, included with the box. It is also a not small set of rune metal components used to fix and connect the energy well. Following his instructions, Duke inspected the other 3 transport boxes, confirming their space state stability and matching the contract description attributes of wind, earth, water, and fire precisely. These boxes were highly technical, valuable in themselves. Then the final payment. After Duke confirmed everything was correct, he looked at Oliver. According to the contract, deducting the paid intention deposit, the remaining amount is 38 million magic stones, Oliver stated. Duke then took out a magic stone card and directly paid the pending amount. Only then Oliver checked and accepted the magic stones and signed several receipt-related documents. Transaction completed successfully. Oliver stored away the vouchers, his attitude even more affable. Mr. Duke, regarding the Elf Plane, our Commerce Association's forward base in Darkmoon Town has initially established its footing. Latest intelligence shows that the Imperial Army is advancing towards the Shadow Song Canyon area, where it is rumored there are several ancient moon wells. Should you prepare to set off, you may contact our person in charge at Darkmoon Town through this channel. He will be responsible for all your affairs concerning your trip to the Elf Plane. He handed Duke a small encrypted communication stone engraved with the Star Dome emblem. This is the Star Dome Commerce Association's internal communication means. Called Star Dome Stone, many factions have their exclusive communication methods. After all, the Wizard's Mark is just a universal communication means for the Wizard Plane, unsuitable for some confidential communications required within some factions. The Black Sail also has the Black Sail badge. Some internal private notifications and messages are conveyed through the Black Sail badge, not through the Wizard's Mark channel. Duke received the Star Dome Stone, which was his exclusive possession, usable only with his spiritual power imprint. After sending off Oliver and the guards, the suite returned to tranquility. 4 dark silver space transport boxes stood silently in the center of the living room, emitting a restrained yet stable energy fluctuation. With a thought, Duke's figure disappeared from the suite and reappeared on the vast and vibrant land of the Light God Court. He chose a corner far from the Spring of Life, where the terrain was flat and solid, and neatly placed the 4 transport boxes on the ground. Here, they were absolutely safe and would not be disturbed by any external interference. Duke also had the Storm Dragon Eagle, Dogman Reed, and other slave creatures guard the perimeter. Because now, with the rapid development of the Light God Court, many creatures similar to demons had emerged. Although the area around the Spring of Life was a sacred and inviolable holy land for them, and they dared not approach it in the slightest. Yet to prevent accidents, Duke arranged for slave creatures to guard near the Spring of Life, ensuring that the items he placed here, his laboratory, and the Spring of Life would not be affected or damaged by these creatures. After completing these tasks, he returned to the hotel suite. Next, it was time to officially launch the plan for the Dark Elf Plane. He took out the small Star Dome Stone and injected a strand of spiritual power into it. The faint star pattern engraved on the surface of the Star Dome Stone glowed slightly, and a clear, stable, metallic neutral voice directly sounded in his consciousness. Star Dome Commerce Association, Darkmoon Town Forward Command, please verify the identity of the communicator. Duke, newly appointed licensed explorer. Duke sent a message of spiritual power. Identity verified, Mr. Duke. I am Keith, the Logistics and Reception Director of Darkmoon Town. Deacon Oliver has informed us in advance. How may I assist you? The response was swift and professional. I am preparing to depart for the Dark Elf Plane and need to handle the relevant procedures and understand the specific teleportation arrangements, Duke said succinctly. Understood. To enter the war zone, you must register and file at the Other Plane Warfare Office of the Imperial Army stationed in Goldflow City and obtain a temporary battlefield identification rune. I suggest you proceed there today. Our Commerce Association has a permanent coordinator there to guide you. Once the procedures are completed, please notify me, and I will arrange the next batch for directed teleportation to Darkmoon Town. The next batch teleportation is scheduled for 7 days later at the military teleportation fort on the outskirts. Keith fluently outlined the process. All right, send me the address of the military office, Duke said. Information has been sent to your Star Dome Stone. I wish you smooth completion of the procedures. After disconnecting the communication, a set of coordinate information and a simple image of a person appeared within the Star Dome Stone, indicating the permanent coordinator of the Commerce Association there. Duke wasted no time, tidied up briefly, and left the hotel. The Other Plane Warfare Office of the Imperial Army stationed in Goldflow City was located in the eastern part of the city, near the port and military barracks. The building style was austere and square, dominated by gray-black tones, full of the solemnity of a military institution. The flow of people entering and exiting was noticeably sparse, with most walking briskly and appearing stern. Upon verifying the identity of the transgressor and the referral information from the Star Dome Commerce Association, Duke was allowed entry. The hall was spacious, but simply decorated, with officers in Imperial Army uniforms sitting behind several windows. Following Keith's information, he quickly found the Commerce Association's coordinator, a sharp and capable-looking young man sitting in the lounge area with a mini-rune recorder in front of him. After confirming Duke's identity, the coordinator skillfully guided him to the appropriate window and assisted him in filling out a series of forms, mainly regarding identity information, power profile, associated/cooperative forces, and a standard format, voluntary participation in plane warfare risk disclosure and disclaimer. The entire process was quite efficient. About an hour later, Duke obtained a temporary metallic battlefield identification tag with a number and a weak tracking function, along with a permit to use the military-designated teleportation array. The coordinator quietly reminded Mr. Duke, be sure to carry the identification tag with you. It serves as proof of your identity and record of achievements in the war zone and determines whether you can receive the most basic military response when encountering trouble. Of course, more often, you'll have to rely on yourself and the Commerce Association behind you. After leaving the military office, Duke contacted Keith again to confirm the completion of the procedures and scheduled the teleportation for 7 days later. In the following days, Duke continued conducting the final inventory of supplies and tactical adjustments. He sorted potions, scrolls, spare magic stones, and repair tools by category, placing them in the space ring for easy access. Also repeatedly studied the intelligence, thoroughly memorizing the terrain around Shadow Song Canyon and known threat points. 7 days later, at dawn, outside Goldflow City, the military teleportation fort. This was a heavily guarded bastion-style structure with patrols of magical energy watchtowers and hovering crystal sensors visible atop the high walls. After presenting the permit and personal identification, Duke was allowed to enter the internal assembly area. About 20 to 30 people had already gathered here, clearly divided into several small groups. There was a sense of silence and subtle agitation in the air before battle. Duke glanced around and quickly located the Star Dome Commerce Association's gathering point per Keith's prior instructions, where 5 people were already waiting. Including Duke, the Star Dome Commerce Association's team to Darkmoon Town consisted of 6 people. Among them, 2 individuals had a heavy and profound aura, subtly pressuring Duke, indicating they were level 2 mages. One was an elderly man with gray-white hair and a stern face, wearing a brown robe inlaid with fine copper wires, holding a magic wand resembling a measuring rod, and with eagle-sharp eyes checking a multi-compartment metal toolbox, appearing to be a wizard inclined towards alchemy. The other level 2 mage was a bald, strong man with bronze-colored skin, wearing a black suit for easy movement. The bare arms bore complex magical tattoos, and he carried a heavy metal tower shield nearly as tall as himself, exuding a ferocious aura. The other 3 were level 1 crystallized mages. One was a female wizard with pointed ears suggesting elven blood, wearing tight leather armor and 2 short blades at her waist. Her eyes lively as she constantly surveyed the surroundings and other groups. Another was a pale young warlock wearing glasses, holding a thick spellbook, muttering to himself and seeming slightly nervous. The last was a middle-aged man, silent and wearing a gray cloak, holding a long object wrapped in cloth in his arms, obscuring what it specifically was. Duke's arrival drew the attention of the team members. The bald, burly level 2 mage merely glanced at him before giving a slight nod, then paid no further attention. The old, stern man scrutinized Duke a bit more closely, particularly lingering for a moment on the unassuming yet remarkably crafted space ring on his finger, also nodding in acknowledgement. The other 3 level 1 mages also looked at him. The woman with elf blood gave a slight, friendly smile. The man with glasses nodded somewhat awkwardly, while the man in the gray cloak remained silent. Duke, a voice called out from nearby. It was the liaison arranged by the Commerce Association for this gathering, a steward of the association. Everyone is here. The teleportation will start shortly. Once on the other side, follow all instructions from Casey in Darkmoon Town. Good luck with your mission and safe return. Before long, a military personnel arrived to guide their group to the teleportation hall. The gigantic teleportation array was located deep within the fortress, with runes glowing steadily on the floor, surrounded by several mages maintaining and calibrating the energy. Bound for the Dark Elf Plane. Forward Outpost Darkmoon Town. To the teleportation array, range in sequence and stand firm. Slight dizziness and the sensation of spatial dislocation during transportation is normal. The Seville Empire soldier called out loudly. Duke stepped into the center of the swirling light of the teleportation array with the other team members. He took one last look at the cold metal dome of the teleport fortress of Golden Stream City, feeling the surge of immense spatial energy beneath his feet. The light suddenly burgeoned, swallowing all vision and sound. The familiar feeling of weightlessness and pulling came over him, more intense than any prior use of a teleportation array. By now, these discomforts during teleportation no longer bothered Duke. He even had the leisure to observe his surroundings, noticing what seemed like countless beams of light and low, rushing sounds sweeping past rapidly. When the sensation of solid ground returned and the light faded, he was immediately enveloped by a distinctly different atmosphere, chilly, damp, with a strong vegetal scent and a faint hint of decay. Duke opened his eyes. Above was an eternally dark sky, dotted with sparse stars and 3 moons of differing hues. The colors of the 3 moons were varied: silver white, pale purple, and dark red. Below was soft, damp soil covered with thick moss and fallen leaves. Surrounding them were towering ancient trees of bizarre shapes, their branches and leaves casting mottled shadows like living entities in the faint moonlight. In the distance, the glimmer of lights and outlines of simple structures were faintly visible, presumably the location of Darkmoon Town. "Welcome to the Dark Elf Plain. Forward Outpost Darkmoon Town," a steady male voice rang out from the front. Duke squinted, recognizing the speaker as Casey, the supervisor. He appeared to be in his early 40s, with a sharp-featured face, wearing the Star Dome Commerce Association's signature combat attire with dark silver trim, more suited for field operations. A short staff and several bulging potion pouches hung at his waist, his gaze sharp and efficient, with 2 similarly attired Commerce Association guards following behind him. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Casey, responsible for logistics and reception at this outpost. Please follow me to the camp for initial accommodations. Remain vigilant on the way. Although this area has been cleared multiple times, the native inhabitants of the Dark Elf Plain can infiltrate anywhere." Casey's words were succinct as he nodded to the team members, showing appropriate respect particularly to the 2 level 2 mages, before turning to lead the group forward. The ground was so soft it seemed it might ooze water, the thick layer of leaves and moss that had accumulated over countless years, emitting a slight puffing sound underfoot. The air was highly humid, with each breath carrying a sense of coolness and moisture. Above in the sky and throughout the surroundings, the eternal night was the primary theme, though it was not purely black. The 3-moon Sulin with its frost like silver white, Ilithari with its hazy pale purple, and Shar with its blood like dark red hung high in the sky, moving slowly along different trajectories visible to the naked eye, casting 3 distinct yet intertwined moonlit colors onto the land. This rendered the forest not pitch black, but enveloped in a veil of ethereal, changeable, multi-layered dim light. The silver light was cool and sharp, the purple light soft and mysterious, while the red light carried a hint of ominous oppression. Through the layers of unusually shaped giant tree branches and leaves, the moonlight cast constantly shifting, life-like eerie shadows on the ground. The surrounding trees were varieties Duke had never seen before. They were abnormally tall, with trunks often twisted and gnarled, bark in deep purple, dark green, or dull black, covered in moss and bioluminescent fungi. Many trees had leaves that were not green but dark red, deep purple, or pale, some with long, curtain-like aerial roots that gently swayed in the breeze. More peculiarly, the forest was scattered with numerous plants and fungi emitting faint fluorescence, from glowberries hanging like small lanterns on branches, to glowing mosses spanning the ground like scattered stars, and variously shaped, slow-breathing giant mushrooms. These sources of light weren't constant, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, as if breathing, combining with the moonlight from the 3 moons to form the eerie and enchanting spectrum of this dark world. In addition to the damp, musty air, there lingered a faint, sweet yet slightly bloody floral scent, and an indescribable ancient forest's silent pressure. Occasionally, from a great distance, came an unrecognizable, long and ethereal howl, or the rustle of wings passing over the tree canopy. The group followed Casey in silence, with only the sound of footsteps and light breathing, while in the distance, the hubbub from the camp grew gradually clearer. After walking for about 10 minutes and crossing a deliberately cleared open area, Darkmoon Town's silhouette finally fully emerged. This was not a traditional town, but rather a well-equipped, heavily fortified military advance base. The outermost perimeter was a 10-meter-high, rough wall constructed of massive logs and magic metal, with evenly spaced watchtowers emanating ghostly blue light. The crystals atop the towers constantly scanned the dark forest beyond. Beyond the walls, the sight was even more daunting. As far as the eye could see, the specially cleared ground was packed with innumerable slave creature legions. They spread out like a black tide, nearly reaching the forest's edge. The air was thick with the murky, wild, and deadly scent brought by these gathered legions, used by the Empire as cheap cannon fodder to consume, clear, and occupy, the most visible display of force on this conquered land. In the area near the city walls, dozens of medium-sized, sleek armed floating airships equipped with obvious turrets were docked. Additionally, there were various locations where large war machines were either being inspected or assembled by engineers, such as siege golems towering 7 to 8 meters, equipped with multiple mechanical arms and heavy battering rams. Passing through heavily guarded gates, equipped with tightly monitored magic arrays, one enters the interior of Darkmoon Town. The town is neatly planned yet rugged in style. Roads are compressed earth paved with gravel, flanked mostly by barracks, warehouses, workshops, and functional buildings quickly constructed from prefabricated parts. The emblem of the Star Dome Commerce Association is seen everywhere, with personnel primarily consisting of armed guards, explorers, alchemists, and craftsmen, all moving hurriedly, mostly with a weary but competent demeanor. Only a few personnel wearing imperial uniforms are present, mainly operating at communications towers, command centers, and resource allocation centers, responsible for coordinating, supervising, and liaising with the Empire's main forces. Case briefly introduced while walking. The town is divided into several zones. The northern area contains the main barracks and the Commerce Administrative Center. The eastern area houses workshops and supply warehouses where your supplies and equipment maintenance are held. The western area is home to medical facilities and the magic laboratory, and the southern area is the training ground and slave creature legion deployment zone. Your temporary accommodation is in the Explorer camp. Ahead, it's relatively quiet and independent. He pointed to a row of relatively tidy wooden houses ahead. Settle down first, then gather at North Area's briefing room number 3 in an hour where I'll update the latest Warzone intel, distribute basic supply packs, and outline our association's initial plans towards Shadowmoon Canyon. Remember, don't venture alone into unmarked safe areas here. Avoid leaving the illuminated areas of the camp at night, and it's best to resolve transactions and conflicts through the Commerce Association channels. Here, the Star Dome emblem offers some protection, but in the end, strength and caution are the keys to survival. Duke follows his squad members towards the assigned temporary wooden huts, his gaze sweeping over this resilient island of steel and light nestled within the eternal dark forest. The air is filled with the growls of the slave legion, the hum of mechanical operations, and the camp's unique cacophony. An hour later, Darkmoon Town's north area briefing room number 3. The room is brightly lit, dispelling the perpetual dimness outside the window. A large, dynamic map of Shadowmoon Canyon and its surrounding area, jointly drawn by reconnaissance crystals and magic, hangs on the wall. On the map, the blue representing the Empire's control zones interlocks with the dark green representing Night Elf areas of activity, while the canyon area is marked in deep red, with several blinking points suggesting energy reactions of suspected moon wells. Case, the supervisor, stands before the map, with the 6 squad members and a few other individuals who obviously are senior combat personnel or reconnaissance experts from the Commerce Association seated. The air is filled with a serious atmosphere. Of course, the Star Dome Commerce Association has more personnel here. This meeting primarily aims to give Duke and the new arrivals a systematic introduction, help them gain a comprehensive understanding of this war, facilitating subsequent planning and task assignments. Everyone, let's get to the point. Case uses a long, slender metal pointer to indicate the canyon area on the map. Our goal is to assist the Imperial main forces, and within 3 months, effectively control the Shadowmoon Canyon area and seize at least one ancient moon well with conversion value therein. This will significantly solidify our foothold in the region and pave the way for deep exploration to acquire key resources. He tapped the map. The terrain of Shadowmoon Canyon is complex, It's not a simple rift, but a three-dimensional labyrinth consisting of a main canyon, several branch ravines, and an underground cavern network. The Night Elf Shadow Moon clan has entrenched here for thousands of years, intimately familiar with every plant and secret trail here. They excel at guerrilla warfare, ambushing, and harassment employing shadows, terrain, and plants. Direct frontal assault would be incredibly costly and likely result in a stalemate. Therefore, the Imperial Command and Commerce Association's senior officials have jointly devised a strategy multi-pronged advancement, combining deception with reality, special infiltration, and attacking from the center outward. Case's pointer marked several arrows on the map. For the next session, Case explained the entire operation plan meticulously, while Duke and the others listened attentively, occasionally raising inquiries for clarification. This war is divided into 3 phases in total. The first phase involves strategic deception and perimeter clearing, utilizing the Slave Creature Legion and parts of the Imperial Regular Army to maintain a continuous, high-profile yet slow offensive stance at the 2 main entrances in the northeast and northwest of the canyon. Construct artillery positions, conduct frequent small-scale reconnaissance and harassment, creating the illusion of a traditional offensive from these directions, attempting to attract and pin down the Shadow Moon clan's main defensive forces. Meanwhile, elite small special squads are dispatched to infiltrate via several extremely concealed and difficult-to-access paths and underground dark river entrances marked on the map. The second phase features vertical assault and division encirclement. Once sufficient attention is captured via feigned attacks, and the infiltrating squads successfully establish relatively safe passages, assembled armed floating airships will conduct sudden, high-intensity fire coverage on the canyon's upper parts and known elf anti-air positions. Simultaneously, utilizing airships and large mechanical bodies equipped with assault pods, vertical troop deployment will be executed on key nodes within the canyon marked by infiltrating squads, disrupting the elves' defensive rhythm, and implementing the strategy of attacking from the center outward. Once vertical deployment succeeds, pre-assembled elite assault forces will initiate a swift breakthrough from one or more selected points on the feigned attack directions, aiming to quickly converge with vertically deployed troops, slicing the Shadow Moon clan's defense line into several disconnected segments. Upon successful segmentation, follow-up troops will advance to sweep and clear each partitioned area. The third and final phase involves resource acquisition and defensive conversion. After controlling major areas, immediately transition into defense mode, establish permanent defensive, which arrays and fortresses to fend off potential elven counterattacks. Having completed the overall strategy, Case surveys everyone present. A Star Dome Commerce Association team primarily focuses on the late first phase's flank infiltration. The early second phase's vertical deployment assault, as well as consistently targeting key goals, especially locating and seizing moon wells. He displayed another roster and task allocation chart. Based on your specialties and evaluations within the Commerce Association, assignments are now designated for specific tasks. The 2 newcomers who are level 2 mages are appointed to lead a team to accomplish their respective tasks. During this moment, Duke learns their names, and they briefly introduce themselves to each other. He's assigned to a team led by a level 2 mage named Ted, who is the stern old man accompanying him. Besides being a level 2 mage, Ted also has considerable expertise in alchemy and magic potions. Earning respect from Keith, joining Duke and Ted's team was a female wizard with elf blood named Yuna. Yuna, a bounty hunter, makes a living by taking various commission tasks and bounty missions without joining any major faction. Perhaps due to her mixed human and elf heritage, she seemed to have faced considerable discrimination in the past, so she became accustomed to being solitary. Being able to become a level 1 crystallized mage without joining any faction and relying solely on herself is quite rare. However, Yuna possesses some elf blood, and elves themselves are natural casters, which likely helped Yuna progress more smoothly on her path as a wizard to some extent. After the meeting ended, everyone dispersed. After departing, Duke wandered around nearby, primarily to familiarize himself with the environment of Dark Moon Town. After a while, just as he was about to return to his temporary residence to digest the task information, a slightly raspy yet clear female voice called to him. Duke turned around, seeing the female wizard with elf blood leaning in the shadow of the corridor, her pointed ears moving slightly in the dim light. She had removed the low-profile cloak she wore in the briefing room, revealing deep green leather armor that fit her form and was convenient for movement, with two gracefully curved short daggers and a bulging miscellaneous pouch at her waist, her eyes sharp and carrying a habitual sense of distant scrutiny. "I am Yuna." She introduced herself simply, not extending a hand, just nodding slightly. "Master Ted wants us to meet in his room to get acquainted with the new team members." New team members? Duke was somewhat surprised, having initially thought the squad was just 4 people. "Yes, I heard something happened to the Grey Mouse squad." The leader, a level 2 mage, fell in the eastern rotting swamp. The remaining few who escaped alive were scattered and reorganized, with 2 added to our team. Yuna spoke in a flat tone as if explaining something ordinary. "In such places, losses and reorganizations are commonplace. Let's go, don't keep Master Ted waiting." Duke followed Yuna through the noisy streets of Darkmoon Town. The air was mixed with campfires, the stench of the Slave Legion, and a breeze carrying a damp, rotten scent from the distant dark forest. They arrived at a relatively quiet 2-story wooden house in the Explorer camp area, where Yuna knocked on an ordinary door at the end of the 2nd floor. Inside the room, 2 people were already seated. A short, solidly built middle-aged man with dark skin, a fresh scar cutting diagonally from his brow to his cheek, his eyes carrying a fierce and persistent alertness from surviving peril. His name was Harold, a scout from the original Grey Mouse squad. The other was a pale, somewhat frail-looking young warlock, with sunken eye sockets, his fingers unconsciously rubbing a seemingly ordinary short wooden staff. His name was Ewan, a wizard from the Grey Mouse squad. Both exuded a persistent, mixed aura of bloodshed, swamp, and fear. "Come in, close the door," Master Ted concisely instructed, sitting back in his chair behind the desk. Duke and Yuna entered and sat down. Another young warlock named Shadow Raven was already there. The room was cramped, and with 6 people the space felt somewhat crowded, adding to the stagnant atmosphere. Ted's gaze slowly swept over the 4, finally resting on Harold and Ewan. "The situation is urgent. Let's skip the formalities and probing. Harold, Ewan, tell us what you know about the Night Elves." The previous leader of the Grey Mouse squad was at least a level 2 mage, and yet was killed. Ted and the others naturally wanted to thoroughly understand the specifics. Especially regarding the characteristics and strength of the Night Elves, Harold and Ewan had experienced direct combat and contact with them and would certainly know more. Harold and Ewan exchanged a glance. Harold spoke first, his voice rough and hoarse, tinged with a strenuously suppressed tension. "Night Elves are completely different from humanoid creatures we previously encountered in other planes. To start, their most troublesome stealth utilizes the shadow space, allowing them to lurk silently and approach, unless you maintain alertness using magic to detect shadow space." He instinctively touched the fresh, fearsome scar on his face. The Night Elf race excels at using natural and dark attribute magic. The elf plane itself is lush, and dark attribute energy is particularly abundant. As natives of this plane, such an environment is exceptionally advantageous for them. Moreover, elves are already adept at casting spells, and wizards facing them might not necessarily gain an upper hand. The elf plane is a middle plane, a plane with level 6 life forms, extremely powerful. Yet, despite such a plane, after the Seville Empire investigated thoroughly, they still directly launched an invasion. This indicates the Seville Empire is confident in conquering this plane. Else they would certainly not invade alone, but instead invite other wizard organizations to join the plane war. Meanwhile, Harold and Ewan continued introducing relevant intel. The Night Elves' societal structure is centered on clans. The rise and fall of each clan are tightly bound to a moon well. Hearing intelligence related to the moon well, Duke couldn't help but focus more. The moon well is the source of Night Elves' power, a holy artifact of inheritance, and the absolute core of their societal structure. The water within contains pure and vast dark attribute energy and life essence, accelerating their growth, healing injuries, extending lifespan, and serving as the power source for priests and high-level casters to cast powerful magic. Essentially, a moon well represents the foundation of a Night Elf clan, based on the intensity of the energy within the well, its range of influence, and the clan size and strength it can support. Moonwells are roughly classified into several levels. Harold began to explain in detail, obviously crucial intelligence. A level 1 moon well has relatively mild energy, with a range usually within a few miles, capable of supporting a small or medium clan, the strongest member typically at level 2 peak, or in rare cases, newly level 3. These moon wells are most numerous, and are our explorers and empires' primary targets in the early stage of strategy. A level 2 moon well has more powerful, pure energy with an influence range of tens of miles, capable of supporting a large clan with surely a level 3 powerhouse guarding it, possibly more than one, dramatically increasing the challenge level. Level 3 moon well already constitutes a strategic level resource, with energy tides influencing areas of tens of miles, nurturing immensely powerful clans that surely harbor seasoned level 3 powerhouses and might even conceal level 4 entities in retreat. The Empire's expeditionary forces' primary offensive currently revolves around regions suspected to contain level 2 or level 3 moon wells, progressing slowly and sustaining significant casualties. As for the higher level 4 and level 5 moon wells, Master Ted paused, his gaze profound. These are the lifeblood of the Night Elf royal court and ancient legacy clans. It's rumored that the moon's primal force contained within can even influence laws. The Guardians are at least peak level 4, possibly level 5. That's beyond our current reach. The legendary level 6 moon well only exists in epics and ancient elf manuscripts. Its existence remains uncertain. Harold looked at everyone and spoke. The Shadow Song Gorge area, with its complex terrain and intertwined energy veins, is, according to preliminary reconnaissance and intelligence analysis, scattered with numerous night elf clans. Most of them likely possess level 1 moon wells, though a few may reach level 2. I know you all might have some ideas about moon wells, but in reality, acquiring them is extremely challenging. For our team, a level 1 moon well is a feasible target, whereas level 2 would require meticulous planning, thorough preparation, and entail huge risks. Everyone present basically had roles akin to mercenaries, hence there was no need to conceal their thoughts. Everyone was well aware that moon wells are the most precious resources, certainly sparking some notions. In fact, the Grey Mouse Squad was nearly annihilated earlier because they attempted to acquire a level 1 moon well, leading to near annihilation. Being the Night Elves' most crucial resource, moon wells are naturally heavily guarded. More crucially, extracting a moon well from the earth isn't an easy task either. A single mistake could lead to the entire moon well collapsing, resulting in all efforts wasted. Do you have a method to extract the moon well? Duke asked. Harold glanced at Duke and replied, of course, but this information isn't free, nor is it within my responsibilities. What he had just shared was some intelligence he was obligated to share. However, the details on extracting a moon well out of the earth came with a different price. How much? Duke asked. He wasn't surprised, as there's no free lunch in the world, and the opponent wanted to earn some intelligence fees, which was quite normal. Harold pondered before saying, 1 million level 1 magic stones. That's too expensive. Yuna immediately frowned, finding the price rather exorbitant given her frugal lifestyle. Deal. Duke agreed without hesitation. The price wasn't significant to him. Harold looked a bit surprised at Duke. He hadn't expected this newcomer to be so straightforward. 1 million level 1 magic stones is a considerable sum for a level 1 crystallized mage, enough to purchase several good witchcraft artifacts or large amounts of supplies. Straightforward. On-site transaction, then I'll send you the information through the wizard's mark. Harold's scar on his face twitched slightly as he grinned. Duke nodded and completed the transaction with Harold on the spot. He also received information from Harold, which he read thoroughly and carefully. This money wasn't spent in vain. If Harold dared to be perfunctory, Duke naturally had ways to retrieve the money. Indeed, Harold did earn his pay, providing very detailed and meticulous information. Seville Empire's official method of moon well extraction involves mechanical wizards manipulating flowing liquid magic metals to extend underground, enveloping the entire moon well, then extracting it into a specially crafted container, and finally transplanting it to another land as quickly as possible. Lastly, some witch arrays need to be arranged to lock and prevent the moon well's energy from leaking. Because once removed from the night elf plane environment, without the energy replenishment from the 3 moons above, the moon well's energy would gradually dissipate. Although this dissipation process might take hundreds or thousands of years to complete. Following the principle of conserving and not wasting a shred of energy, wizards would still arrange which arrays to lock the moon well's energy and prevent leakage. The difficulty in extracting a moon well lies first in possessing enough magic metals, at the very least, enough to completely envelop a level 1 moon well. This alone can stump many people, as ordinary level 1 mages can't afford that much magic metal. Moreover, simultaneously manipulating that much magic metal is a significant burden. For anyone other than mechanical wizards, even level 1 mages would find this step quite challenging. This isn't an issue for Duke, as his metallic yellow sand can substitute magic metal, and manipulation is effortlessly easy without any pressure. For him, the only difficulty lies in getting close to the moon well. The moon well being the night elf's most crucial asset, someone is always guarding nearby. Trying to infiltrate stealthily and abscond without alarming anyone is nearly impossible. The more plausible approach is to launch an attack on one of the clans, hoping that the night elves' defensive forces on that side significantly reduce, creating a chance for opportunism. Yet it's still tough, as who knows how many eyes are fixed on that moon well. Duke, a level 1 crystallized mage. Attempting to seize the moon well amidst all these eyes, the difficulty remains exceedingly high. Can't rush things, let's adapt to circumstances. Duke thought, finding no better immediate solution, and could only watch and wait, gathering as much information as possible for an opportune moment. Later, Ted and Shadowcrow also purchased a piece of intelligence, clearly showing interest in moon wells. Una bit her lip, glanced at the other 3, and finally refrained from purchasing. 1 million magic stones are excessively burdensome for her, and she leans more towards being a prowler and assassin, realistically making her chances of acquiring a moon well extremely low. Perhaps in this task, she could leverage her elf bloodline and familiarity with the forest to contribute value. Other areas and pursue benefits differently. Master Ted scanned everyone, speaking sternly. The reconnaissance mission in 3 days' primary goal is environment familiarization, risk assessment, intelligence verification, absolutely not a rash act. Until we have sufficient assurance and meticulous preparation, any direct attempts at the moon wells equate to suicidal acts. I do not wish for the Grey Mouse Squad's lesson to repeat with us. Understood, Duke and Shadowcrow replied. And Una nodded as well. After resting for night in the somewhat simple but heavily fortified explorer camp in Darkmoon Town, the next day, under the summons of Master Ted, the team of 6 gathered at a corner of the camp. In the early morning, the sky was dominated by the moon of Ilustry, emitting a soft violet halo. This light made the forest seem less eerie, instead shrouded in a layer of hazy and mysterious veil. The visibility was much better than when the dark red moon of Shar hung high, but the layers of shadow were consequently more complex and hard to discern. Today's mission is adaptive reconnaissance. The route is along the eastern defense perimeter of Darkmoon Town, advancing about 15 miles towards the Whisper's Grove and then returning. The goal is to familiarize ourselves with the basic environment, verify map annotations, and attempt to track some non-native demon activity signs. Remember, it's reconnaissance, not combat. Unless encountering an active attack and unable to shake it off, avoid any form of conflict, especially contact with Dark Night Elves. Master Ted repeatedly emphasized the mission's focus before departure. The team proceeded in single file out of a small gate on the east side of Darkmoon Town, reserved for personnel passage. The heavy enchanted wooden gate slowly closed behind them, isolating the camp's bustle and artificial light sources. In an instant, the pure pressure and atmosphere belonging to the primal forest of the elf plain came rushing in. The ground beneath was no longer the compacted soil of the camp, but a thick, soft, seemingly alive humus layer. The violet moonlight of Ilustry filtered through the sparse canopy of giant trees above, transforming into slanted beams of faintly violet light dust, illuminating the spores and particulates floating in the air. The visible range was approximately 20 to 30 meters, beyond which dense trunks, hanging vines, and thin fog obscured any further view. The sound environment became extremely peculiar. Absolute silence did not exist, but all sounds were subdued by an invisible force and cloaked in a sticky quality. The rustle of footsteps on thick fallen leaves turned muffled. The chirping of unknown insects reached as if through a veil of water, intermittent and distorted. Even his own breathing and heartbeat, under intense concentrated listening, felt distant and unreal. The forest's vitality became increasingly apparent at Close range. Those faintly glowing mosses covered the bases of giant trees and large rocks, like patches of cold light carpets embedded in darkness. Oddly shaped luminous fungi were more abundant. Some hung like small lanterns on low branches, some adhered like layered colored tiles on decaying wood, and there were large capped mushrooms, with gills pulsing gentle glows, providing unstable but consistent light sources for surrounding areas. The air was humid enough to wring water out of it, mixed with the strong scent of decaying leaves, the earthy reek. Various fungi emitting sweet or peculiar aromas, and an indescribable, serene woody fragrance seemingly coming from the ancient trees themselves. The flow of energy here became almost tangible. Duke could feel that the ubiquitous, leaning toward cold and serene shadow and natural attribute energy particles were not evenly distributed, but flowed like water along certain invisible channels. These channels might be related to the earth veins, tree root systems, especially possibly related to the distant moon wells. The tip of Master Ted's magic wand intermittently glowed, pointing to directions where energy flows were relatively smooth or converging. Guiding the team's progress, Yuna moved silently ahead like a spirit cat. Her sharp ears vibrated at high frequency, emerald eyes glinting with wild radiance under the violet moonlight, continuously scanning behind trunks, between vines, and on the ground for any unnatural traces. Har followed at her rear side, eyes sharp like an eagle, focusing on signs of disturbed fallen leaves on the ground, unusual scrapes on tree bark, and evidence of trampling or damage to those luminous plants. Duke walked in the middle of the team, having taken out a mental core to assist him in recording and analyzing everything around. The subtle changes in light brightness in different areas and the angles of moonlight projection, the slight turns in energy flow, the differences in air scent composition, and the types and distribution patterns of those luminous plants. He noticed that near some giant tree root energy convergence points, the glow of mosses was particularly bright, and even some small translucent ferns grew, their leaves naturally orienting toward the direction of the energy flow. The man named Shadow Raven remained silent, but his body seemed to tense further beneath his gray cloak. With one hand lightly touching the long parcel cradled in his arms, his gaze often lingered in those areas where light and shadow transition was most indistinct, and those dark gaps formed by intertwining branches above. After traveling about 3 to 4 miles, subtle changes began to appear in the surroundings. Trees were taller and denser, with canopies nearly completely obscuring the sky, allowing only sporadic light points to pass through tiny gaps, making internal forest lighting chiefly reliant on those self-illuminating plants, appearing even darker and more enigmatic. The roots entwining the ground were thicker and more menacing, like slumbering black dragons. The air was more humid and oppressive. The sweet floral scent grew richer, seemingly accompanied by a faintly menacing reek. Duke and others progressed while familiarizing themselves with the surroundings, with reconnaissance and detection work continuing for approximately 6 hours. Since there was no sunrise or sunset here, there was no obligation to return to Darkmoon Town before sunset. On the elf plane, one only needed to pay attention to the energy tide patterns of the 3 moons. Energy tides were a unique phenomenon of the elf plane, formed by the 3 moons orbiting along their own mysterious trajectories. Their inherently different moon power interacting with the plane's earth veins and energy. But these were just information gathered from exploration, with more detailed reasons yet to be deeply studied and investigated. The day and night here were not determined by the sun, but were divided into different moon phases based on which of the 3 moons' glow dominated the sky. During each phase, the overall energy inclination, demon activity level, and even plant statuses would undergo subtle yet notable changes. When the silver-white Shurn moon hung high, its cold, sharp light occupied the dominant position. The period was called the silver moon phase. At this time, the shadows within the forest were dispelled to the greatest extent, visibility was widest, but the light was most incisive, with certain purification and penetrative properties. During this period, energy particles inclined toward moonlight, and the light attribute were exceptionally active. Shadow creatures and beings relying on shadows would instinctively hibernate or reduce activities. But certain moonlight-based demons and moon priests among dark night elves would become more powerful. This is a relatively safe period, most suitable for long-distance reconnaissance or advancing directly. It is worth mentioning that the moonlight attribute is a unique attribute of the elf plane, and the free energy particles of the moonlight system are entirely different from the common free energy particles of other systems. These special free energy particles are likely derived from the 3 bright moons in the sky, a unique product of this plane. Currently, wizards have not yet developed corresponding moonlight system magic, but there are a large number of casters proficient in moonlight system magic among the dark elves. When the pale purple moon of Ilustri becomes the protagonist of the sky, the environment will, like what Duke and the others are experiencing at the moment, be shrouded in a hazy, mysterious, and slightly soothing purple halo. Natural energy is most active and friendly during this period, plant growth accelerates, the healing effect is slightly enhanced, and illusion and spiritual interference abilities may be strengthened. However, when the dark red blood-like moon of Shar rises, entering the dark moon phase, the forest falls into the deepest and most dangerous darkness. The light of Shar not only fails to illuminate, but instead absorbs and distorts light, making shadows denser and borders blurred, with a strong corrosive attribute. Shadow energy reaches its peak. The abilities of shadow chanters among the dark elves increase greatly, various stealth, assassination, and shadow magic effects are exceptional, and many dangerous nocturnal demons also become unusually active and ferocious. This is the most dangerous period, least suitable for going out, unless there is a special purpose or strong backing. In addition to the dominant moon alternation, there is also a more complex phenomenon of tidal overlap. When 2 or even 3 moons appear in the sky simultaneously and are in specific relative positions to each other, their energies converge, clash, or resonate, triggering more intense and extensive energy tides. During such times, local areas may experience violent energy, drastic climate changes, such as moonlight rainstorms, shadow storms, large-scale demon disturbances, or even extreme situations like moon well energy leakage. Experienced explorers must learn to observe the moon's trajectory and predict tidal changes to plan their actions accordingly. Duke and the others entered the forest during the purple moon period dominated by the moon of Ilustri. This was also the reason Master Ted chose to set out at this time a relatively good view, a relatively mild energy environment, suitable for initial reconnaissance. As time passed, Duke could clearly feel the purple halo of Ilustri in the sky gradually dimming and thinning, while a deep, oppressive dark red like ink began to seep in from the horizon and the higher tree canopy gaps. The naturally active and friendly energy particles in the air started to mix with more and more cold, obscure shadow energy that seemed to absorb light and warmth. The surrounding luminous plants also seemed to sense the change, their glow becoming unstable, some flickering on and off, while others turned to a darker hue. The moon of Shar is rising, Master Ted halted, looking up through the branches and leaves for a moment, his tone heavy. The purple moon period is about to end, we should turn back. During the energy tidal transition, the environment will become unstable, and shadow creatures and dark elves will begin to become active. Everyone nodded and began to follow the predetermined route and map marks, heading back in the direction of Dark Moon Town. The return journey required more vigilance, because the safe path during the approach might not remain secure during the tidal transition. Just as they turned and advanced less than a mile, passing through an area where ferns grew exceptionally densely, and the ground moss flickered with unstable green light, Duke, in the middle of the team, subtly frowned. He already possessed an extremely strong shadow perception ability, and especially after learning that dark elves excel in stealth within the shadow space, he maintained high alert for the shadow space. In his perception, the already dense shadow energy around them seemed to exhibit extremely subtle, regular pulsations. It was not the rhythm of natural energy flow, but more like breathing or, rather, near-perfect energy ripples caused when some existence moved in the shadow layer. They did not originate from one direction, but rather spread like a net, silently closing in on them with astonishing synchrony and stealth from the front and both flanks. The opposition was very adept at utilizing the increasing shadow energy tide as cover. Their stealth was so exquisite that it seemed natural, akin to the instincts of shadow creatures. Such stealth ability, even if wizards had some ordinary shadow space detection means, would be difficult to timely detect. If it weren't for Duke's extraordinary dual shadow perception, the team might not have realized until the moment the attack commenced. "Hold on." Duke lowered his voice, his tone carrying undeniable caution. "Something's approaching in the shadows, many, from 3 directions. Their stealth ability is extremely strong and closing in. Just as his words fell, Una at the front and Hal responsible for side vigilance almost simultaneously froze. Evidently, after Duke's prompt, they too, leveraging their rich experience and elf bloodline, detected that barely noticeable intent to kill and energy disturbance, blending seamlessly into the environment. Master Ted's face instantly became grave, magic power fluctuated on his body, poised for action. Everyone understood what Duke's words implied. In such a place, possessing such exquisite shadow stealth ability, it could only be the Dark Elves, and it was highly likely a complete, well-coordinated hunting or reconnaissance team. The forest seemed to fall into complete stillness at that moment. Even the glow of the luminous plants seemed to dim slightly. The cold aura converging from all directions, like an invisible rope, slowly tightened. Just as Duke raised the alarm and the team's nerves suddenly tensed, the attack descended without any warning. There were no shouts, no prelude of magic chanting. Not even violent energy fluctuations were suppressed to a minimum. All there was the sudden, cold, and deadly moonlight that lit up from all directions. On the left side, behind a giant fluorescent mushroom about 15 meters away from Una and Hal, 2 silver-white light balls shot out without any forewarning. These light balls were not explosive attacks like the fireball technique, but rather like 2 liquid moons compressed to the extreme, their flight paths unpredictable, carrying a strong purifying and penetrating aura, each attacking Una and Hal, a common offensive magic of the moonlight system known as lunar beam. Meanwhile, from a right side tree canopy unusually dense, with dangling luminous aerial roots, 2 slender figures seemingly weightless floated down. As their figures detached from the cover of shadows, under the faint purple moonlight of illustree and the eerie glow of surrounding luminous plants, their appearances became clearer. What appeared before us were night elves, their physique similar to human females, even more slender and elegant, yet the details showed distinct racial traits. Their skin was not human-colored, but a cold white akin to fine moonstone, delicate to the point of being nearly transparent, with faint purple veins visible beneath. Their faces were as exquisite as works meticulously carved by a master artist, with perfectly proportioned features, lines that were soft yet retained a sense of depth, and pointed ears peeking out from the cascading silver-white long hair. Their eyes were pure light purple, like the purest illustree moonlight, condensed, deep, tranquil, yet lacking the emotional warmth of humans, containing only an aloof and ancient essence that belongs to the forest and moonlit night. They were dressed in robes woven from some kind of deep purple vines that seemed to be growing slowly and peculiar leaves that glowed faintly, with robe corners moving automatically without wind, faintly resonating with the ambient energy around. This moment, the 2 perfectly beautiful but icy as the moon elf priests were holding not bows or swords, but 2 short staffs embedded with small crescent-shaped crystals at the top. As the short staff swung, a light purple, aurora-like flowing veil unfolded silently, rapidly spreading toward the location where Master Ted and Elvin stood. The veil appeared gentle, yet carried a strong spiritual power and energy delay effect. It was the silent moon veil of Illustree's lineage, aimed at disrupting the caster's mental focus and magic operation. Night elves also had some understanding of wizards, knowing that wizards were also incredibly powerful casters, hence they acted first, trying to hinder Ted and others from casting spells. Right in front, where Duke sensed the true main force of the night elf squad, there stood a tall male night elf with a clear level 2 aura, holding a spear emanating silver-white brilliance, stepping out like a moonlit god of war from a clump of violently twisting shadows. His gaze cold as frost, directly locked onto Master Ted in the group. Beside him, another female night elf with a slightly smaller stature, but as agile as the wind, held a beautifully curved moon blade in each hand, her gaze sweeping like a snake toward Duke and Shadow Raven in the group's rear. 6 night elves, 3 in each group, launched a synchronized targeted attack. The 2 on the left used moonlight bullets to suppress. The 2 priests on the right released interfering moon veils to constrain the main casters, while the warriors and assassins up front headed straight for the core and most threatening targets. Defend. Handle it yourselves. Master Ted's stern shout exploded in the spiritual link. The tip of his magic wand suddenly erupted with dazzling incandescent light like a miniature sun, dispelling the creeping light purple silent moon veil, while a condensed energy ray shot towards the level 2 elf warrior at the front, attempting to thwart his charging momentum. Yuna displayed incredible flexibility and speed, sliding close to the ground to narrowly avoid the moonlight bullet shot at her. As the light orb grazed her leather armor, striking the tree trunk at the rear, silently melting out a deep pit with smooth edges. Hal was much more embarrassed, hastily throwing a small metal round shield, colliding with the moonlight bullet. Bursting into glaring white light, the shield surface instantly became pitted and uneven, its luster dimmed, and Hal himself was also staggered by the explosion's blast. Elvin busily applied auxiliary spells of mind clarity and resistance enhancement to himself and Master Ted, trying to resist the influence of the silent moon veil, his face pale. He knew very clearly who was the core figure in the group. As long as Ted was still around, there was hope for resistance. Once Ted was targeted group fire and taken out, the remaining ones, including him, would find it hard to escape. At least that's what he believed. Elvin had directly confronted with night elves and knew their strength should not be underestimated. Duke and Shadow Raven faced the agile female elf assassin wielding dual moon blades in front, along with another elf mage quietly emerging from the shadows behind, holding a slender moonlight wand. This mage was clearly the main force dealing with Duke and Shadow Raven. As soon as she appeared, a light tap on the wand sent two silver-white light rings swiftly wrapping towards Duke and Shadow Raven. These rings were not physical, but carried a strong binding, an energy-restraining effect. It was the moon shackles of the Moonlight series of control spells, aimed at limiting targets' actions and casting ability. And that female assassin, at the moment the moon shackles were cast, her figure turned into a blurry afterimage, blades crossed, bringing two chilling crescent blade lights, twisting towards Duke's neck and abdomen like scissors. Her attack was cunningly fierce and extremely fast, clearly taking the chance moment Duke was affected by the control spell to launch a fatal strike. Facing this coordinated and deadly double blow, Shadow Raven's reaction was unexpectedly swift. The long strip package in his arms had disappeared unnoticed, his whole person retreating rapidly as if swallowed by shadows, narrowly avoiding the moon shackles aimed at him, meanwhile sliding out a pitch-black, non-reflective dagger from his sleeve, precisely blocking one of the moon blades aimed at Duke with a crisp ding, sparks flying. Yet he was forced continuously backward by the aftermath of the other moon blade, evidently struggling alone. All the pressure instantly focused on Duke, seemingly locked by the moon shackles and with the assassin closing in. The elf female mage's eyes flashed with a hint of cold triumph. She was very confident in her moon shackles, believing that a wizard of the same level couldn't break free instantaneously, and the companion's moon blades was sufficient to take the opponent's life in that struggle moment. However, just as the silver-white rings were about to touch Duke's body, the air around Duke slightly vibrated. No chanting, no apparent spellcasting movements, even no intense energy burst. Only the ground paved with luminous moss and fallen. Leaves beneath his feet seemed to be brushed by an invisible hand, an extremely fine, almost imperceptible dark gold dust silently spread out, instantly covering a 2-meter area around him. The two silver-white glowing moon shackles rings, upon contacting this dark gold dust field, unexpectedly sounded softly like ice and snow meeting a red-hot iron, their light visibly dimming, dissipating. Not broken by brute force, but the moonlight energy forming the rings seemed to be silently absorbed or neutralized by that strange dust. What? The triumph on the elf female mage's face froze instantly. She hadn't expected this human wizard before her to react so quickly, his spellcasting speed also so fast. Under normal circumstances, there is a process involved in casting a spell, but the yellow sand floating around Duke seemed to appear suddenly, without any energy fluctuations being sensed. The speed at which this sand appeared was incredibly fast, almost eerie. The elf sorceress was sure that her magic had hit its mark perfectly, but to her surprise, it was blocked by this suddenly appearing sand. They had some knowledge about wizards, but not much, and were unaware of the existence of talent magic. The shackles of the moon enveloped Duke's metallic yellow sand without causing a ripple. This control type level 1 magic had inherently low energy intensity, serving more as a tool for control. At this moment, the lethal twin blades of the female assassin slashed forth. What met her was neither flesh and blood, nor a hastily formed energy shield. Duke didn't even move his feet. He simply raised his right hand calmly, fingers splayed, and made a gentle grip toward the two cold moon arcs slashing toward him. The dark gold sand around him suddenly went wild, countless fine metallic sand grains, converging, stacking, and condensing like a swarm of bees with life and will, moving faster than the eye could catch. In an instant, less than half a meter in front of Duke, a dense sand shield with irregular edges, about half a foot thick, flowed with a dark gold hue and subtly patterned with sand vortexes, materialized out of thin air. The surface of the shield was not flat, but had a natural arc capable of deflecting attacks. Two ear-piercing metallic crashes erupted. The female assassin felt as if her blades weren't slicing into sand, but striking a mountain forged from refined steel. The strong recoil left her arms numb, the tiger's mouth cracked, the moonlight energy attached to the moon blades absorbed completely by the sand shield, not leaving even a trace of ripples. And that sand shield, aside from the slight movement of surface sand grains, remained utterly unmoved, without even a white scratch left behind. This ordinary physical attack had even less effect on the metallic yellow sand. Unless Duke used the sword Kai from the Cyan Sun Sword, it wouldn't shake such a defense level of metallic sand. This is impossible. The female assassin was in utter shock. Failing to hit, she showed no hesitation to retreat, flitting back like a startled swift, while casting several poisoned darts to disrupt any possible pursuit by Duke. But Duke's gaze had already shifted past her, towards the elf sorceress who, stunned briefly due to her broken magic, stood at the back. His eyes were calm and indifferent, yet contained an icy coldness that sent a shiver down the elf sorceress's very soul. His raised fingers did not retract, but instead made a seemingly casual swipe towards her position. The next moment, the soft humus beneath the elf sorceress's feet burst open violently. Countless dark golden metallic sand grains surged forth like a fountain, instantly transforming into dozens of incredibly agile, razor-sharp sand tendrils, winding and piercing towards her from all directions. The elf sorceress turned pale, hastily erecting a fragile moonlight shield while retreating rapidly, trying to escape the range of the sand tendrils. However, the speed and coverage of those sand tendrils far exceeded her expectations, and it seemed inevitable she would be engulfed. At this critical moment, the level 2 elf warrior, just engaging in a fierce fight with the golem-like creature summoned by Ted, suddenly twisted his head, a bright silver light in his eyes releasing a short whistle. The moonlit spear in his hand flew out, not attacking the golem or Ted, but cutting a graceful arc through the air, spanning tens of meters, fiercely stabbing into the mass of dark metal sand about to engulf the sorceress, carrying fierce and unmatched moonlight energy. The moonlit spear clashed violently with the cluster of sand tendrils, exploding into an energy storm mixing silver white and dark gold, sending the elf sorceress flying out in a disheveled state. Though she suffered some shock injuries, she narrowly avoided being crushed and strangled by the sand tendrils. The level 2 elf warrior caught the returning spear, his face dark as water, staring deadly at Duke, particularly at the slowly flowing dark gold dust at Duke's feet, and the sand shield floating in mid-air, slowly dissipating, his eyes filled with gravity and murderous intent. This seemingly young level 1 human wizard displayed bizarre methods, formidable defense, and swift reactions, entirely beyond their expectations. The strange, moonlight energy absorbing extremely hard metallic sand grains were an odd ability they hadn't encountered before. Just as the level 2 elf warrior threw the moonlit spear with all his might, crushing the sand tendrils to save the sorceress, while the spear spiraled back into his hand in the blink of an eye. The warrior's eyes flashed with fierceness. Saving his companion was merely a feint. His true intention exploded in the instant the spear was in hand, old force just fading as new force surged. He twisted the wrist, holding the spear at an improbable angle, muscles bulging across his body. The returning moonlit spear didn't stop, but leveraging its return force, propelled itself faster, more intense. Craftily by several times, becoming a silver-white lightning tearing through the air, no longer an arc but a straight, fatal thrust aimed directly at Duke's throat, filled with his entire essence and level 2 moonlight energy. This attack was without warning, faster than most could react. The moonlight gathered on the spear was no longer cold, but as blazing as molten silver, carrying decisive lethal intent to pierce through anything. Before the spear had arrived, its fierce sharpness already made the hair on Duke's neck stand on end. The elf warrior's face even bore a cold and resolute arc. For him, despite Duke's defenses being strange, he remained a frail caster, and having just cast a spell was in a casting break. This coup de grace imbued with his entire strength and well-laid plan was enough to take his life before he could react. Yet, Duke's eyes never showed a trace of panic. Confronting this assault, which would instantly kill most level 1 mages, he didn't even try to move or dodge. He simply withdrew his finger, lazily pointing towards the sorceress, and let it hover lightly before his chest, as if brushing off invisible dust. Silent thought transmitted through the mysterious stone slab connection. In the next instant, a strange sight emerged. Before, beside, and even behind Duke, 3 whirling vortices of dark gold sand exploded simultaneously from the humus layer and the air. These vortices seemed to grow directly out of the void, or as if the sand grains lurking in the environment had suddenly been granted life and form. The sandstorm vortex spun rapidly, condensing and forming, emitting a deep and dense metallic friction sound. In an instant, 3 tall, heavy figures, their bodies shimmering with a dark metallic luster, surrounded Duke like the most loyal guardians. They were nearly 3 meters tall, with outlines similar to humans but bulkier, featuring intricate layered joints and eye sockets burning with cold dark gold flames on their heads. Though they hadn't formed weapons yet, their massive fists made of countless compressed metal sand grains were terrifying heavy blunt weapons in themselves. The sand servant at the front, facing the direction of the incoming spear, reacted with astonishing speed. It seemed to have a premonition of danger, and the moment it took shape, it lowered its center of gravity and boldly thrust its crossed arms forward. The enormous dark gold arms, like 2 tower shields brought together, blocked the inevitable path of the moonlight spear. Crash 10 times more intense than any previous collisions exploded in the forest. The intense silvery moonlight fiercely clashed, annihilated, and splattered with the dark, heavy metallic sandlight, creating a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward, blowing away and shattering all the fallen leaves, moss, and small shrubs within 10 meters. The tip of the moonlight spear plunged deeply into the crossed arms of the sand servant, embedding nearly half a foot. The violent moonlight energy attached to the spear frantically eroded, trying to tear apart the sand body, producing an ear-piercing sizzling sound as the silver and dark gold lights fiercely intertwined. However, the body of the sand servant, formed by highly compressed metallic yellow sand, was far tougher than expected. Strangely, the sand particles around the part penetrated by the spear wriggled, compressed, and devoured the invading moonlight energy crazily. The dark gold light continuously flowed, steadily digesting the intense moonlight. The massive body of the sand servant was pushed back over 5 meters by the terrifying impact, plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground, with noticeable dents and cracks appearing at the crossed arms, sand grains cascading down. The dark gold flame in its eye sockets just flickered violently, not extinguishing. It stood like an insurmountable metallic wall, firmly protecting Duke behind it. What? This time, the startled shout came from the level 2 elf warrior. His once determined face now fully transformed into shock and incredulity. He was, after all, a level 2 life, and even a casual strike shouldn't have been stopped by a summon from a level 1 human wizard. Moreover, this level 2 elf warrior's strike was deliberate. Its power shouldn't have been something an ordinary level 1 life could withstand. Yet these 3 enormous, bizarre yellow sand summons managed to block his strike, completely beyond his expectations. Duke's eyes lit up, as he had summoned the sand servant with testing intentions to block this attack. Outperforming his expectations, the body of the sand servant itself, composed of metallic yellow sand, was extremely strong. Coupled with its energy absorption feature, it could absorb the energy contained in enemy attacks, further enhancing its defensive capabilities. Moreover, with the empowerment of the giant ancient stone tablet's power, the sand servant's strength reached another level. This sand servant was nearly invincible among level 1 lives, at least defensively, making it hard for any level 1 life to pose a threat to it. The Qingyang defense energy art Duke mastered was quite unconventional, though triggered by energy. The resulting sword Kai behaved like a physical attack, as if a truly sharp giant sword slashed through. Now it seemed that even against attacks from level 2 lives, the sand servant had formidable defensive capabilities. Common tactics of level 2 lives couldn't pose much threat to it, exceeding Duke's prior estimations. What are these 3 suddenly appearing? Mysterious metallic giants. Summons, puppets. Why are there no indications of summoning or activation? Where did they come from? How can they be so sturdy, able to withstand his long-prepared full-force strike without collapsing. This completely overturned the level 2 elf warrior's understanding of human wizard spell casting methods and combat rhythm. As he was mentally shaken, Master Ted, who had been responding steadily without making a full attack, suddenly had his eyes filled with determination. He had been waiting for this moment, waiting for their strongest point to show a flaw or become restrained. Master Ted always appeared to be contending with Silent Moonstorm while guarding against other directions, but most of his focus was locked onto this most threatening level 2 warrior. At this moment, he decisively launched a long-prepared counterattack. He slapped an inconspicuous pouch on his waist with his left hand, launching 3 streaks of black light at a speed difficult for the naked eye to discern, not at the elf warrior's body, but in a triangular pattern toward the ground beneath him and by his side. These were 3 fist-sized metal orbs, their surfaces covered with intricate alchemical patterns that exploded upon contact with the ground. Massive gouts of viscous, dark green luminous gel burst forth like a volcanic eruption, covering a 7 to 8 meter radius around the elf warrior. This gel emitted a pungent stench of corrosion, possessing strong adhesion, corrosive properties, and neuroparalytic toxins. The elf warrior reacted swiftly, attempting to retreat the moment the black light shot out. Yet Master Ted's attack angle was extremely cunning, sealing his most convenient evasion route. Although he unleashed silvery moonlight fighting spirit around him, forcibly shaking off most of the gel. Some splattered gel still touched his shoes and pants. His high-grade leather armor and enchanted boots immediately emitted sounds of corrosion, with a numbing sensation quickly spreading upward through his legs. This was no ordinary toxin, holding significant threat even to a level 2 life. Damn it! The elf warrior, both startled and enraged, retreated rapidly while slashing off the contaminated pant leg, circulating the moonlight energy within to dispel the paralyzing toxin. Taking this opportunity, Duke slightly moved his heart thought, and the flames in the eye sockets of the 3 sand servants flashed simultaneously. The frontal sand servant twisted its arms forcefully, with a crisp snap, breaking the moonlight spear, which had lost its owner's continuous energy infusion, right at the cross-section. Half of the spear shaft fell to the ground, its radiance quickly dimming. The other 2 sand servants strode forward heavily, making deep thuds like 2 moving hills, pressing in from left and right towards the remaining dark elves, who appeared flustered due to their leader's setback. They displayed no flashy skills, but their silent, metallic friction-laden steps and the dark luster on their fists brought unparalleled pressure. Duke's gaze was cold and unwavering. While Master Ted was holding off the level 2 elf warrior, Duke's heart thought moved again. His magic power and spiritual power surged more fiercely through the spell model of Sand Servant, resonating with the stone tablet in the light god court, accompanied by a deep, continuous metallic hum, as if from the depths of the earth, the air within a 10-meter radius around Duke began to subtly distort. The humus layer churned violently, and the faint light spores and dust floating in the forest were pushed aside by an invisible force. 8 massive, spinning whirlwinds of dark metallic sand erupted almost simultaneously around him from 8 different directions. The whirlwinds ravenously devoured the free-floating earth elements and faint shadow energy in the air, the clanging sound of metal echoing continuously, as if thousands of troops were forging armor in the void. In the blink of an eye, 8 sand servants of colossal size, larger than the previous 3, nearly 3.5 meters tall, with a deep dark golden luster flowing over their bodies and clearer, intricate details, descended like metal gods birthed from the earth. As soon as they formed, the dark golden flames burning in their eye sockets uniformly fixed on the dark elves, the icy metallic aura of lethality swept forth, seeming to lower the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Duke's thoughts shifted again, delicately manipulating his spiritual power. The newly emerged 8 sand servants, along with the previous 3, simultaneously raised their giant hands composed of metallic sand grains, distorting the air above their palms. Countless more finely textured, sharp metallic sand grains separated, converged, and shaped from their bodies. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp, rhythmic metallic clashes rang out. Knives, swords, axes, hammers, spears, shields. Various types of heavy weaponry formed from highly compressed pure metallic yellow sand rapidly took shape in the hands of the sand servants. Though their designs were ancient and lines rugged, Every edge and point flowed with a chilling dark glow, their weight and durability far exceeding ordinary steel. Some sand servants even formed thick tower shields in their left hands, while their right hands held exaggerated warhammers or long-handled war axes. 11 dark gold giants, armed to the teeth and silent like mountains, encircled Duke in the center, forming a despair-inducing metallic defense line, more so a heavy assault legion ready to charge terrifyingly at any moment. How is this possible? The level 2 elf warrior, having just dispelled the paralysis poison in his legs, was preparing to regroup with shock and anger but froze on seeing this scene, his pupils contracting sharply, showing disbelief and even a trace of horror for the first time. Summoning and arming 11 bizarre golems of this caliber at once. How immense must the magic power and spiritual power be to support this? What sort of monster is this level 1 mage really? Not only him, the other dark elves were entirely frantic. Moonlight continuous shells. The 2 moonlight shooters on the left, the 2 natural priests on the right. The female mage and female assassin who had just caught their breath, almost simultaneously unleashed their best offensive spells toward the advancing sand servants in an attempt to stall their advance. In an instant, silver-white moonlight ray shells rained down like a storm, pale green living thorns broke through the earth to entangle, pitch-black shadow arrows silently pierced. Yet the outcome chilled the hearts of all the dark elves. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The moonlight shells struck the heavy torsos or shields of the sand servants like raindrops. Onto the desert, splashing only faint silver-white light specks that were silently absorbed and dissolved by the dark golden sandy bodies, unable to leave even a dent. The moonlight energy seemed to become a supplement to these metallic sand grains. The living thorns coiled around, attempting to tighten and pierce. But the sand servants barely struggled, and those tough vines capable of grinding rocks fractured inch by inch, their snapped ends smooth as a mirror, as if cut instantly by the sharpest blade. The hardness and strength of the sand shells far exceeded the limits of plant bindings. Shadow arrows hit, attempting to corrode with shadow energy. Yet the dark gold luster on the sand servants slightly flowed, the shadow energy neutralized and dispersed as though encountering a nemesis, unable to corrode even the outermost sand grains. Metallic yellow sand itself has an extremely high resistance to energy attacks, not to mention the mysterious power of the stone tablet enhancing it. Spells were ineffective, nearly magic immunity. The 11 sand servants, enduring the futile spell bombardment from the dark elves, advanced relentlessly with unified heavy steps, thumping ahead. Their sand weapons shimmered coldly, bringing an unparalleled sense of death's pressure in their silent advance. Especially the few holding giant shields, like moving walls, completely blocking the sight and attack angles of the dark elf casters in the rear rows. Retreat. Retreat immediately. The level 2 elf warrior recognized they had hit an iron wall today. These bizarre metal golems entirely counteracted most of their team's techniques, and the human mage who summoned them harbored unfathomable depths. Further entanglement would only increase casualties, yielding no gain. He emitted a sharp, urgent whistle, the highest-level retreat order. Simultaneously, an unprecedented fierce moonlight fighting spirit erupted from him, making him resemble a burning silver torch, temporarily repelling the residual corrosive glue beneath his feet and several disruptive rays fired by Master Ted. He forcibly turned, preparing to rush toward the nearest natural priest to evacuate together. Master Ted snorted coldly, slamming the measuring rod magic wand heavily onto the ground. The ground quaked violently, soil churned, and a cumbersome golem made entirely of dark brown rock and unknown metal components, reaching 4 meters tall, with its joints flashing with rune light, emerged from the earth before Master Ted. Though the golem's movements appeared slightly slow, its strength was astonishing, its defense terrifying. It appeared reaching out a fan-like rock hand with a dull wind sound, slapping forcefully to capture the elf warrior attempting a breakout. The elf warrior was shocked and angered, forced into battle with the difficult rocky iron golem, unable to extricate for the moment. Meanwhile, the metal flood formed by the sand servants ruthlessly crashed into the chaotic formation of the dark elves. Agonized screams erupted abruptly. A moonlight shooter attempted to leap back and shoot, but was precisely pierced in the thigh by a sand-short spear thrown by a sand servant, nailing him to a tree. Vine shield raised by a natural priest was effortlessly cleaved by a sand giant axe, followed by the frontal strike of a giant shield from another sand servant, sending him flying with blood from the mouth, crashing onto tree roots, fainting. The female assassin moved nimbly, attempting to maneuver with her speed. However, several sand servants formed a simple encirclement, their heavy attacks sealing off all avenues of evasion. She barely parried a few heavy blows, her arms fracturing, before being struck in the waist and abdomen by a sweeping sand hammer, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The female mage fared even worse. Without the protection of the warrior and the cover of her companions, her hastily conjured moonlight shield shattered like paper under the assault of the sand servants. A sand servant grabbed her with its gigantic hand as if she were a mere chick, leaving her unable to move. Only one night elf on the left and a natural priest on the right. Acting swiftly upon hearing the leader's whistle, and as the sand servants began their encirclement, dashed desperately in different directions, using the shadows of the forest and the complex terrain to flee the battlefield. In less than a minute, out of the 6 night elves in the assault team, 2 were dead, 2 captured, and 2 escaped. Only their leader, the level 2 elf warrior, remained, struggling under the combined assault of Master Ted's iron golem and the interference of Yuna and Hal. The elf warrior's eyes were filled with grief and despair, knowing the situation was hopeless. If this continued, he would inevitably die once those terrifying metal golems finished with his comrades and encircled him. He let out an indignant roar, fiercely biting through his tongue and spraying blood infused with his essence moonlight on his fists. In an instant, his arms gleamed with silver light, his strength surging as he struck the iron golem's chest with a series of punches, forcing it to stagger back with cracks appearing on its stone chest. Taking this opportunity, his entire body flickered with intense moonlight, transforming into a twisted silver streamer. Instead of fleeing in a straight line, he took a bizarre zigzag trajectory, plunging into the densest shadows of a nearby bush, where he disappeared. Even Master Ted's tracking magic lost its target. The battle abruptly ceased. The forest returned to its thick silence, with only the lingering sense of blood char and residual elemental energy stirring the memory of the fierce clash that just occurred. Duke slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his face visibly paling and beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. His body swayed slightly, seeming unsteady. With a thought, the 11 sand servants, emanating a powerful oppressive presence, and their weapons crumbled swiftly like weathered stone, reverting to countless dark golden grains of sand that silently merged back into the slightly undulating sandfield beneath Duke's feet, vanishing entirely as if they had never existed. Throughout the process, Duke appeared strained and exerted, even panting slightly. "Duke, are you okay?" Yuna's concern was the first to reach him, her eyes filled with surprise and admiration, but also a hint of understanding. Summoning and controlling such formidable golems on a vast and intense scale surely required immense effort. Ivan's face was full of fear and relief as he looked at Duke as if he were a monster. "Brother Duke, you're way too strong. Those sand giants are incredible, but looking at you, it must have taken a lot out of you." Hal wiped the blood off his face, casting a complex glance at Duke, then at the corpses and captives of the night elves, saying nothing but was evidently shocked by the trump card Duke displayed. The shadow raven remained silent, merely retrieving his pitch-black dagger and letting his gaze linger briefly on Duke's somewhat weary face before looking away. Master Ted, controlling the slightly damaged iron golem, returned. After cautiously inspecting the surroundings and confirming no other ambushes, he looked at Duke. On his usually stern and serious face, a rare hint of approval and gravity appeared. "Well done, Duke. Those summons of yours, they're very unique and powerful. Achieving victory from defeat this time is largely thanks to you. However, summoning on such a scale must have taxed you heavily. Rest and recover your magic power." Everyone immediately sprang into action. Duke weakly nodded, stepped aside, took out a magic potion, and began restoring his magic power while remaining secretly vigilant of the surroundings. In reality, his spiritual power and magic power weren't as depleted as they appeared, but feigning weakness was necessary, especially among these temporary allies. Even the strength he displayed was enough to impose a certain level of deterrence on others, sparing him from some troubles. However, Duke portrayed a suitable amount of weakness, making his strength appear formidable, yet not overly monstrous. The dark red glow of Shar's moon shone coldly through the gaps in the branches onto the ravaged battlefield. Reflecting on Duke's seemingly tired profile, the battle ended swiftly and brutally, and under Master Ted's command, they immediately began cleaning up the battlefield. The bodies of the two deceased night elves were carefully retrieved from the trees, and the natural priest's body was dragged back from the roots. Their equipment elegantly crafted moonlight shortbows, priest staves inset with crescent crystals, and some small bottles of what seemed to be concentrated moon well essence and magic materials they carried were quickly stripped away. The corpses themselves also held research value, especially regarding the body structure of night elves and their adaptation to moonlight energy. The two captives, the heavily injured and unconscious female mage and the female assassin knocked out, were tightly bound by Yuna and Hal with specially made, paralyzing potion-soaked sinew ropes and gagged with cloth. Master Ted urged, "Quickly leave. The smell of blood and battle fluctuations may attract other things, and Shar's moon will soon dominate completely." Not daring to delay, everyone quickly retreated along the route toward Darkmoon Town. By now, the scene in the sky was entirely different from when they first entered the forest. The soft, pale purple glow of Ilustry had nearly faded away, replaced by a deep, oppressive crimson hue that seemed to swallow all light. Shar's moon, a dark red moon like congealed blood, hanging high in the sky, had become the sole ruler of the heavens. The forest environment subsequently transformed. What were once distinguishable paths and tree trunk outlines under Ilustry's moonlight, now blurred as if shrouded in a thick, dark red veil. The light-emitting plants were the only light source, but under Shar's moonlight, their glow became twisted and bizarre. The silver-white and pale green glowing mosses light, significantly dimmed, flickering weakly like candles in the wind, and their coverage shrunk considerably. The bioluminescent fungi, of various shapes and sizes, turned a deep color, their originally gentle purple and blue hues now tinged with an ominous dark red tone, as if bleeding. Some fungi even stopped glowing, becoming like pitch-black stones. A few plants particularly adapted to shadows became active. Dark red veins emerged on the surface of some vines, pulsating like blood vessels, while some massive man-eating flower-shaped dark plants slowly opened their jagged mouths, releasing a cloying, nauseating fragrance luring potential prey. The visible range shrank dramatically, from the previous 20 to 30 meters, plummeting to less than 10 meters or even shorter. Beyond 10 meters was a thick, seemingly alive darkness that wriggled. It wasn't merely a lack of light, rather. The Shal moon brought a light-absorbing and distortion quality, giving shadows substantive thickness and vitality. Not only was visibility obstructed, but general perception ability was also limited. The range of spiritual power was significantly reduced from normal, unable to extend far, almost halved. This was quite deadly for the wizard, because spiritual power extension was a common method of detection and alert. The shortened range meant the distance at which enemies could be detected early was reduced, becoming more dangerous. The air, originally filled with the scent of vegetation and earth, was now dominated by a stronger odor of damp rot and a faint metallic rust smell. This was the manifestation of the forest's dark side under the influence of Shal Moon's power. The energy environment shifted completely to cold, obscure, and shadow attribute particles were incredibly active. Duke could sense his dark attribute affinity thriving here, but casting spells of other attributes was subtly impeded. The sound environment became more bizarre. The previous tranquility remained, but now was accompanied by many indescribable subtle noises. It was like the rustling of shadows creeping along the ground, the creaking from inside distant trees like bones grinding, and a low-frequency, soul-layer direct humming that unsettles the mind. Known insect calls almost vanished, replaced by more secretive, dangerous creatures becoming active. The humus layer beneath seemed softer and slipperier, as if it could swallow something underneath, ready to drag people into the abyss. Giant tree roots on the surface cast more twisted, ominous shadows under the dark red moonlight, shadows that seemed to have their own life, slowly morphing with the flow of the moonlight, sometimes inducing illusions of movement. "Stay tight. Watch your footing and the shadows on both sides." Master Ted's voice was low, filled with caution. His magic wand emitted a stable milky white halo, not bright, but carrying unique purifying and shadow-banishing effect, barely maintaining a relatively clear space, about 5 to 6 meters in diameter around the team, dispersing sticky shadows and potential shadow energy corrosion. This was the spell he prepared specifically for the Shal period. Yuna's pointed ears were almost perpendicular, straining to catch any abnormal noise, her elf bloodline in this pure dark environment feeling slightly uncomfortable and oppressed. Hal wielded a dagger coated with fluorescent paint in reverse grip, cautiously scanning the swaying tree shadows with its faint blue light. Evan stayed close behind Master Ted, almost sticking to his robe, his spellbook in a half-activated state. The shadow raven remained silent, but his breathing visibly slowed, as if more thoroughly blending into the surrounding darkness, nearly undetectable unless deliberately located. Duke maintained an appearance of overexerted fatigue, while quietly engaging the weak resonance of the blood of the dark within him, sensing the flow of shadow energy around. He discovered that, in this environment, the surface layer of shadow space seemed to become more viscous and energetic, with outlines of weaker shadow creatures faintly appearing, yet seemingly intimidated by the aura emitted by their team, fresh from a bloody battle, not daring to approach closely. The return journey was slower and more arduous compared to the way in due to worsening conditions and the team's deteriorated state. Everyone was on edge, fearing something terrifying might leap from the impenetrable shadows or from behind seemingly alive giant trees. Fortunately, whether due to their swift retreat or the intimidating aftermath sent of their recent battle, they didn't suffer any substantial attacks until the rough yet sturdy outline of the walls of Darkmoon Town and the incongruous blue magic glow from the watchtowers appeared in view. When they crossed the last wooded area and stepped onto the relatively open defense strip, with Darkmoon Town's eastern gate looming ahead, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Open the gate." Explorer Team Ted's unit, returning from reconnaissance mission. Master Ted approached, showing his identity token to the guard on the wall and briefly reporting the skirmish situation. The gate slowly rose with the dull turn of the capstan, man-made light, and the relatively safe aura rushing to greet them. The team filed in, re-entering Darkmoon Town's safe zone, a mix of campfire, sweat, metal, and potion scents. The gate slammed shut behind, temporarily isolating the eerie and dangerous world of the Three Moons and endless dark forest outside. Duke looked back, casting one last glance beyond the high walls. The dark red glow of Shal Moon resembling a beast's single eye, coldly watching over this secluded island outpost established by intruders. His pale face showed little expression, only a barely noticeable dim light flashed deep in his eyes. The body of a dark elf brought back will be delivered to a specific location for research. This time, Duke tested the practical effect of the Sand Servant. It showed strong defense against energy-type attacks. Unless one's power was strong enough, it posed little threat. However, the Sand Servant is rather slow and lacks strong offensive capability. Facing formidable opponents, it can only serve as a constraint, making it difficult to retain an enemy. But for foes who were not strong, especially caster types, the Sand Servant was a nightmare. Regular energy-type attacks were completely ineffective. Even exhausting their energy couldn't pose a threat to the Sand Servant. At the eastern edge of the Darkmoon Forest, on the outskirts of Shadow Song Canyon, deep within the roots of the ancient tree Shadow Sieve, resides the Mist Song clan. Their history is as long as the streams in the forest, and like those streams, often flows quietly. Legend says the ancestors followed the guidance of the first moon well, a shallow well later called the Tear of Mist Song, to take root here. The well's clear water reflects the silver light of Shurn, the purple dreams of Ilustry, and the shadows of Shar nourishing generations of elves. They learn to whisper with the forest, dance with the moonlight, walk in shadows, guarding the well as the well guards them. The clan is small, relying on this level 1 moon well, reaching no more than 2,000 people at its peak. Now, counting the elderly and children, barely 1,000. The well's energy nourishes their bodies, empowers the priests, and makes the warriors' blades glow with moonlight. But the radiation of the level 1 well is limited, preventing the clan from expanding, living instead on their ancestral land, in the cycle of moon phases, hunting, gathering, worshipping, and reproducing in peace. Their leader, named Night Wind, is a silent and resolute warrior. With the immersion of the moon well and a century of time, his strength reached the peak of level 2, becoming the clan's most solid trunk. Night Wind's daughter, called Lelia, her name meaning dewdrop in the moonlight. Lelia, just over 70 years old this year, is the age equivalent to a human girl among the elves' long lifespans. She inherited her from her mother, a priest who died young, her light purple eyes and perception talent, as well as her father Night Wind's straight nose and calm temperament. Her skin is the clan's common moon white color, with long hair like a silver waterfall. sensitive, pointed ears that can hear the rhythm of the sap flowing through trees. Lelia grew up by the Tear of Mist Song, a well located in the village center, partially embraced by the air roots of the oldest shadow scythe ancient tree. The well's mouth is made of glowing moonstones, and even in the darkest month of Shar, the water ripples with a faint, pearl-like glow. She remembers, as a toddler, liking to lie on the cold edge of the well, watching the reflections of the 3 moons change in the water. Remembers her mother's gentle hand, dipping in the well water, dotting her forehead, bestowing the initial blessing. Also remembers her father and the warriors standing silently by the well, drawing courage before departing. Lelia's life is simple yet fulfilling, following the old priest to learn to identify herbs and the courses of stars and moons, practicing stealth and archery with peers in the safe forest. During the peak of Illustri's moon, participating in blessing dances, listening to elders recount the ancient pact between ancestors and the forest on nights when Shorn's moon hangs high. The energy of the moon well is omnipresent like air, nurturing her, endowing her with agility and bright eyes. Naturally attuned to moonlight and shadows, change started a few years ago. Initially, the forest's whispers became agitated, some sensitive animals began to migrate. Then, far in the west, the sky appeared with unfamiliar, murky starlight. It was the magical beacon and artillery of Darkmoon Town. Later still, patrolling warriors brought back strange news. In the forest appeared never-before-seen humans, ugly and greedy, cutting ancient trees, disturbing sacred lands, exuding a scent the forest detested. Peace was shattered. The Mist Song clan was forced to frequently dispatch hunting parties, clearing the overly close invaders' minions like diseased branches. Father Night Wind's face grew more wrinkled. The fire in the council tent often burned until Shorn's moon rose. Lelia felt an invisible pressure, like a vine gradually tightening. The moon well's glow seemed less stable than she remembered. The dark red glow of Shar's moon crept ahead of time across the sky. The old priest looked at the unusually active shadow energy, muttering, an ominous sign. Time slowly flowed in anticipation. The village's defenses quietly strengthened, as every adult elf armed themselves, hidden in tree houses and shadows. Lelia clutched the short staff left by her mother, standing at a high place from where she could see the village entrance, her light purple eyes unblinkingly following the direction where her father and the warriors vanished. The forest lay silent beneath the crimson moon, though in that silence seemed suppressed a storm. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, 2 bedraggled figures staggered through the shadow barrier at the village entrance. It was Moonlight Archer Chen Yi and Natural Priest King Teng from the squad, their faces pale, with scratches and energy burns on their bodies, eyes filled with lingering shock and sorrow. Next, the shadow at the village entrance twisted violently, and a tall yet staggering figure almost fell in. It was Deputy Commander Silver Thorn, this patrol's Level 2 warrior leader. His current appearance was gruesome beyond belief, with moon-white leather armor full of scorch marks and ruptures, exposed skin showing multiple scorched and corroded areas, and most terrifying was his aura. The once stable and majestic moonlight fighting spirit was now chaotic, flickering erratically like a candle in the wind. Silvery blood continuously oozing from his mouth, his complexion deathly pale from excessive blood loss. His hands were empty, his long accompanied war spear nowhere to be seen. What unsettled Lelia even more was the look in his eyes, not simply the anger or pain of defeat, but a deep-rooted fear and bewilderment. Silver Thorn lacked even the strength to walk to the village center. He slumped against an ancient tree, sliding to the ground, his chest heaving dramatically, each breath a rasp like a broken bellows. Chen Yi and King Teng knelt beside him but did not know how to aid, helplessly watching. The village was alarmed. Elves emerged from hiding, gathering around, the air thick with uneasy silence. Even children ceased their cries, hiding behind mothers, eyes wide open watching their once powerful warriors in such a state. At that moment, a steady figure parted the crowd, silently walking to Silver Thorn. It was Leader Night Wind, without armor, just in simple dark green hunting attire, yet standing there, resembling the thickest trunk of the shadow scythe ancient tree, exuding a reassuring and heavy aura. His gaze fell on Silver Thorn, sharp as an eagle, carefully examining his wounds and state, his brow slowly furrowing. Silver Thorn. Night Wind's voice, though not high, silenced all whispers, clearly reaching everyone's ears. What happened? Where are the others? Silver Thorn struggled to lift his head upon seeing the leader. A mix of shame and fear tinged his expression. He opened his mouth, even more blood came out, his voice hoarse and barely discernible. "Lee, dare we attacked those outsiders?" A scouting team intended to strike under Shar's moon, but the opponent was stronger than expected. The description from Silver Thorn, interspersed with labored breaths, rated a chilling scene that made the spine of every listening elf tingle. Eerie metallic sand that could absorb moonlight magic, the silent advancement of a tremendously hard metallic giant that appeared out of nowhere, and a human wizard heavily guarded, seemingly youthful yet unfathomable in methods. Moon blade. Can't break through the defenses, the magic seems to have been devoured. Silverthorn's eyes were somewhat dazed, as if recalling that desperate battle, the golems with rock armor and that sticky substance. "I had to burn my essence to break free. Dew and Thorn didn't make it back. Whisper and Shadow Shuttle were captured." Each name uttered struck the hearts of the elves present like a piece of ice. 6 of the clan's finest hunters and casters, an elite team, 2 dead, 2 captured, and only 3 managed to escape. Even the deputy commander was severely injured. Night Breeze listened quietly, his face showing no change in expression. Only his deep eyes seemed to harbor a gathering storm. When Silverthorn mentioned that he barely escaped by using a forbidden technique, Night Breeze slowly closed his eyes, and after a moment reopened them, filled with a cold determination. He extended his hand, pressing it onto Silverthorn's shoulder, and a pure and gentle moonlight energy slowly infused, stabilizing Silverthorn's precariously collapsing fighting spirit cycle and injuries. "You've done well enough, Silverthorn, rest first." His voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable power. Then he straightened up, his gaze slowly sweeping across each face around him, whether fearful, grief-stricken, or bewildered. Finally, his eyes fell upon his daughter Lyra's pale face, pausing for a moment with a slight nod, seemingly conveying silent comfort and entrustment. "You all heard it." Night Breeze's voice resonated in the stillness above the village. Drowning out the low hum of Shar's moon, the invaders are more cunning and dangerous than we imagined, possessing powers we do not understand. He paused, his voice becoming steadier yet heavier. "Our Mist Song clan has thrived here for hundreds of years, relying on a level 1 tier well. But our strength, like the ripples of the well water, has its boundaries. Facing these well-prepared and unconventional outsiders alone, we will be swept away like autumn leaves." His gaze cast toward the village outskirts, as though piercing through the dense forest to see the other elven settlements farther away. On the outskirts of Shadow Song Valley, there are several small clans living off level 1 wells like a stone root, Night Dew. Muyi, our hunting grounds may overlap, and our moonlit ceremonies may differ, but we all share the blood of the night elves, rely on the moon's blessing, and face the same threat. Night Breeze turned to the eldest hunters and priests in the clan. "Just relying on us, the Mist Song. Even if we unite with nearby clans like Stone Root, Night Dew, Muyi that also rely on level 1 wells, it might hold temporarily, but definitely not for long." Night Breeze's gaze became profound. The intelligence Silverthorn gained at the cost of blood cannot remain with us alone. More powerful clans in the court must be informed of the encroaching threat of these invaders and their bizarre capabilities. He quickly issued orders, showcasing his decisive leadership. "First, dispatch the messenger with utmost speed, bearing my moonlight imprint and Silverthorn's detailed account to the nearest Ashen Blade clan. They possess a level 2 moon well, far more powerful than us, and have always been responsible for patrolling and guarding this region. It's their duty and capability to relay this message faster into the depths of the valley until it reaches the court. Second, also dispatch envoys to connect with Stone Root, Night Dew, and Muyi clans. Invite their leaders or representatives to a meeting at the Three Woods Convergence when the next Illustri's moon rises. We need to discuss how to defend our hunting grounds and sanctuaries collectively, like interwoven thorns, before we receive a response from above." Third, Lyra, assist the old priest in immediately strengthening all the protective and concealment sigil. Round Mist Song's tier and inventory all war supplies. From this moment, the village enters the most concealed defensive state, only going out if necessary. We must hide like shadow snakes under the moss, waiting for the right moment or possible aid. The clear and coherent commands help the slightly panicked elves find their backbone again. Seeking aid upstream, forming alliances laterally, and solidly holding internally, these are the most prudent strategies when facing formidable enemies. Night Breeze finally glanced toward the direction of Darkmoon Town, where the ominous blue glow was particularly glaring against the dark red sky. A storm is gathering, children. But we are not solitary leaves. Where moonlight shines, there are kindred. Even the faintest light, when gathered, can illuminate the darkness and guide the court sword to its destined path. The surface of Miss Song's tear at the moon well rippled violently, as if responding to the leader's words, or perhaps trembling for the impending upheaval that might sweep through the entire Shadow Song Valley. Lyra took a deep breath, gripping her short staff tightly. She not only has to learn to protect, but also understand the bonds between clans and the distant, formidable Order of the Moonlight. Her father's gaze had already set on the broader forest and deeper darkness. She too must let her vision extend beyond the confines of the well's mouth, Darkmoon Town, in the largest stone house in the center of the explorers' camp. This was originally the meeting hall of the garrison officer, now temporarily repurposed into a rudimentary yet fully functional command center for operations. On the rough stone walls hung several large maps crafted from magically tanned animal hides, densely marked with glowing paints of different colors indicating terrain, energy nodes, known night elf clan activity ranges, and the latest reconnaissance intelligence. The air was filled with the scents of tobacco, sweat, a faint sulfur from burning low-grade magic crystals, and a tense, pre-battle restlessness. Over 100 wizards were gathered inside, distinctly divided into several areas. The largest group consisted of independent explorers and wizards hired by small and medium commerce associations, wearing a variety of equipment, standing in small groups, conversing quietly, eyes full of yearning for merit and spoils. On the other side were groups clearly belonging to larger forces, wearing uniform attire or adorned with conspicuous insignia, more disciplined, quietly listening to their leaders' low-voiced instructions. The team assembled by the Star Dome Commerce Association was also present, with Master Ted standing at the front and Duke Una Hal, Ivan and Shadow Raven standing behind him. The meeting was chaired not by military personnel, but by an elder dressed in a deep purple magic robe, the stern face and eyes sharp as knives. He is the frontline commander of the Star Dome Commerce Association in this area, a seasoned level 3 mage, and also one of the initiators and chief coordinators of this joint eradication operation, named Vika. Vika's voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears, overpowering the noise below. Based on cross-verification of multiple intelligence sources and confirmation from the latest reconnaissance operation, his fingers pointed to several areas marked on the map near the east side of Darkmoon Town, arranged in an arc. Within this sector-shaped area less than 50 miles from our front line, 4 dark elf clan settlements have been confirmed to exist. They respectively call themselves Miss Song, Stone Root, Night Dew, and Mu Yi. Each clan is built around a level 1 moon well, not large in scale, with estimated combat personnel ranging from 300 to 500 each, possessing level 2 life as leaders or high-end forces, generally proficient in forest stealth, moonlight, and nature magic. His fingers heavily pointed to the connecting area between the 4 points on the map. The key is that, although these 4 clans might have hunting area conflicts, based on ancient elf traditions and the energy resonance of the moon well, there is certainly a degree of connection and watching out for each other among them. If we concentrate our force to attack one, the other 3 are likely to swiftly aid, or cause trouble in our rear, or even request help from deeper, stronger clans. Vika's gaze swept over the crowd. Hence, the core tactic of our operation this time is synchronized attack, divide, and annihilate. Immediately, an assistant behind him stepped forward, using a slender glowing stick to draw clear arrows and encirclements on the map. We will deploy a total of over 120 official wizard forces, along with 4 Vanguard Slave Creature Legion, totaling over 100,000 cannon fodder units. All forces will be divided into 4 main attack formations, codenamed Anvil, Hammer, Blade, Thorn. Each main attack formation will be temporarily commanded by an experienced level 2 mage, equipped with 25 to 30 level 1 mages and 1 slave legion. Then came more detailed, specific combat plans, all meticulously arranged by Vika. Despite appearances suggesting a significant disparity in strength between both sides, with the force advantage seemingly sufficient to crush these dark elf tribes, the wizards were still very cautious, not underestimating those elf tribes in the slightest. Their aim is to take down these tribes at the lowest cost while capturing those moon wells. The meeting lasted for over an hour, various details repeatedly confirmed. As they left the noisy stone house, the sky over Darkmoon Town remained an eternal night, but the atmosphere had changed dramatically. Teams of slave creatures, each emitting odors and restless aura, began to converge towards their designated assembly points under the coercion of whips and magic, producing uneasy roars and shrieks. The wizards, a hurried pace, checked their equipment, replenished potions, faces mixed with tension, excitement, and a touch of fear for the unknown. Master Ted gathered his team members at their temporary camp in the encampment. In addition to the original team of 6, they were supplemented by a dozen wizards from the Star Dome Commerce Association and other small groups, mostly level 1, with 2 or 3 level 2 mages of stable aura. A total of 27 wizards. They will command a slave legion of 20,000, consisting of ratmen, goblins, and a small number of swamp lizardmen. 7 hours of preparation time passed swiftly. As Shar's moon with its oppressive dark red glow sank into the deepest shadow of the western forest, and the eastern skyline began to reveal a sliver of cold, sharp, silver-white light that seemed to slice through the darkness, the massive war machine of Darkmoon Town roared to life. Thundering yet orderly footsteps, clanging of iron. Slave creatures heavy, murky breathing interspersed with occasional uncontrolled shrieks. Merged into a heart-pounding wave, pouring out from each gate of Darkmoon Town, then sprawling in 4 directions like torrents of blood and steel. The Thorn Group, where Duke was located, commanded by Master Ted, followed the allocated mixed slave legion of 20,000, slowly poured out of the southeastern gate of the town. The sight before them was spectacular, yet filled with nauseating chaos. Under the moonlight, hordes of ratmen gathered, most of them small and hunched, dirty fur, holding coarse iron pieces or bone clubs. Eyes shimmering with greedy and fearful red light in the dim light, emitting squeaky noises. Goblins appeared even smaller and more cunning, clad in tattered scale armor, carrying baskets or makeshift crossbows, darting through the ratmen crowd. Relatively robust, clad in rough scale armor, holding heavy stone axes or bone spears, the swamp lizardmen served as supervisors and minor leaders, maintaining basic order with hoarse shouts and whips. Seeing these slave creature troops, Duke knew they were standard cannon fodder, extremely low cost, designed to deplete the enemy's living forces. There are differences and quality variations among slave creature legions. 20,000 slaves spread out, almost filling the wide defensive belt cleared outside the town, extending all the way to the forest edge. The air was thick with a blend of body odor, excrement, and rusty smell. Most wizards were dispersed at the flanks or rear of the team, surrounded by their guards or followers, maintaining a clear distance from the cannon fodder. Master Ted's team chose not to follow the main force. Deeply. Soon after entering the forest edge, he led Duke, Una, Hale, Ivan, Shadow Raven, and other core team members, along with another 5 Commerce Association hired wizards, quietly detaching from the main team. Their task was not to participate in a direct frontal assault on the Muyi clan, but to execute a more crucial interception mission. Setting up deadly ambush circles on the most likely forest paths connecting Muyi clan to the other 3 clans, intercepting any dark elf attempting to escape or come for aid. Based on intelligence and map analysis, they chose a location named Wind Erosion Gap. It is not a true canyon gap, but formed between 2 massive, hole-riddled rock walls, seemingly eroded by wind and sand for millennia, creating a relatively narrow, sparsely vegetated passage. On one side, the rock wall covered with glowing moss and twisted small trees, the other side, a bottomless crevice, shrouded in pale purple mist. This is one of Muyi clan hunters' must-pass routes. Towards Night Dew clan, relatively treacherous terrain suited for setting ambushes. Away from the clamor of the main battalion. The forest's unique, viscous silence enveloped them once more. At this moment, the silver glow of Shurn's moon was gradually intensifying, dispersing some of the dark red afterglow left by Shar, casting a cold silver-gray tone over the forest. Visibility was much improved, but shadows remained dense, especially in the recesses and cracks of the rock wall. Master Ted swiftly assigned tasks, and the 5 newly joined wizards began setting up triggered magic traps, trip cords, and energy disruption runes at the entrance of the passage, midsection, and atop the rock walls. Una and Hal were dispatched to the farther areas of the forest on both ends of the passage to guard and surveil a larger range of movements. Avon and Shadow Raven were responsible for watching over this temporary campsite and monitoring the status of the traps being triggered. Master Ted himself stayed at the center, ready to respond to any sudden situations. As for Duke, he was assigned a seemingly simple task that required patience and delicate perception. He was responsible for selecting several key positions on the side of the passage, near the misty fissure, to plant tranquility dust. This was an alchemical product which, once spread, could greatly absorb and suppress the transmission of sound and energy vibrations within a certain range, specifically aimed at dealing with those highly skilled in stealth who might try to silently slip past, like dark elf messengers or small squads. The task was simple, and Duke completed it quickly, then began searching for a place to hide himself. He chose a recess in the rock wall, where his view was relatively concealed, but still allowed observation of most of the passage. Time passed slowly in waiting. From the depths of the distant forest, a dull, rolling thunder like rumble could faintly be heard. Flashes of magic intermittently lit up small patches of sky through the layers of the canopy. The battles in the other three directions had already commenced. The direction under their charge, towards the Muyi clan, did not yet show signs of large-scale conflict, and the slave legion dispatched by Master Ted was probably still approaching and clearing the outskirts. Suddenly Avon, who was monitoring the traps, quietly warned, "There's movement. East side, 2 traps have been triggered at small creatures." No, the energy response is very faint, but very pure. Like moonlight beacon. Almost simultaneously, Yuna sent back a brief mental message from the front. Target spotted 3 of them very fast, moving using shadows and treetops, heading towards the pass. One has a very strong energy response, possibly level 2. They're coming, dark elves seeking aid or attempting to escape. Master Ted's eyes sharpened as he immediately issued orders. Prepare to intercept. Avon, activate all energy disruption runes, cut off possible moonlight transmissions. Shadow Raven, occupy the left high point cave. Duke, come to my side, be ready for spell attacks. The rest, act according to plan, let the first one pass, take down the other 2. Prioritize killing or capturing the one with strong energy. Duke immediately stood up, came to Master Ted's side, and quietly summoned a portion of metallic yellow sand, which spread like fine dust across the ground around him for several meters. Within just tens of seconds, 3 blurred figures, like silver gusts of wind skimming the ground and rock walls, burst out from the forest on the east side of the passage at incredible speed. The leading figure was exceptionally agile and almost merged with the wavering shadows of the trees, skillfully avoiding the most obvious trap triggers, seemingly about to dash past the midsection of the passage. At that very moment, several pre-arranged runes on the rock walls on both sides of the passage lit up simultaneously, generating a field of chaotic energy that interfered with all orderly energy transmissions, particularly sensitive to moonlight energy. The leading figure noticeably hesitated, revealing herself slightly from her perfect stealth state, a slender elf carrying a short bow with a flash of anger on her face. In that instant, from the high rock wall on the left, Shadow Raven swooped down silently like a real night raven, his black dagger aiming straight for the elf's back. On the right, Yuna and Hal's figures also flashed out from the shadows, blocking her path from both sides. The other 2 figures following the elf reacted a bit slower, being momentarily obstructed by the triggered traps, a paralyzing electric net suddenly exploding from the ground, and a poisoned crossbow bolt shot from the rock wall, though not directly hitting, succeeded in disrupting their rhythm. One of them, imposing elf warrior at level 2 holding a moonlight scimitar, roared angrily, cutting down several incoming energy arrows, intent on rescuing his companion. "Your opponent is me." Master Ted's cold voice rang out. He did not move, but lightly tapped the ruler like magic wand in his hand, sending forth several condensed, pale yellow rays containing analytical and binding energy, like precise chains, instantly entangling the level 2 elf warrior, holding him firmly. The battle at the front quickly concluded. The encircled elf scout was formidable, but under the eerie assassination of Shadow Raven, Yuna's agile dual blades, and Hal's insidious sneak attacks, she was soon covered in wounds, before Yuna delivered a precise kick to her knee, forcing her to kneel, and she was shackled with special magical restraint cuffs. Only the level 2 elf warrior continued to delay. Master Ted. Swordplay was fierce, and his moonlight fighting spirit was blazing, but under Master Ted's precise and efficient spell constraints, he couldn't break through. Seeing his companions captured, despair and madness flashed in his eyes, as if preparing for a desperate struggle. At this moment, Duke's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. His spiritual power sensed that in the deeper forest, on the farther east side of the passage, faint but swift energy reactions seemed to be circling around in another direction, attempting to bypass the wind-eroded pass. Master, in the eastern woods, there are at least 2 or 3 still at large, trying to go around from the south. Duke quickly whispered, transmitting the message to Master Ted. Master Ted's gaze sharpened. Without pausing his spellcasting, he said in a low voice, "Yuna, Shadow Raven, take 2 others with you, pursue them. You must intercept them." Yuna and Shadow Raven unhesitatingly nodded, choosing 2 speed specialists from the mercenary wizards, and they leaped into the eastern woods like leopards pursuing prey. The number of personnel at the interception point suddenly decreased. The level 2 elf warrior, evidently seizing the opportunity, let out a frenzied shout, ignoring the energy ray shot by Master Ted that exploded in a bloom of blood on his shoulder, as his entire body erupted in burning moonlight fighting spirit, forcibly shaking off the surrounding spell bindings. Twisting his form, he no longer attempted to rescue his companions or break through, instead leaping towards the fissure shrouded in faint purple mist. Trying to escape into the mist, Master Ted scoffed coldly, promptly pointing with his magic wand, as a thick chain of energy shot into the mist-filled fissure, followed by a muffled sound and a faint groan. But soon, the elf warrior's presence faded into the depths of the mist, his fate unknown. The battle essentially ended within less than 3 minutes. 3 prisoners were taken, with 1 level 2 injured and having escaped. Although that level 2 warrior is unlikely to survive, without seeing the body, it's not considered dead. The task for Duke and the others was not easy. Even though they faced fewer numbers, the pressure was still significant. The enemies they encountered here were mainly desperate to escape, willing to use any means to get away quickly, some even resorting to desperate measures to buy time for others. This forced Duke and his companions to remain vigilant, focusing their spiritual power, unable to be careless. As the front battle progressed steadily, occasional enemies passed through here too, and were dealt with by Duke and the others. Although some managed to slip through, while handling these occasional enemies, Duke was pondering about the moon well. He didn't exert much effort, only doing his part, avoiding a life-and-death struggle with those night elves. After all, even though he was hired this time, he wasn't there for the hiring fee. Duke's goal has always been clear, to seize a moon well. But that's not an easy task. A tribe usually has only 1 moon well, and many have their eyes on it. Wizards get to keep their spoils in planar wars. You need the capability and opportunity to take them. During this mission, they were assigned to the periphery for menial tasks. This was mainly because their group lacked connections, unable to secure more rewarding tasks. Recalling Duke's time at the bottom of the sea with the sea race against the void insect race, he led a slave creature battle troop on the front, sweeping the battlefield freely. Back then, the Black Sail Commerce Association also had hired peripheral wizards, but they could only do menial tasks, much like Duke's current situation. Duke wasn't anxious, knowing the moon well wasn't easy to seize. This time he seemed to have no chance, only hoping to approach the moon well's surroundings for observation and research to prepare for seizing it later. The silver hues of Shorn's moon, after several long hours, gradually began to weaken their dominance. On the horizon, the faint purple glow of Illustri started to permeate and spread. The synchronized assault targeting 4 night elf clans also approached its end amidst the lunar phase transition. In the distant forest, the persistent rumble of spells, energy explosions, faintly heard shouts of slaughter finally began to taper off and settle into a deathly silence. Now, only sporadic short screams or the muted echoes of residual spell impacts announced that some final cleanups might still be ongoing in localized areas. The direction of the Muyi clan, managed by the Thorn Cluster, was among the first to see the battle subsiding. When Master Ted received the brief notification from Vika through a special channel delivered in a fatigued, yet unmistakably satisfied tone, the frontal clearance is basically complete. Outer interception units may proceed to the main battlefield to aid in cleanup and resource collection. They were already repelling the 7th or 8th wave of night elves attempting to pass through near the wind-eroded pass with their interception team. The results were significant, capturing over 10 individuals and killing more, although they suffered 2 minor injuries themselves. A small number of elves, leveraging their knowledge of the terrain and reckless desperation, managed to break through or bypass the blockade, disappearing into the expansive forest. Upon receiving orders, Master Ted didn't move immediately, instead sending Yuna and Shadow Raven towards the original site of the Muyi clan for preliminary reconnaissance. About an hour later, they returned with more definitive news. The village core of the Muyi clan has been breached. The area of ancient trees where the Moon Well is located is surrounded by layers of the Slave Legion, and the few remaining elves have retreated to the strongest tree forts and burrows near the Moon Well for their last stand. The main attacking wizard team is organizing the final sweep and suppression. Most areas are under control, but resistance hasn't ceased completely, especially near the Moon Well. Let's go, we'll head over too. Master Ted put away his magic wand, expressionless. Be careful. Our task is to assist in clearing. Don't rashly enter areas still engaged in crossfire. Prioritize collecting scattered supplies, valuable plant or mineral samples, and inspect those night elves who have lost the ability to resist. Everyone understood the unsaid meaning in his words. The so-called assistance in clearing actually meant tacit approval for these peripheral or supporting personnel to enter the war zone to scavenge after the main battle ended. They could take what the main wizards overlooked or didn't. Have the time to thoroughly loot items from corpses, possibly remaining magic materials in destroyed buildings, and even wounded but non-threatening night elf captives, as in some cases, they are more valuable alive than dead. These are all potential spoils of war. For most hired wizards, this counted as a bit of compensation and welfare after laborious task execution. Though the major part was certainly claimed by the main attack team and the backing Commerce Guild, cumulative fragments can amount to a substantial extra income, or, perhaps, a lucky discovery of an overlooked treasure. The team maintained a vigilant formation, advancing towards the direction of the Muyi clan. The closer they got to the destination, the more glaring the traces of war became. The once lush, vibrant forest had turned in vast swaths into scorched earth and fractured trees. Many ancient trees were blown in half or burned into black charcoal by powerful elemental magic, the ground littered with craters and signs of spell corrosion. The air was thick with the sharp odor of burning, blood, and the acrid smoke, typical of burning wood and leaves, almost entirely masking the forest's original scent. Corpses of slave creatures were seen scattered along the charge paths or felled by elvish arrows and spells, dying in agonizing poses. Occasionally, the bodies of wizards wearing robes of various colors could also be seen, lying silently by tree roots or amongst ruins, reminding everyone of the price of this victory. The corpses of night elves were relatively scarce, likely cleared out beforehand or comrades took the bodies away in the final moments. Nonetheless, a few elves in broken leather armor or priests' robes were occasionally spotted collapsed behind defensive works, their surroundings saturated with dark purple blood. The team first arrived at the outskirts of the village. This place originally should have been some perimeter. Tree houses, watchtowers, and simple defense barriers, but now most have turned to ruins. Some wizards who arrived earlier, also tasked with assisting in the cleanup, are rummaging through the ruins, their actions swift and skilled. Seeing Master Ted's team, they only glance up warily, then continue working, maintaining a mutual tacit distance of non-interference. Duke silently observed. He saw a wizard carefully scrape off some shimmering, silver crystals resembling congealed tree sap from a partially collapsed treehouse beam. Another wizard picked up a quiver with unique material. Although damaged, some arrows with tiny runes engraved on the arrowheads beside the body of an elf archer. Master Ted waved his hand, signaling the team members to disperse, but not stray too far. Then he himself walked slowly toward the deeper part of the village, the direction of the Moon Well where the energy fluctuations were still evident, apparently wanting to observe the situation in the core area and possibly meet with the leader of the main attack team. Duke headed towards the edge of the village, to a relatively intact large wooden house that seemed to have been collapsed by a powerful shockwave from inside rather than directly destroyed. Situated in a more remote area, other scavengers hadn't gotten to it yet. The inside of the wooden house was in a state of disarray, broken beams, shattered pots, scattered tools, and the air was thick with dust and a faint scent reminiscent of sandalwood. Duke's spiritual power swept over like a gentle breeze, sensing for any abnormal energy points or hidden corners. Behind a toppled giant wooden rack, he found a secret compartment half hidden underneath the debris. The compartment itself was already damaged, and its contents had scattered out. Not gold or jewels, but scrolls made of some kind of resilient bark, and several sealed pottery jars engraved with natural runes. Duke quickly examined them. The scrolls were inscribed in Elven script, which he couldn't read, but some had simple illustrations, seeming to be about forest plant characteristics, moon trajectory observation records, and the structure of some simple devices for guiding and storing lunar energy. Though basic, they might have reference value. The pottery jars, upon opening, emitted a rich aura of life and moonlight energy. Containing a concentrate, paste form of the moon well water essence, or some kind of healing ointment concocted with well water. To ordinary wizards, this counted as a minor gain. He packed away the scrolls and pottery jars and continued his investigation. In the corner of the wooden house, under a loose stone slab, he discovered a small cloth bundle containing several unpolished, milky white stones imbued with pure lunar energy, and a small pouch of silver-glowing, dried, peculiar moss, possibly some type of moonlight moss, commonly used in enchantments or potions. These gains were not stunning, but were unique in type. All specialties from the dark elf plane, valuable for research or sale. More importantly, by browsing the scrolls, though unable to understand the text, the illustrations provided information. Duke gained a more direct impression of the everyday methods and basic techniques of dark elves using moonwell energy. As he exited the wooden house, he saw Una carefully digging out several deep purple-colored tree hearts from beside a large, partially charred tree, its roots still emitting faint life pulses. Harold, not far away, was dragging out some heavy wooden crates from a half-collapsed cellar, seemingly containing cured beast meat and stored nuts. Elwyn appeared somewhat at a loss, following behind Shadow Raven, who silently checked a few shadowy corners potentially used for hiding or escape, occasionally using a short dagger to pick up a small piece of blood-stained cloth or a broken accessory. Master Ted returned from the core area's direction, his face still stern but with a hint of contemplation in his eyes. He glanced at each team member's haul and nodded slightly. That's about it. The core area is still in the final skirmish. The moon well is tightly controlled. We have no chance to execute tasks over there. Lord Vika has sent word that the battles in several other clans are also ending, consolidating victories and assessing losses. Our Thorn Cluster's task ends here. You can return to Darkmoon Town to rest, await further orders, and loot distribution or act freely. His gaze swept over Duke and the others. Keep your gains secured, you've earned them. Remember, don't boast upon returning, handle them privately. As Master Ted finished speaking, it was like a stone dropped into calm water, creating different ripples in the hearts of the team members. The words "act freely" in the current environment meant something that all the wizards present understood deeply. The main battle was over, but chaos and opportunity coexist. The main force focused on consolidating the core area, especially controlling the moon well, unable to attend to every nook and cranny on the vast battlefield border. And in those places, leftovers overlooked by the main force might linger, unpurged dangers might lurk, or paths to hidden places might exist. Risk and opportunity were completely handed back to the individuals at this moment. Una barely hesitated. Carefully wrapped up the tree heart fragments she just harvested, nodded to Master Ted. "Master, I'd like to explore the fluorescent fern forest on the east side, which hasn't been much affected. There might be some unique accompanying herbs." Her familiarity with the forest, ingrained in her blood, made her dare to explore seemingly peaceful areas alone. Harold licked his lips, a clever glint in his eyes. "I'll follow Una, give her some support. Maybe check for stragglers from Stone Root Clan dispersed over there." He clearly intended to continue playing the role of hunter and scavenger. Elwyn appeared somewhat anxious, but after looking at his nearly empty hall and then at the others, gathered his courage and said to Master Ted, "Master, may I accompany you back to Darkmoon Town? I need to organize today's magic insights." He chose the most prudent path. Shadow Raven, silent as ever, packed the broken elf earring with secret runes he'd just found, bowed slightly to Master Ted, then blended into the shadows behind a nearby broken wall, disappearing without a trace. His choice was always solitary. Master Ted was indifferent to everyone's choices, only emphasizing again, "Remember, whatever happens, you're responsible. You must return to Darkmoon Town to report before the war ends for the final task settlement and contribution evaluation." "Mr. Ted, may I ask if it's possible to merely approach the moon well area for observation and make a Few simple records? Duke inquired. His goal had always been the moon well. Even though he didn't have the opportunity to seize it now, he wanted to see if he could observe it up close. The risk of sneaking over was too high. If he could approach and observe through proper channels, that would naturally be best. As for the surrounding scattered potential resources, he wasn't very interested. Because these resources weren't immediately necessary to him, the moon well was the most important. Master Ted, hearing Duke's inquiry, showed a hint of contemplation on his stern face. His sharp gaze lingered for a moment on Duke's seemingly weary yet persistent face, as if evaluating his true intentions. Just observation and recording. Master Ted's voice was emotionless. The battle in the moon well area hasn't completely ended. The core area remains dangerous. Lord Vika and several other level 2 peak colleagues are handling the final resistance. Approaching now requires permission and is inherently risky. He paused, his tone shifting slightly, however. Once that side is thoroughly cleared and the formal capturing of the moon well begins, the situation will be different. By then, the main threats will have been removed, and Lord Vika may allow a few colleagues with special reasons or an interest in energy research to observe and record under strict supervision. After all, fully capturing a level 1 moon well itself is a rare practical lesson in energy manipulation. Master Ted looked Duke up and down. If you genuinely just want to observe and record, learning the techniques of energy stripping and stable storage, and not harbor any other intentions, he looked at Duke meaningfully. I could try, after the battle ends, to apply to Lord Vika for a position as a perimeter observer, on the grounds of assisting with analysis of residual energy fields and accumulating data for subsequent energy well construction. After all, with the title of Commerce Association's alchemy consultant, this reason is fairly legitimate. Moreover, as far as I know, you have the status of a limit breaker, which should afford you some leniency. Duke immediately nodded, displaying a look of mixed curiosity and gratitude on his face. Thank you, Mr. Ted. I am indeed very interested in energy field changes and stable structures, and being able to observe and learn on site would be very beneficial for me. I'm willing to wait until the battle completely ends. Ted Master nodded slightly. Then stay freely active in this area, but don't stray far. When the core area's signal comes, I'll inform you. Having said that, he did not speak further, turning to head in the direction of Elwyn, clearly intending to take this member back first, while also paving the way for Duke's subsequent observation. Duke watched Master Ted leave, feeling slightly relieved. This outcome was better than he had expected. He didn't stray from the area, casually searching for some usable resources and materials nearby. In fact, there weren't many good findings. Anything valuable wouldn't remain until now, mostly remnants without much significance to him. So Duke simply found a relatively safe place and drank some recovery potions to restore magic power and spiritual power. Time passed as he waited, with Elister's pale purple moonlight gently enveloping the land scarred by battle. The resistance in the core area grew weaker. Finally, about 2 hours later, following a stronger energy burst and exclamations, everything became completely quiet. Another half-hour later, a message from the Star Dome crystal arrived. It was from Master Ted. You can come over now to the eastern perimeter of the core area. I'll be waiting at the marked spot. Remember, just look, don't ask questions. Don't touch anything. Record using spiritual power or image crystal. Avoid any magic that might interfere with the energy field. Duke felt a surge of energy, immediately getting up and quietly moving in the direction indicated by Master Ted. Soon, he arrived at the edge of the core area. The Slave Legion's encirclement was still tight here, but the atmosphere had changed. Most wizards bore expressions of relaxation mixed with slightly tired excitement after the battle, chatting in small groups, inventorying the spoils piled aside, primarily elven creations and materials looted from tree forts and burrows, along with some well-preserved moon well water essence. Master Ted stood on a patch of ground that had been specially cleared, accompanied by 3 or 4 other wizards, who seemed somewhat aged or possessed a research-oriented demeanor. Vika wasn't present, evidently still overseeing the most crucial capturing work by the moon well. Seeing Duke arrive, Master Ted nodded to him, indicating for him to stand behind, then whispered a few words to a middle-aged wizard beside him, seemingly an assistant to Vika. That middle-aged wizard glanced at Duke, then at Master Ted, finally nodding and handing Duke a small metal badge engraved with the Star Dome Commerce Association's emblem. Wear it visibly, It allows you to observe within the designated area, do not exceed the designated boundaries, do not make loud noises, and do not cast any magic. Lord Vika has granted you this observation privilege. Do not cause trouble. Understood, thank you, sir. Duke respectfully accepted the metal badge, hanging it on his chest, and stood behind Master Ted, gazing at the core area marked by a light trace. At this moment, the scene in the Moonwell area was different from before. The most solid tree forts had been completely breached, with the bodies of the last few resistors lying at the entrance, being dragged away by slave creatures. Round the wellhead, all the glyphs originally carved by the Night Elf had been completely erased or covered. Vika and 2 other deep or level 2 wizards were standing by the wellhead, with several exquisite alchemy instruments and detection crystals, glowing in various colors, floating in front of them. The well water shimmered with a pearl-like glow, which seemed dimmer and more restless than usual, as if it had lost some kind of anchor, its energy becoming unstable. Vika's expression was grave, holding a crystal panel with continuously changing data, quickly exchanging words with a wizard in an engineering department uniform, who was operating a complex multi-armed machine. The tips of several arms on that multi-armed machine, each connected to probes and energy conduits of different shapes, was slowly and steadily extending toward the lower part of the wellhead. Commence energy network mapping. Initiate level 1 stabilization protocol, Vika ordered. The probes emitted soft hums, their tips lighting up with subtle glows. The surface of the well water exhibited regular waves as if combed by an invisible comb, with the detection crystal immediately displaying a complex, ever-changing 3-dimensional energy network map. The energy routes are deeper than anticipated, with 3 primary veins extending toward the northeast geological vein. Numerous secondary veins show strong symbiotic relationships with the surrounding ancient trees. The wizard in charge of detection reported quickly. Mark the primary vein nodes. Prepare the moonlight isolation powder to cover a radius of 5 meters around the well. Opening to weaken the immediate resonance between the well water, the geological vein, and the moon to the greatest extent. Vika continued to order. A few assistant wizards immediately stepped forward, carefully sprinkling a fine powder that shimmered with silvery starlight evenly around the well opening, activating the preset runes in the powder. Faint light film, seemingly able to absorb moonlight, quietly rose, enveloping the well area. Duke immediately felt the active energy of the well water and its connection with the outside world, especially the moon of the sky illustree, was markedly weakened. Energy suppression effective. Activity down by 40%. Prepare to implant the level 1 moon well stabilization anchor. The wizard in charge of detection spoke with a trace of tension in their voice. Vika personally took out a spindle-shaped device about 1.5 meters long, with a smooth design composed entirely of astral silver and energy-absorbing crystal, etched with densely packed stabilizing runes on the surface, known as the moon well stabilization anchor. With the assistance of several wizards positioning and energy guidance, the stabilization anchor was carefully, at a specific angle and frequency, slowly immersed into the well water, then continued to probe downward. As the stabilization anchor went deeper, the glow of the well water began to flicker intensely, as if resisting, while the whole ground transmitted a faint tremor. Anchor is contacting the core energy zone. Starting coupling guidance. Vika was completely focused, his powerful spiritual power acting like the most precise tendrils, establishing a link through the stabilization anchor with the energy core of the well water, guiding the runes on the anchor to preliminarily couple with the complex energy veins inside. This process was extremely slow, requiring immense patience and precise control. Duke widened his eyes, his mental hub frantically recording everything. The construction details of the stabilization anchor, the depth of insertion angle, the well water reaction triggered during energy coupling, the manner and rhythm of how Vika and others manipulated spiritual power. Each detail could be a crucial reference for his own future operations. The coupling process lasted nearly an hour, and the stabilization anchor finally emitted a deep, pleasant resonance, with surface runes completely lighting up and achieving a harmonious synchronous pulse with the glow of the well water. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Coupling successful. Energy core preliminarily locked. Prepare for deep energy root detachment. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Next to the moon well, a massive ancient tree root, seemingly long dead and blackened by battle, suddenly burst open with a cleverly disguised layer of bark. Thin yet lightning-fast figure, carrying a streak of determined dark red moonlight, shot directly towards Vika's back, who was fully concentrating on maintaining the stabilization anchor. This figure appeared without any warning, their aura hidden almost perfectly, only exploding with full killing intent in the moment before the attack. It was an elf assassin who had been lurking for a long time, waiting for the most critical moment, clearly possessing highly advanced concealment techniques. Their strength was obviously at level 2 peak, and this all-or-nothing strike's power was not to be underestimated. The surrounding wizards cried out in shock, their faces showing horror. The incident happened too suddenly, and the distance was too close, leaving many even unable to react. However, as the target, Vika, the seasoned level 3 mage, did not even turn his head. His entire focus seemed still locked on the stabilization anchor and the energy core of the moon, well in front of him. Just as the dark red light was about to touch his protective energy, his left hand holding the crystal panel lightly brushed backward. The gesture was effortless, like swatting away a bothersome fly. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion, no dazzling spell light. Only an invisible, intangible, yet overwhelmingly terrifying force field slightly expanded backward from Vika. That darting dark red light, burning with life and soul, collided as if with an invisible wall of absolute power. A faint sound, like the popping of a bubble. The dark red light instantly solidified in the air, revealing the twisted face and determined eyes of the elf assassin within. He maintained a forward stabbing posture, his burning energy around him freezing like solidified flames, then shattered, obliterated, and dissipated into the air as the finest energy dust. Even his poisoned dagger and his very being, in this casual swipe, completely vanished without leaving any trace. From the sudden ambush to dispersal, the entire process did not exceed 1 second. Vika did not even allow his breathing rhythm to change in the slightest. His gaze remained focused on the stabilization anchor and the feedback data from the detection crystal, as if merely sweeping away a trivial speck of dust. Only the natural recovery motion of his left hand, after that casual swipe, proved that the thrilling scene was not an illusion. Continue detachment operation. Vika's calm voice broke the brief deadlock, his tone unfazed. The insect's dying struggle is of no relevance. Only then did the surrounding wizards return from their shock, looking at Vika with awe. This was the power of a level 3 mage. Faced with a desperate sneak attack from a level 2 peak, no need to even glance, a casual wave dismissed them completely as if they never existed. The power gap was fully revealed in this moment. Standing in the observation zone, Duke's pupils also narrowed slightly. If he were in that position, he would likely not react in time to that strike, and would have to rely on the Sand Guardians' automatic defense being timely enough. However, faced with a life or death strike from a level 2 peak, the Sand Guardian likely wouldn't be able to block it. In other words, if that assassin's target had been Duke, he would likely have to expend his own substitute item now. In the midst of plain wars, dangers were everywhere, and there was no absolute safety. Level 3 mage. Truly a completely different tier, Duke thought solemnly, graving the scene deeply in his mind. Simultaneously, he gained a deeper understanding of the night elf's tenacity and spirit of sacrifice. Though knowing certain death, the assassin still chose to launch a suicide attack at the most threatening moment, just to disrupt the collection process for even an instant. This conviction and determination are not to be underestimated. After the small incident, the collection work continued smoothly. Duke refocused his attention on the moon well, with his mental hub continuing to efficiently record every detail. Vika casually wiped away the insignificant ambush, as if he were just brushing off a speck of dust from his shoulder. His full attention remained firmly locked on the moonwell and the stabilization anchor before him. Deep root separation begin. His voice was still calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Following his command, on the multi-armed machine, 2 other probes with even more slender tips, shimmering with silvery white runes, slowly reached into the water below the well, aligning themselves with the stabilization anchor. The engineer wizard's expression was grim, his hands steadily operating the machinery, eyes fixed on the dozens of floating crystal panels displaying constantly fluctuating data and images in front of him. Guide the probes into position. Initiate the vascular separation mode. The tips of the probes lit up with a gentle, yet highly penetrating glow, a light that was not aggressive, but possessed a peculiar characteristic of analysis and guidance. On the basis of the initial coupling between the stabilization anchor and the well's core, these two probes acted like the most dexterous scalpels, beginning to contact and entwine with the invisible and complex energy roots connecting the moonwell to the depths of the earth. Duke held his breath, and in his perception, the moonwell that originally only emitted pure energy fluctuations now seemed alive, revealing its energy structure hidden underground like that of a massive ancient tree's roots. These roots were not physical, but were highly condensed energy veins, following some ancient natural law. They penetrated deeply into the Earth's veins, drawing nutrients from the land, while forming a hidden resonance circuit with the 3 lunar phases in the sky. The separation process was agonizingly slow. The light from the probes cautiously entwined itself around a relatively thin secondary energy root, then slightly trembled at a specific frequency. This tremor was not destructive, but an attempt to achieve resonance with the energy fluctuations of the root itself, then using this resonance, much like untying a knot, to gradually loosen and separate this root from the deep earth energy network. The light of the well water started to flicker violently, like an irregular heartbeat. The tremors from the ground became more pronounced, and one could even hear a deep rumbling from below, akin to the grinding of rocks. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, and the concentrated energies of nature and moonlight began to stir uncomfortably. Vika's expression remained unchanged, but his output of spiritual power was clearly increasing. He had to precisely control the resonance frequency and separation force of the probes, as any slight carelessness could lead to the rupture of the energy roots. That would mean a direct damage to the moonwell's energy core, greatly diminishing its value and possibly even triggering an energy outburst. 1, 2, 3. Secondary roots were removed one by one. With each removal, the light of the well water dimmed by a fraction, and the sense of wholeness, once seamlessly integrated with the earth and moonlight, weakened and became increasingly isolated and fragile. This process continued for nearly 2 hours. When over 70% of the secondary energy roots was successfully separated, the essence of the moonwell began to fundamentally change. The pearl-like shimmer within the well water started to retract and condense inward, no longer dispersing evenly. The well water itself seemed to become more viscous, like liquid mercury. At the core of the well water, where the stabilization anchor pierced the deepest, a dazzling and indescribable core of light began to faintly appear. This was the moonwell's true energy core, the moonlight core. It existed between liquid and crystal, highly condensed, containing the majority of the essence accumulated by this level, one moonwell, over hundreds of years. The core is revealed, energy instability rising to critical levels. The engineer wizard's voice was tense and excited. Stabilization anchor containment field ready. Inject auxiliary energy, initiate maximum power containment field. Vika ordered sternly. Hundreds of pre-prepared level 2 magic stones were embedded into the special slots at the base of the stabilization anchor. In an instant, the entire stabilization anchor burst into an unprecedentedly intense brilliance. All the runes on the anchor seemed to come alive, flowing wildly as a powerful, stable, and inwardly compressing force field emerged rapidly with the stabilization anchor at its core, gripping the newly revealed, highly unstable moonlight core like an invisible giant hand. Injecting liquid starlight mithril. Configuration start, a level 2 mage specializing in alchemy said sternly. Several specially sealed containers were opened, and the liquid starlight mithril, with a mercury-like sheen yet heavier, flowed down the 4 metal arms under the meticulous control of the mages. It gathered and stretched about half a meter above the well mouth, rapidly constructing into a hollow, inverted bowl-like structure. The mouth of the bowl faced downward, directly toward the well mouth, with continuously flowing stable runes inside the bowl wall. Liquid starlight mithril is also a kind of magic. Metal, but it is an extremely luxurious and rare variety. The scattered moonlight isolation powder around was fully activated, forming an almost substantial pale silver light membrane, completely enclosing the entire well mouth area, cutting off any energy exchange inside and out. Simultaneously, 2 other level 2 mages worked together to carefully construct a weak spatial fold on the outer side of the silver bowl-like structure. This was not a true spatial cut, but a spell utilized to temporarily make the local space sticky and inwardly closed. Aimed at preventing a large-scale escape of well water energy due to structural upheaval during the following operations. The preparations were complete, and the most critical step arrived. Overall lifting begin. Vika's gaze was intensely focused, his hands raised as if holding up an invisible mountain. The four metal arms supporting the liquid mithril bowl began to emit a low, humming sound, as if bearing a great force, rising upwards with extreme slowness yet immense determination. In sync with this, countless beams of light released through Vika's stabilization anchor suddenly tightened. Buzz boom boom boom, the earth emitted a pained moan. The land around the well mouth began to heave and crack, as if some colossal entity was being forcefully extracted from beneath the earth. This was no longer merely energy separation, but a complete physical detachment. As the metal arms ascended, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The moonwell, originally embedded in the ground, first saw its alabaster moonstone rim separate from the surrounding earth. Next, the column of well water, a highly condensed silver-white glow of pure moonlight energy, alongside the dazzling moonlight core at its center, was slowly extracted from deep within the earth by an invisible mighty force. This well water column was not loose flowing water, but remained in a relatively intact cylindrical shape under the constraint of Vika's stabilization anchor and magic force field. Its diameter matched the well mouth, yet its height far exceeded the depth of the well, as it contained the most essential energy-rich layer connected to the underground energy roots. Inside the column, moonlight energy slowly rotates and flows like a galaxy, with light points at the core shining like stars. The entire column emits suffocatingly pure energy fluctuations, breathtakingly beautiful yet as fragile as if it might collapse at a touch. The ground has collapsed more severely, forming a huge pit over 20 meters in diameter, with broken rocks at the bottom, forcibly severed ordinary plant roots, and spiritual soil rapidly turning gray and decayed after losing its energy nourishment. Local energy vacuum causes the air to make a sharp whistle, madly rushing into the pit. The bowl made of liquid magic metal is steadily cradled in the middle of the well water column, circulating runes constantly releasing stabilizing and restraining power, preventing the column from collapsing due to its own weight and energy instability. For metallic arms bear enormous physical and energy loads, emitting a groaning sound, yet under the precise control of the alchemical wizard, they steadily collaborate in lifting. As time passes, everyone's hearts are in their throats. Duke manipulates the mental hub core, missing not a single detail of energy flow, not a single moment of rune change, not a single rhythm of force field coordination. This overall extraction technique is obviously more sophisticated and complex than the standard process mentioned in HAL's intelligence, requiring much from the caster. Finally, as the over 10 meters long, softly silver glow-emitting water column is completely lifted from the ground, its bottom completely severed from the pit, a glint flashes in Vika's eyes. The liquid mithril bowl cradling the column suddenly contracts inwardly and transforms, runes on the bowl walls frantically flashing. Mithril itself also begins to flow and extend, like a living silver cocoon, rapidly enveloping the precious water column from top to bottom. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, until forming a 15 meters long, approximately 3 meters in diameter, white silver spindle-shaped metal sealed chamber, densely covered with stabilizing and sealing runes. At the moment the sealed chamber completely encloses, isolating internal and external connections, Vika decisively cuts off the stable anchor's last main root link to the water column. Without energy source and external constraints, the huge pit on the ground undergoes its final and most violent collapse and energy backflow explosion, earth and stones splattering, smoke and dust permeating. But the sealed chamber containing all the essence of the moon well has safely hovered in mid-air, firmly fixed by 4 metal arms, runes on its surface glimmering like breath, dimly visible inside the flowing silver light and core light point. Complete level 1 moon well has been extracted and encapsulated, the surrounding wizards erupting in suppressed cheers and sighs. Duke quietly watches the hovering silver-sealed chamber, his heart tumultuous, witnessing a far more complete and advanced moon well extraction technique than anticipated. If he were acting alone, he certainly couldn't achieve this. Without the corresponding facilities and methods, it is impossible to peel off a moon well so completely. But Duke also doesn't need to achieve this level. He organizes the entire process data, realizing he can achieve a similar effect using metallic yellow sand. Just definitely, unable to peel off a moon well so perfectly, but achieving comparatively more rough results is still feasible. The pale purple brilliance of Elun's moon softly covers the eastern edge of Shadow Song Valley, land newly baptized by iron and fire. From the sky overlooking, the scene starkly contrasts, shocking, centered around 4 Night Elf clan dwelling places and radiating outwards several miles. The forest seems ruthlessly trampled by a pair of coarse giant hands. Large patches of charred scars replace the originally lush canopy, marking the aftermath of flame storms and explosive magic. Meandering streams are blocked by corpses and collapsed soil, water dark red and turbid. Paths roughly opened by the slave legion, marked with ruts and footprints, like ugly scars tearing through the forest's mystical texture. Sporadic flames still burn on some ruins, emitting thick smoke, twisting upwards under the purple moonlight, like the final gasp of a dying giant beast. The core regions of the 4 clans are now beyond recognition. Miss Songstone Root Night Du Muyi, names that once murmured under the moonlight for hundreds of years, now mostly reduced to remnants and rubble, charred wood and broken tiles, and thoroughly churned earth. Only those tallest, most resilient ancient trees, though covered in scars, still stubbornly point to the sky, seemingly silently remembering everything that happened. The most striking are the deep pits newly appearing in the center of each core area, as if a section of the earth was gouged out. Scattered on the edges are moonstone fragments lost. Luster, darkness, and eerie silence within the pit, only faint. Dispersing moonlight energy drifting like a wandering spirit, narrating the once existence here of a life source closely connected to the 3 moons, the moon, well, now completely uprooted. In the air, a bloody, scorched, residual magic acrid scent lingers, mixed with the forest's inherent damp decay and the faint fragrance brought by Elun's moonlight, forming a battlefield odor that is extremely discomforting. On this scarred land, 2 distinct figures move. Slave creatures, numbly transporting similar corpses, collecting intact weapons and armor, carrying boxes of plundered goods from ruins to temporary assembly points. Their vast numbers act with post-calamity survival. Gratitude and greed for more loot, noisy and chaotic. While the former landmasters, night elves, exude their presence in another manner. The living elves in sight now few, either cold corpses being dragged away or captives with magic restraining shackles, eyes empty or burning with flames of hatred under concentrated watch. But their aura is omnipresent. Those delicate feather patterns on broken arrows, the graceful natural reliefs on broken pottery, and the now dim moonlight runes etched on charred bark. All silently narrating a suddenly shattered, refined, ancient civilization coexisting with forest and moonlight. Elun's moonlight still fairly sprinkles on victors and vanquished, the living and the dead. It witnesses this unequal conquest, seemingly using that constant, gentle purple brilliance to try and soothe the fresh and grave wounds of this forest. The ruins under moonlight have a kind of poignant and cruel beauty. Duke follows sparse groups of the bramble cluster, embarking on the journey back to Darkmoon Town. The return journey was much cleaner than the way there. The large-scale battles had ceased, with the slave legion retreating like the tide, taking their spoils and corpses back with them, while most of the wizards had already left, leaving only a few watch posts behind. The forest seemed to have fallen into a brief silence after some sort of shock, even though surviving luminescent plants appeared dull and dim. The Duke walked silently, his mind replaying every detail of how the moon wells were completely extracted. The massive energy columns, the precise liquid mithril encapsulation, Vika's effortless control. All of these repeatedly confirmed the difficulty of acquiring the moon wells, but also further clarified the blueprint in his mind. He noticed that the 4 sealed moon wells did not seem to be promptly transported back to Darkmoon Town, but were instead concentrated at a temporary fortified forward base, heavily guarded, clearly awaiting further complex processing procedures. As he passed through the last patch of woodland, the crude towering walls of Darkmoon Town and the ever-burning ghostly blue magical flames atop the walls once again appeared in his line of sight, and once more a mix of clamor, sweat smell, cheap alcohol, and the scent of metal being forged came rushing forth. The town appeared more bustling than when they had left. An orderly line formed at the gate, with slave caravans laden with spoils, stretchers bearing the wounded, and scattered wizards like the Duke returning from missions, all waiting to enter. The air was filled with a victorious agitation and a simmering unrest before some impending disorder. Many returning wizards bore excited, flushed faces, loudly discussing their battles and gains, occasionally bursting into coarse laughter, while even more resounding noise than usual came from the direction of taverns and temporary trading posts. The Duke calmly walked through the noisy streets, returning to the temporary quarters allocated by the Star Dome Commerce Association in the explorers' camp. The room remained humble, yet at this moment gave an odd sense of security, despite this safety being founded upon the violence inflicted upon another civilization. He shut the door, isolating the outside clamor. Without immediately resting or counting his negligible spoils, he walked to the window, opened a slight gap and gazed outside. The town was ablaze with lights and filled with noise, seemingly caught in a barbarous celebration. While outside the town lay the endless dark forest bathed in the moonlight of Elisra, where just moments ago, for wounds deep enough to reveal bone, along with countless night elves' blood, tears, and hatred, had been added. The Duke's gaze wandered between the artificial firelight inside the window and the natural moonlight outside, finally settling into a calm deep as a pool. He had long grown indifferent after experiencing numerous planar wars. Earl Hardy had told him long ago, wolves eat sheep, without asking the sheep's name. Now the Duke's only concern was how to acquire the Moon Well, currently appearing highly challenging. Firstly, the Moon Wells was situated within the villages of night elf tribes, their defenses exceedingly rigorous. Unless conducting an action like the recent few days, a direct assault capturing an entire village, obtaining the Moon Well wouldn't be possible. Obviously, this isn't something the Duke could achieve on his own. He's merely a level 1 crystallized mage. Even if skilled and powerful, he doesn't hold the capability to seize an entire night elf tribe alone. Even tribes possessing just a level 1 Moon Well have multiple level 2 beings present, which the current Duke can't contend with. Moreover, following a direct assault by the main forces on a tribe, the Moon Well, being the most crucial resource, would be controlled by the higher-ups. Wizards like the Duke working as mercenaries have little opportunity to get near such core resources. It's already quite fortunate to gain some benefits elsewhere. Essentially, under normal circumstances, he almost has no chance to seize a Moon Well. When contemplating this, the Duke's heart sank. The difficulty of capturing a Moon Well was higher than anticipated. Yet, it doesn't mean there's no chance at all. Chaos is always the eternal theme in planar wars. He can only wait for the right moment. 3 months passed amid the eternal cycle of moonlight in the night elf plane, and the ceaseless advancement, friction, and small-scale conflicts, seemingly speeding up the passage of time. In the outskirts of Shadow Song Canyon, under the relentless pressure of the Seville Empire's expeditionary forces, contracted and crumbled inch by inch like a slowly eroding riverbank, one night elf clan after another, reliant on level 1 and level 2 Moon Wells for survival, either struck down by overwhelming forces or forced to relinquish their ancestral lands amidst harassment and resource blockade, migrating deeper and into more dangerous areas of the canyon. The Duke continually followed the Star Dome Commerce Association's led or participated action squads, traversing across the ever-expanding conflict zone. He acted like the most patient predator, engaging in reconnaissance, ambushes, flank harassment, and even small-scale offensives time and again. Relying on his discretion and various means, he not only survived, but also accumulated a considerable amount of resources. Yet the team kept changing. The brutal planar wars, like efficient sieves, shifted its composition constantly. Harrell, in pursuit of retreating soldiers in greed, fell into a trap and never returned. Elwyn, severely injured by elf assassins proficient in lurking during a nighttime patrol, preserved his life but suffered soul damage, sent back to the wizard plane for recovery, delaying his return indefinitely. Raven utterly lost contact after a solo mission, fate unknown. Even Master Ted, while covering the destruction of a Moon Wells defense magic array during a concentrated assault on a stubborn level 2 clan, was critically injured from their near-death counterattack. Although it didn't threaten his core, he needed to recuperate at the rear for some time. The team members came and went, constantly replenished with new faces, and constantly seeing others disappear. The only more familiar figure remaining beside the Duke was Yuna. Her elf bloodline and extensive outdoor survival experience allowed her to excel in many missions and deepened her mournful yet furious feeling toward the forest. The Duke felt little regarding the changing of teammates. Planar wars were inherently like this. He had long grown accustomed. The Duke's focus steadfastly rested on the elusive Moon Well. Over the past 3 months, he'd witnessed the extraction, packaging, and transportation of no less than 10 level 1 moon wells being taken away. From afar observed the capture of 1 level 2 moon well, a spectacle requiring even greater force and resources. No less than 2 level 3 mages like Vika were dispatched. Each time, he was only able to participate as an outsider, watching the most precious spoils be taken by the upper echelons, while what he was left with were mere scraps. He clearly recognized that relying on official channels, given his current status and power, almost prevented him from touching the moon wells. On this day, Duke was summoned to the central area of Darkmoon Town, into a heavily guarded stone house filled with soundproofing and anti-detection barriers. Inside the house, there were only 2 people, the chief commander of the Star Dome Commerce Association in the region, level 3 mage Vika, and a tall, thin man in an imperial black military uniform whom Duke had never met before. His aura was cold, and his gaze sharp like a dissecting knife. Duke, a level 1 crystallized mage, known as a limit breaker, temporarily affiliated with the Star Dome Commerce Association as an explorer. His record is clear, and his task completion rate is good, especially with a relatively high dark attribute affinity due to his shadow perception ability. Vika introduced in a calm, steady voice, his gaze on Duke as if examining a tool. "Your praise is too much, Lord Vika." Duke bent slightly, fully aware that this was no ordinary mission summons. The man in the black military uniform continued, his voice dry. "There's a mission, extremely risky, but the rewards are also great if successful. We need a person to infiltrate the perimeter of the Silverlight Court, inside the subordinate Moonmark clan. This is a large clan with a level 3 moon well, located in the midsection of Shadow Song Gorge. The terrain is perilous, the defense system is well established, and a conventional attack would incur severe costs. Level 3 moon well." Duke's heart shook, though he kept his face expressionless. "Your mission goal is neither assassination nor destruction." The man in the black military uniform stared into Duke's eyes, as if trying to see into his soul, but to plant this in the core area of the Moonmark clan leader, Moon Dancer Asira's daily life and cultivation, usually near the Moon Well's adjacent Moonwatch platform. He produced an item. It was a hexagonal crystal plate no bigger than a fingernail, thin as a cicada's wing, nearly perfectly camouflaged with its surroundings in color shifts. Inside the crystal, extremely complex, infinitely miniaturized 3-dimensional runes were faintly circulating, emanating a nearly non-existent spatial fluctuation. "This is a one-time activation phase fold beacon," Vika explained, his tone uncharacteristically solemn. "It emits almost no energy waves itself, highly assimilated with the natural environment, making it exceedingly challenging to detect through conventional means. Once activated, it requires an external, more powerful main control device to send a particular spatial harmonic at a specific moment. It will instantly unfold a preset, miniature spatial fold cage. The strength of this cage is sufficient to trap a level 3 life form unprepared. For a premeditated ambush, where the enemy's strongest force temporarily loses command and intervention abilities, this could swiftly collapse their defensive system." "Your plan is to decapitate," Duke inquired. "To create an opportunity for decapitation," the man in the black military uniform corrected. "Moon Dancer Asira is the core of the Moonmark clan and the key link to the deeper Silverlight Court. Trapping her even for just a dozen breaths will increase our overall assault success rate by more than 50%, reducing casualties by a third. And the position for planting the beacon must be extremely precise, within her daily power field coverage, yet not raising any suspicion." Vika chimed in, "We plan to fabricate an identity for you from the Flowwind clan, a level 2 clan we defeated 2 months ago, whose chieftain escaped with a few elite members. You are a young clansman of the Flowwind clan, skilled in covert operations, who lost contact with the chieftain during the final escape. Your name is Yingyi. You narrowly escaped, having heard that the powerful Moonmark clan is gathering scattered forces to confront invaders, and thus you came to join them. This identity is traceable and fits the current atmosphere among the night elves of gathering strength against foreign foes." A disguise, Duke pondered aloud. "We will conduct a comprehensive disguise for you," the man in the black military uniform asserted with confidence, "not just your appearance. Aura and energy wave simulation to perfectly match a night elf, but a layer of sophisticated disguise over your soul's surface. Unless a deep soul-level probe or prolonged, high-frequency moonlight resonance ceremony is conducted, even a level 3 elf would find it difficult to detect. We will provide you with Flowwind clan's basic information, linguistic habits, and even battlefield detail memory fragments known only to clan members. Your task is to play this role well, earn initial trust. Find an opportunity to approach the Moonwatch platform and plant the beacon. Your high dark attribute affinity ability makes you well suited to impersonate a member of the Night Elves. The risk is self-evident. Once exposed, there is no chance of survival in the enemy camp center with level 3 strong beings and numerous elites present. Then what is the reward? Duke asked. A level 1 moon well, the Seville Empire soldier replied calmly, his voice utterly steady. Duke's heart trembled. He never expected to be rewarded with a level 1 moon well. By this point, it was clear that the mission's reward was indeed high, though the risks were equally significant. Duke did not respond immediately, lowering his gaze as if weighing his options. A brief silence enveloped the room, broken only by Vika's finger lightly tapping on the table. After about 10 breaths, Duke looked up, his eyes serene, his voice steady. I accept. Excellent, Vika said, in terms of disguise. The Empire has prepared special alchemy creations for such missions. He gestured slightly, and the man from the intelligence department retrieved from his bosom a palm-sized, complex compass-like object composed of dark silver metal and several color-changing crystal stones. Suspended at the compass's center was a drop of dark purple blood seemingly alive, exuding a pure, ancient aura of a night elf. This is the Thousand-Faced Instrument, a support-type level 3 witchcraft artifact. It's not for combat, but can generate and sustain an extremely sophisticated disguise covering the user's body and mind, the man from the intelligence department explained. Using this high elf source blood obtained from an ancient elf relic as the core, combined with the artifact's power, can form a perfect night elf exterior around you, including appearance, aura, and energy wave. It will also affect the recognition of surrounding creatures. Unless a level 3 pinnacle being skilled in the soul domain conducts a deliberate deep probe or triggers certain specific moonlight oaths that directly pertain to the true name, your identity will remain undetected. He emphasized, this artifact is a significant asset of the Empire and must be returned intact after the mission. During use, it will continually consume your spiritual power to maintain the disguise field, with consumption proportional to your activity intensity and the intensity of probing encountered. Excessive consumption may lead to disguise field instability or even collapse, and this is something you must manage yourself. The Thousand-Phased Instrument was Duke's first level 3 witchcraft artifact. It was an auxiliary artifact. Its powerful effect was undeniable. The disguise effect obtained after acquiring this artifact was almost impossible for ordinary people to see through. Even level 4 life could not see through the disguise of the Thousand-Faced Instrument without conducting a deep probe and investigation. Nonetheless, this mission was still incredibly risky. Wanting to perfectly disguise as a member of the Night Elf tribe posed a significant challenge, let alone infiltrating the powerful Moonmark clan. Currently, many Night Elves who have lost their homes are joining more powerful Night Elf clans, which is quite common, but unforeseen complications could still arise. Duke decided to accept this mission only after much consideration. 3 days later, when Duke stood in front of the mirror, the reflection was a young Night Elf male with a cold demeanor, silver hair, violet eyes, and a tall figure. He wore a deep green hunting suit with silver trim in the style of the Flowing Wind clan, slightly worn but thoroughly cleaned, with a sleek scimitar at his waist, exuding a feeling of moonlight mixed with a gentle breeze. Remember, you are Yingji, a survivor of the Flowing Wind clan. Your goal is to avenge those intruders who destroyed your home. To do this, you wish to join the more powerful Moonmark clan to contribute your strength. The soldier from the Seville Empire instructed, after entering the clan, speak less and observe more, keep a low profile. The opportunity to approach the Moonwatch platform might take some time, so be patient. The beacon placement must be absolutely concealed without alarming anyone. Duke nodded, a trace of well-placed hatred and determination flashing in his violet eyes. He was then secretly sent to the edge of the forest, still a distance from the Moonmark clan's controlled area. Beneath his feet was no longer scorched earth or the muddy paths trodden by the slave legion, but a thick, soft, undisturbed layer of primitive humus, emitting a fresh scent of moist earth and decaying wood. Above, the soft and mysterious pale purple light of the Elistry moon filtered through the layers of towering, oddly shaped branches and leaves, casting mottled and mesmerizing patterns on the ground. The surrounding trees were older and sturdier, their bark covered in mosses emitting a silver or pale green glow. Many branches hung with long, beard-like aerial roots, quietly suspended in the windless air. In the distance, various luminescent fungi breathed silently in the dimness, providing faint yet steady light sources. The air was rich with the energy of nature and moonlight, far purer and more active than in previous battle areas. Here, close to the Moon-Mark clan's control zone, one could distinctly feel the radiation of energy from the powerful clan and its level 3 moon well, significantly enhancing the forest's vitality and spirituality. Duke immediately crouched low, like a true elf hunter, blending into the shadows of a dense cluster of ferns, emitting a faint light. Rather than rushing to action, he first conducted the most basic checks. Disguise status is good, he confirmed silently. Next, Duke activated all his senses to carefully assess the surrounding environment. His ears captured the forest sounds, the distant, faint chirping of insects, the rustle of wind through the leaves, and in the far distance, the deep, pulse-like flow of energy as if from the earth itself. Beyond the basic scent of the forest, there seemed to be a faint, exotic fragrance reminiscent of sandalwood and cold moon, possibly some magic plant unique to the Moon-Mark clan. After a few minutes, he preliminarily judged the area within 100 meters to be temporarily safe. With no apparent elf outposts or dangerous demon nests detected, the Empire's choice of this drop-off point was evidently well calculated, neither too close to the target to attract attention nor in a frequently patrolled area. Now, he needed to begin Yingyi's journey. He recalled the implanted map information. From here, heading in a northeast direction along a relatively stable energy flow, a secret woodland valley called Moonlight Whisper. For about 30 miles, he would reach the Moon-Mark clan's outer permanent guard circle. On the way, he needed to avoid a few known small demon territories and an ancient hunting path. Occasionally used by other elf tribes, he stood up but maintained a stealthy stance. The disguise provided him not just with appearance and energy, but also a set of instinctive reactions and muscle memory specific to night elves. Steps were light and springy, with his toes touching the ground first to absorb sound to the maximum extent, leaving only shallow marks on the soft humus layer. Duke's body naturally utilized the surrounding shadows, tree trunks, and hanging plants for cover, his path zigzagging and winding, continually using the environment to conceal his form. He drew the elf scimitar at his waist, a prop for disguise, holding it in his hand. The blade flowed smoothly and gleamed coldly. While not as powerful as his real weapon, it was adequate for ordinary threats in the forest and befitted Yingyi's identity. The journey began, and he moved like a true elf fugitive, his home destroyed, carrying the flames of grief and vengeance, traversing the familiar yet peril-filled forest. The moonlight of Elistry guided his way, and the forest's whispers seemed to be telling something. He needed to display not just stealth skills, but also the fatigue, vigilance after enduring hardships, the unextinguishable fire of hatred deep in his eyes. Duke even paused briefly by a clear stream flowing with a faint lunar glow, washing away non-existent dirt from his face and replenishing his canteen with water. Throughout the process, he acted like a true wilderness survivor, fully utilizing the resources within the environment. As he moved closer to the target area, the traces of the Moon-Mark clan grew increasingly distinct. On a night with the moon of Shorn hanging high, he reached the outer perimeter of the Moon-Mark clan's patrol zone. A group of Moon-Mark sentinels clad in silver light, armor and exuding fierce auras discovered him, their cold moonlight spears pointing at him, their wary eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Stop! Who are you, from which tribe?" demanded the leading sentinel, a sharp-eyed female elf. Duke halted, slightly panting, a complex expression blending fatigue, sorrow, and a hint of hope on his face. He replied in a somewhat hoarse Elvish, carrying the unique accent of the Flowing Wind clan. "I am Yingyi, a member of the Flowing Wind clan, our home. 2 months ago, those damned invaders destroyed it. The clan chief led us in a breakout, but I got separated. I heard the Moon-Mark clan, Lady Isra, is gathering strength here. I want to join, I want revenge." Duke's words were intermittent, his emotions agitated yet restrained, fitting the image of a young tribesman whose home was destroyed and who had endured hardships. The energy fluctuations around him, the details of his clothing, and even the deep-seated hatred all matched the identity of a soldier in retreat from the Liufeng tribe. The sentinel squad leader carefully sensed his energy, inspecting some deliberately left old wounds from fights with the invaders, her vigilance slightly eased but not entirely relaxed. "Wait here. I need to report." She signaled for the other sentinels to keep an eye on Duke, then turned around and used some kind of moonlight communication magic to send information internally within the tribe. The wait was not long. Soon, an older elf, wearing a priest's robe and exuding calmness, arrived accompanied by a team of guards. He carefully inquired about more details of the Liufeng tribe's downfall, characteristics of the chieftain and some notable warriors, and Duke's experience during his breakout. Duke answered fluently. The implanted memory fragments played their perfect role at this moment, even supplementing some vivid yet vague details which gradually dispelled the priest's doubts. Finally, the elder priest nodded. "The tragedy of Liufeng we have heard of. Lord Usura has ordered to gather all willing to resist. Yingyi, welcome to the Moon Scar tribe. Your hatred is our hatred. Come with me first. You need rest, and you need to understand more of our rules here." Duke lowered his head, his voice low yet firm. "Thank you for your shelter, sire. Yingyi is willing to contribute his small part to drive out the invaders." After successfully passing the initial scrutiny, he was led by the elder priest through a hidden fence naturally formed by animated thorns with warning and repelling effects, officially stepping into the territory of the Moon Scar tribe. In the territory, the moonlight and natural energy flowed like sticky honey in the air, with every breath seeming to absorb faint essences. This was a manifestation of the strong radiating power of the level 3 moon well, the eye of the Moon Scar, even in the peripheral areas, far denser than the central areas of those level 1 or level 2 tribes. They walked along a carefully maintained forest path paved with smooth white stones. On both sides of the road, it was no longer a completely wild forest, but rather a scene of planned landscapes. Patches of magical herb gardens emitted different lusters and auras, planted with elf-exclusive plants Duke had either seen or not seen in intelligence reports. Several small ponds with crystal-clear water and moonstones at the bottom had silver fish swimming around. Occasionally, some quaint and elegant tree houses, partially embedded in ancient trees or built amongst thick branches, were spotted, blending seamlessly with the forest, their windows glowing softly with light from luminous plants or moonstones. The elves encountered along the way gradually increased in number. Most moved hurriedly, yet their demeanor carried a confidence and discipline belonging to a strong tribe. Warriors wore lightweight yet well-enchanted leather or chain armor, carried bows or spears, their eyes sharp. Priests donned robes with unique Moon Scar tribe patterns, holding short staffs or holy emblems, their expressions solemn. There were also some ordinary elf folk working in fields or workshops. Everyone who saw the priest leading Duke would bow slightly, casting curious, assessing, or slightly sympathetic glances at the unfamiliar Duke following behind. For a retreating soldier seeking refuge, these reactions were reasonable. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they veered off the main path leading to the central area of the tribe and turned onto a narrower trail. The surrounding tree houses became sparse, replaced by a relatively open, cleared forest glade, which served as a temporary camp for newcomers seeking refuge. The camp was quite large, with a capacity for around 100 people. The living facilities were relatively simple, mostly utilizing existing giant tree holes, simple shanties built, or animal skin tents spread directly on thick moss. In the center of the camp, there was a small clearing, with several bonfires burning special scented wood for warmth and lighting the flames a pale blue, almost smokeless. Scattered around the clearing were some rough wooden stumps and stones, seemingly serving as seats or workbenches. Currently, there were dozens of elves in the camp. As the intelligence stated, they came from different ill-fated tribes. From the subtle differences in clothing and equipment, and the occasional different accents in their conversations, one could distinguish at least 5 or 6 different origins. The atmosphere was indeed heavy. Most had faces with lingering fatigue, sorrow, or taut vigilance. The pain of a destroyed home, dispersed tribesmen, and being uprooted from their homeland was palpable. Conversations were kept low, and laughter was almost non-existent. The air was filled with a faint smell of herbs, sweat, and an invisible pressure. Yet simultaneously, one could feel a slowly forming solidarity against a common enemy. As Duke entered the camp, Many gazes focused on him, and among those gazes, apart from scrutiny, came a growing sense of shared fate. A few elves practicing archery at the edge of the clearing stopped their actions, nodding slightly at him. An old elf repairing leather armor with crude tools looked up at him, raspingly saying, "Another one. Welcome, child, find a spot to rest." The elder priest leading Duke spoke a few words to an old one-eyed warrior who seemed to be temporarily in charge of the camp. Ying Yi from the Liufeng tribe, a newcomer. Arrange things according to the rules. Then turned to Duke. Ying Yi, this is Iron Fur, once a commander, now in charge of daily operations at the camp. He will tell you the rules here. Remember, here you are all comrades longing for revenge, willing to fight to drive out the invaders. Obey the arrangements, train hard, prove your worth. The tribe will not let a true warrior go unrewarded. After speaking, the priest turned and left, leaving Duke in this temporary home mixed with sadness and resilience. The one-eyed Iron Fur approached, his gaze measuring Duke up and down like a ruler, pausing momentarily on the scimitar at his waist and the deliberately left old scars on his body. His voice was like two stones rubbing together. From Liufeng, heard you got beaten badly. Getting here alive is quite a feat. In the camp, no fighting or stealing others' belongings. Follow all actions by the whistle. There are fixed training, patrol, or labor tasks every day. Perform well, and you'll get extra rations. If you want better weapons, potions, or to learn stronger combat skills, you earn them through your performance and accomplishments. No freeloaders or cowards here, understood? The Duke straightened his spine, violet eyes igniting with a resolute flame befitting his identity. Understood. I only want to become stronger, only want revenge. Hems nodded, his facial lines seeming to soften slightly. Over there, the third tree hole is still empty. Though it's a bit drafty, it's dry enough. Go settle in. There will be a group training in the evening, don't be late. He pointed to a spacious tree, hollow naturally formed at the roots of a colossal ancient tree on the edge of the camp. The Duke thanked him and walked toward his temporary home. The interior of the tree hole was more spacious than expected, covered with dry moss and a few old animal skins, with a faint woody fragrance. Put down his luggage and did a simple arrangement. Through the entrance of the tree hole, he could see the panorama of the camp, hear snippets of hushed conversations, and feel the swirling vortex of complex and genuine emotions. He sat on the dry moss, leaning against the rough tree wall, slowly closing his eyes, as if resting from fatigue. But inside, he was already memorizing and analyzing everything around. The layout of the camp, the composition and state of personnel, the rules revealed by Hems, the bits and pieces of words from other elves. Being in enemy territory, every step must be carefully calculated. Not a single mistake can be made. No detail can be overlooked. The Duke knew this was the starting point of his infiltration mission, as well as a crucial base for intelligence gathering, establishing relationships, and waiting for opportunities. He needed to integrate into this group as quickly as possible, earn basic trust, while remaining low-key and not attracting too much attention. In the evening, the assembly signal echoed, deep and distant, throughout the camp. The Duke opened his eyes, the weariness fading away, reigniting the sharp gleam belonging to a warrior. He stood up, adjusted his hunting attire, grasped the hilt of his blade at his waist, and stepped out of the tree hole, merging into the silent, yet gradually determined-eyed elven crowd, emerging from their respective shabby dwellings. In the coming days, the Duke's life was filled with a regular and intense rhythm. This refugee camp served as both a temporary shelter and a training camp for screening and organizing combat personnel. Every morning, as the first silvery glow of Sullen's moon pierced through the forest's mist, a deep, powerful horn would sound. All elves capable of combat, regardless of which tribe they previously belonged to, had to quickly assemble in the central clearing. Besides the one-eyed Hems, the daily training was also led by 1 or 2 experienced instructors sent in rotation from the main branch of the Moon Mark tribe. The training content was systematic and rigorous, distinctly imprinted with the Moon Mark tribe's style. Firstly, basic physical exercise and moonlight fighting spirit resonance practice were conducted. Under the guidance of the instructors, all warriors needed to face the gradually rising Sullen's moon, or other moons dominating the sky, assume specific meditation postures, and try to establish a deeper resonance with the moonlight energy through rhythmic breathing and internal energy circulation, refining and purifying their fighting spirit. With the aura simulated by the 1,000-faced instrument on the outside, and the natural affinity to dark attribute energy from the blood of the dark on the inside. Completing this exercise wasn't difficult for the Duke. He could even appear more focused and efficient than most elves of the same level, earning a few approving nods from the instructors. This even led him to learn a new breathing technique, the moonlight breathing technique. The Duke's previous fighting spirit merely simulated the breath of moonlight fighting spirit. Now, he truly mastered moonlight fighting spirit. Moonlight breathing technique. LV1, 45/100. The moonlight breathing technique is clearly a high-tier breathing technique that allows one to reach the level of a level 1 peak knight. Next was jungle stealth and tracking counter-tracking, the signature skills of the night elves. Training took place in a specific complex forest area around the camp. The instructors explained how to maximize the use of shadows and the environment under different moonlight conditions, how to control footsteps, breathing, and even heartbeat, lowering one's presence to a minimum, how to distinguish various subtle traces in the forest, and judge whether they were from animals, companions, or potential enemies. The Duke's strong spiritual power perception ability made him face no obstacles in theoretical learning. In practical sessions, he skillfully controlled his performance, making himself appear to have a good talent for stealth and concealment, well-trained, yet not standing out enough to arouse suspicion. During counter-tracking tests, he could always discover most of the traps and misleading traces set by the instructors, demonstrating the sharpness expected of elite warriors from the Flowing Wind tribe. The combat skills training was even more diversified. Besides conventional sparring with elf scimitars, short spears, moon blades, and other melee weapons, there was training in using the moonlight longbow. The Moonmark tribe seemed to particularly emphasize medium-range moonlight archery, with instructors teaching how to infuse moonlight fighting spirit into arrows more efficiently, forming moonlight arrows, silent arrows, or penetrating arrows with different effects. The Duke performed well in these trainings, showing promising potential for cultivation. In close combat, he displayed a simple, efficient, slightly ferocious style, his knife skills fierce and precise, taking down evenly matched opponents cleanly and quickly in several sparring sessions, gradually earning a reputation in the camp as someone not to be trifled with. Additionally, there were targeted small team coordination drills. The instructors would temporarily group elves from different tribes, simulating tactics like ambushes, blockades, and breakouts when encountering invader squads. In these drills, the Duke typically took on roles as a scout or flanking assailant, remaining silent and reserved but executing orders precisely, with several critical judgments and actions gaining his team an advantage, gradually earning some temporary teammates' trust. When the moons of Elise Tree or Shar led, training content would shift to the use of shadows, nocturnal environmental perception, survival techniques for dealing with various forest demons or eerie natural phenomena. Sometimes, priests from his tribe would come to teach the basics of moonlight magic principles and the application of natural blessings, aiming to enhance warriors' comprehensive survival and combat capabilities. Training was grueling, but food supplies and basic healing ointment were not stingy. Outstanding performers could even earn extra meat, fresh fruits, and even have the chance to apply for using better weapons provided by the tribe for training. The atmosphere in the camp was subtly shifting, day by day through sweating together and training side by side. The initial heaviness and estrangement were gradually being replaced by a cohesion born out of shared suffering and a yearning to grow stronger and seek revenge. During breaks, elves began to exchange more of their tribal combat experiences, views on different invader forces and tactics, even sharing some stories from their hometowns. The Duke, most of the time, was a quiet listener, only supplementing necessary information about the Flowing Wind tribe and invaders under the guise of Ying when needed. He observed every elf, piecing together information about various defeated tribes from their words and actions, deepening his understanding of the night elves' culture. Duke noticed that even these ragtag deserters possessed a decent level of individual combat skills, familiarity with the forest, use of moonlight energy. This was likely because the innate talents of the elf race allowed most of them to possess a high baseline without much effort. Humans, on the other hand, are entirely different. Every bit of strength requires diligent practice to gradually raise their life level. The night elves, in comparison to humans, have relatively long lifespans. Like most of the elves, Even if night elves spend all their time on leisure, with age they still gain a certain level of power. Moreover, with their inherently high talent for being casters, they have great affinity with various free energy particles, making it easier for them to grasp extraordinary energy. Through rigorous and well-timed training, Duke quickly secured his position in the camp. Heisman described him as steady, perceptive, a promising seedling, and some elves began to voluntarily engage him in conversation and invite him for additional sparring. Of course, he never forgot his true mission. During breaks in training, he used every opportunity to casually inquire about the clan's internal affairs, especially regarding Lady Usura's deeds, the legends of Moonscar's gaze, and those prestigious clan members, like Lady Lurendrella, Usura's daughter. He appeared as a young warrior filled with awe and yearning for the powerful clan, eager to gain recognition, so these inquiries did not arouse suspicion. His strict training and low-key yet solid performance gradually built the reputation of the name Shadowleaf in the camp and even higher tiers, like water wearing away stone. The one-eyed Heisman mentioned this young man from the Flowwind clan several times in regular reports to clan administrators, praising him as resolute, skilled, especially adept at stealth and close combat, a talent worth molding. Several days later, when Duke finished his archery training for the afternoon and returned to his simple tree hollow, he found Heisman and a middle-aged elf, exuding calmness and wearing the high-tier priest attire of the Moonscar clan, waiting there. Shadowleaf. Heisman's expression was more serious than usual. This is Priest Morin. Priest Morin's gaze was calm yet penetrating, sweeping over Duke as if evaluating the quality of an artifact. "We are aware of your performance during the training camp," he began, his voice gentle yet carrying indisputable authority. Duke slightly bowed, remaining silent. "Miss Lurendrella, Lady Usura's only daughter, you've met her before," Priest Morin continued. "By Mrs. side, there's always been a shortage of a sufficient number of truly loyal and reliable young guards. Previous protective forces mostly came from the ranks of noble clansmen, their loyalty indisputable, but their experience and disposition were ultimately lacking in tempering. Recently, the situation has been turbulent, and her ladyship is more concerned about Mrs. Safety. We intend to select a few from incoming, battle-tested, capable individuals with relatively clear backgrounds like you to supplement the outer ranks of Mrs. Personal Guard, responsible for some outer guard and accompanying escort tasks." Inside, Duke's heart stirred. This was undoubtedly an excellent springboard for approaching the core area of his target, far more direct and effective than any roundabout method he had imagined. But he only displayed a suitable amount of surprise on his face, quickly shifting to a gravity mixed with honor and caution. "This is my honor, priest sir," he responded in a deep voice. "But Shadowleaf's qualifications may be lacking. Strength and character are more important than qualifications," Priest Morin interrupted him. "Of course, this is merely a qualification for selection. Whether you ultimately get selected depends on your performance in subsequent specialized tests. The selection will be held in a week, jointly by me and several other instructors. If you're willing to accept the challenge, be ready." "I am willing," Duke immediately answered, his voice firm and decisive, eyes lit with the fervor of a young warrior eager to prove himself and gain recognition. "Very well." Priest Morin nodded. "Heisman will inform you of some basic precautions. Remember, the selection not only tests personal combat power, but also loyalty, discipline, and identification with the Moonscar clan. Conduct yourself wisely." Having said this, Priest Morin then turned and left. Heisman looked at Duke, a complex expression flashing through his one eye, containing expectation and a hint of warning. "Kid, this is both an opportunity and a trial. If you enter, there will be more rules and more eyes on you. Perform well and the future is bright. But if you make a wrong move or if your intentions aren't pure," he lowered his voice, "the consequences won't be as simple as being expelled from the camp. Are you really sure about this?" Duke met his gaze, unflinching. "Uncle Heisman, my Flowwind clan only has the fire of revenge left. Serving under Lady Usura and Miss Lurendrella is the best way for me to prove my worth and gain the power for revenge. I won't disappoint you nor tarnish the warrior's honor." His answer was sincere, and Heisman stared at him for a few seconds before slowly nodding. "All right, remember what you said. Starting today, your afternoon regular training will be suspended. And I'll give you special instructions on the rules and skills that the personal guards might need to know. Don't embarrass me." In the following days, Duke entered a more intense preparation phase. During the day he followed Heisman for extra training, focusing not just on combat skills, but also on etiquette, knowledge of important figures, crests, taboos of the Moon Scar clan, and conduct codes in specific situations. A week passed quickly with double the effort and silent anticipation. The selection day finally arrived. In the morning, as the silver light of Shorn's moon was especially crisp, Duke was led by Priest Morin and several expressionless clan instructors away from the familiar refuge camp, advancing toward the true core area of the Moon Scar clan, the sacred area shrouded in the light of the level 3 moon well. The selection site was in a special wooded area on the outskirts of the core, called the Trial Forest. Here the ancient trees towered, and the terrain was complex. When Duke arrived with the group, on a clearing at the forest edge, nearly 30 young elves had already gathered. Most of them came from various deserter camps and were standouts recommended by their respective camps, much like Duke. They were unfamiliar with each other, and when their eyes met, there was both the scrutiny of seeing a competitor and an subtle, barely noticeable tension when facing the unknown trials. No one spoke, the atmosphere was solemn. Priest Morin stood on a slightly raised moonstone at the front of the clearing. Beside him, apart from the instructors seen earlier, there were 2 more elves, exuding a deeper aura and clad in silvery white light armor, wearing the insignia of the high-level guards of the Moon Mark clan. Their eyes were sharp as eagles, quietly scanning the candidates below, an invisible pressure spreading out. This selection aims to reinforce the outer guard of Miss Lyrandella with fresh blood. Priest Morin's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. A total of 30 will participate, but only the best 9 or even fewer will remain. The selection consists of 3 rounds, with unqualified candidates eliminated each round. Now, begin the first round, the Moon Resonance and will trial. The first round of testing was simple and direct, yet it targeted the core of the Dark Elves' power. The candidates were required to sit cross-legged in the center of the clearing, facing the Sulun moon high in the sky, as it so happened to be the silver moon period. What they needed to do was delve as deeply as possible into a meditative state to guide the moonlight energy into their bodies, refine their fighting spirit, and resist the ubiquitous mental whispers mixed with ancient ritual powers in the Trial Forest. The test began. 30 strands of moonlight fighting spirit, either strong or weak, lit up one after another, reflecting the silvery glow falling from the sky. Duke also closed his eyes, initiating the moonlight breathing technique. He needed to control the intensity of the resonance, showing enough potential and stability without appearing too astonishing. Most of his mind was focused on maintaining his disguise, while a sliver of his consciousness sensed and resisted the so-called mental whisper. These whispers were not concrete sounds, but a disturbance acting directly on the spiritual plane, sometimes like distant screams of battle, sometimes like whispers in the dark, and at times evoking fragments of painful memories of homeland destruction and clan dispersal deep within the heart. For those who had truly experienced the pain of defeat as routed soldier, this interference was especially intense. But given Duke's current formidable spiritual power, this level of mental interference was nothing and could not cause him substantial harm. Time passed bit by bit. Duke maintained stable energy fluctuations throughout, his breathing long and deep, his expression calm, as if those whispers were merely breezes brushing past his ear. He noticed that several fighting spirit glows around him had already started to fluctuate violently, and some candidates let out painful groans, their faces pale, clearly severely disturbed by the mental whispers, unable to maintain their meditative state. About 1 standard time of the Dark Elf plane later, Priest Morin's voice rang out again, "Stop." The candidates slowly opened their eyes, many with sweat trickling down their foreheads and eyes still bearing a trace of fatigue or the aftermath of a struggle. In contrast, Duke appeared relatively composed, with only a slight disturbance in his aura, which quickly settled back down. The 2 high-level guards stepped forward, their gaze like lightning, swiftly scanning each candidate, focusing on their mental state and the speed at which their fighting spirits settled. Moments later, one of them softly reported a few words to Priest Morin. "First round, eliminate 8 people." Priest Morin announced, his voice lacking emotion. The 8 candidates looking the worst, with the most erratic fighting spirit fluctuations, were forlornly led away from the clearing by the instructors. Second round, the comprehensive test of stealth, tracking. Encounter tracking. Priest Morin pointed to the deep trial forest behind him. You will be divided into pairs, forming 11 groups. Each group will receive a simplified map and an objective item, a small piece of specially crafted moonlight stone emitting faint moonlight waves' initial hidden location. Your task is to find your group's target moonlight stone within 2 standard times, under the premise of not being discovered and marked by the hunters, and bring it to the designated gathering point. There are 10 experience level 2 hunters lurking in the forest who will actively search for and attempt to mark you. Anyone marked is deemed to have failed the task. If either member of a group is marked, the entire group is eliminated. Finally, they will be evaluated based on arrival time, whether they have the moonlight stone and the number of times they have been discovered. The grouping was quickly completed. Duke's partner was a stout elf warrior named Gang Yan from the Stone Root clan, known for his strength but seemingly not skilled in stealth, making it a disadvantageous combination. Duke slightly furrowed his brow. If he were on his own, he was confident he could accomplish the task relatively well. Now, being randomly grouped, he also had to ensure the teammate could complete the task. He quickly understood the intention behind the assessment. They were to become Miss Lyrandella's guardians, and naturally, all assessment criteria were according to the standards of a guardian. After retrieving the map and initial information, they had very little time to communicate. Gang Yan appeared a bit impatient. Ying Yi, I've heard you're good at stealth. I'll follow you, find the stone, and I'll clear the way. Duke quickly glanced at the map, sensed the energy environment in the forest, and the faint presence of hunters, quickly devising a plan in his mind. Gang Yan, your strength is our advantage. But stealth is not. Can't act together, the target is too big. He said in a low voice, you take the relatively open path marked on the map to lurk, most likely attracting hunters' attention there. Be as careful as possible, and the later you're discovered, the better. I will take the longer route, maneuver from this side with denser shadows, attempting to find and return the target directly. If I succeed first, I'll signal you. If you are discovered first, maneuver as much as possible to buy me time. Although Gang Yan felt like he was being used as bait. After thinking for a moment, he understood that stealth was not his strong suit. Acting together would only be a burden, so he nodded. All right, I trust you this time. The test began, and the two quickly separated, merging into the forest. Duke was like a true shadow, pushing his dark attribute affinity ability and spiritual perception to the limit. He wasn't just moving fast, but was fully utilizing the complex terrain of the trial forest, the shifting light and shadow, and the blind spots in perception caused by the leftover energy of ancient rituals. Duke flowed through the dense ferns like water, moving along rock walls covered with glowing moss, occasionally using thick tree roots or hanging vines for short, silent leaps. His spiritual power was like the finest spider web, detecting energy disturbances several hundred meters ahead, subtle traces on the ground, and barely perceptible changes in the air scent. He avoided 2 areas marked on the map as likely defensive focuses for the hunters, and bypassed an old rune node where energy flow was exceptionally active and might hide some kind of warning mechanism. Duke didn't entirely rely on the map, but constantly adjusted his route based on the environment. About 40 minutes later, he approached the initial hidden area of the target moonlight stone, a depression filled with tall ferns with silver-white leaves. He didn't enter directly but lurked in the shadow of a twisted ancient tree on the periphery, observing carefully. Sure enough, behind a seemingly insignificant rock on the edge of the depression, there were faint signs of energy concealment. A hunter, and it seemed there were simple trigger traps set. Duke patiently waited. A few minutes later, in the distance, came a small sound, as if a branch had been accidentally broken. Behind the rock on the depression's edge, the faint energy fluctuation moved ever so slightly, its attention clearly drawn away for a moment. Now was the time. Without any hesitation, Duke slid out of the shadow, his body moving as if weightless. He didn't rush directly toward the center of the depression, but moved quickly and silently along the edge, using the broad leaves of the moonlight fern as cover. His goal wasn't the map-marked center point, but rather a point along the depression's edge where energy converged, according to his perception. Duke's judgment was correct. Beneath a particularly lush moonlight fern with a natural energy vortex at its roots, he found a small moon-white stone with a soft glow, no larger than a fingernail. He didn't touch it directly, but used a thin layer of moonlight fighting spirit to envelop it, lifting it and swiftly placing it into a specially made pouch at his waist. After obtaining the stone, Duke didn't linger. He immediately returned along the pre-planned escape route. At the same time, he sent out a few imitated calls of the moonlight white feather bird towards the direction where Gang Yan might be, which was the agreed signal for a successful retreat. On the return journey, he was even more cautious, choosing a different, more concealed path than the one he had come by. He sensed hunter activity in at least 2 areas, but cleverly avoided them in advance. When Duke finally reached the designated gathering point, there was still nearly half a standard hour left until the time limit. He was the 3rd group to arrive, and soon after, Gang Yan also arrived, looking a bit disheveled but unharmed. According to the plan, he created enough reasonable noise to draw some attention. Although he was almost caught by a hunter, he managed to escape using his excellent close combat skills and knowledge of the terrain. Other groups returned one after another. Some successfully brought back the Moonlight Stone, others returned empty-handed. Several groups returned dejectedly after both members had been marked. After evaluation by the instructor and the high-level guards, the results of the 2nd round were announced. Only 6 groups successfully brought back the Moonlight Stone without being marked, and a total of 10 people were eliminated for various reasons. Duke and Gang Yan's group was highly evaluated for successfully bringing back the item in a short amount of time, and not being marked throughout the process, allowing them to advance smoothly. At this point, out of 30 participants in the selection, only 12 remained. Only one final step was left to reach the ultimate selection. The 3rd round, actual combat confrontation. Priest Marin's gaze swept over the 12 remaining candidates, his tone more solemn. You will be divided into 3 teams, each with 4 people, to conduct an unrestricted combat exercise. The venue is this trial forest. The rules are simple: defeat your opponents, capture the opposing team's token, which is a specially made moonlight crystal, and protect your own token. The time limit is 1.5 standard hours. Ultimately, based on each team's performance, individual contributions during combat, and compliance with orders, the final candidates will be comprehensively evaluated. Unrestricted combat means all known combat techniques can be used, approaching real combat. Moreover, it requires consideration of not only personal combat strength, but also teamwork, tactical execution, and even obedience to temporary orders, which clearly implies an assessment of loyalty and discipline. For Duke, this stage wasn't too problematic. The only thing he needed to watch out for was not to display any suspicious magical means, especially the talent Magic Sand Guardian. He needed to consciously control it. Otherwise, if Sand Guardian was accidentally triggered, it would undoubtedly reveal some issues. The teams were reorganized. Duke was assigned to the 3rd team, with teammates including Gang Yan, whom he had previously collaborated with, a silent female archer named Du from the Night Du clan, and a young warrior named Light Feather from an unknown small clan, whose gaze seemed somewhat unfocused. They received the token crystal representing their team, a crystal emitting a pale blue light, which had to be carried at all times. If it was more than 10 meters away, or the energy supply was interrupted, it would be considered lost. They were also informed of the general color characteristics of the opponent team's tokens, which was silver, white, and pale purple. During the brief pre-battle preparation time, the 4 gathered together. Gang Yan looked at Duke, apparently defaulting the command to him. Ying Yi, how do we fight? Duke quickly analyzed. In our team, Gang Yan excels at frontal assault and defense, Du is good at mid to long-range support and reconnaissance, Light Feather has decent speed. I will be responsible for stealth, surprise attacks, and tactical command. He looked at Light Feather, who nodded without speaking. For the opponent's 2 teams, the silver-white team has 2 members with strong auras, likely their main offensive points. The pale purple team has better coordination but slightly weaker individual strength. We should avoid a direct confrontation. Duke quickly drew a simple map on the ground. There is a mist stone forest on the east side of the trial forest. The terrain is complex with strong energy interference, suitable for hiding and ambush. We will draw the battlefield there. Gang Yan and Du, you form a group, deliberately exposing your tracks from the west side to attract at least one team's attention, retreat while fighting, and move towards the stone forest, creating as much chaos as possible. Light Feather and I will infiltrate the stone forest to set up in advance and wait for the opportunity to snatch their token or ambush the teams you draw in. Splitting up isn't that too risky, Gang Yan frowned. If we concentrate our forces, we might get pinched by two teams. Splitting up, we can use the terrain and information gap, Duke said. Gang Yan thought for a moment and nodded forcefully. All right, I'll follow your lead. Duke looked at the female archer. No problem, Du replied briefly, already checking her quiver. Light Feather, come with me. We need to plant some small surprises in the stone forest in advance. Duke looked at the last teammate. Light Feather's eyes flickered a bit but followed along. The combat drill officially began with a sharp whistle. 12 figures shot into the depths of the trial forest like arrows. Duke and Light Feather, moving at top speed, silently reached the mist stone forest on the east side. As its name suggests, this area is shrouded year-round in a thin but persistent energy mist, which carries mild hallucinatory and energy interference properties. The forest is filled with gray-white stone pillars of varying heights and strange shapes, many of which have natural holes that create a wailing sound when the wind blows through, further disrupting hearing. The ground is slippery, covered with moss and shattered stones. Split up and check the outskirts of the stone forest, looking for paths suitable for ambush and diversion. We'll meet back here in 15 minutes, Duke instructed Light Feather while choosing a direction to start his exploration himself. He needed to familiarize himself with every terrain he could exploit here. Which stone pillars could form excellent sniping points or hiding places, which paths were shortcuts to connect different areas, and where the mist was especially thick, suitable for setting traps or making an escape. As he memorized, he utilized materials found at hand: loose stones, resilient vines, fluorescent moss that releases paralyzing pollen when stimulated to set up some simple warning or delaying devices. These devices were primitive, but adapted to the special environment of the stone forest, sufficient to play a role at a critical moment. 15 minutes later, the two regrouped. Light Feather simply reported the situation he had explored, and Duke silently noted it down, perfecting the ambush map in his mind. Soon, faint sounds of weapons clashing and shouts emerged from the west side of the stone forest. Gang Yan and Du had successfully attracted the enemy, with the battle shifting towards the stone forest. They're coming. As planned, you go to those taller stone pillars over there, and use the mist and height to observe. If you see solitary or injured enemies, try long-range harassment but prioritize your concealment. Duke pointed to a relatively open area with thinner mist, instructing Light Feather, then swiftly concealed himself into a nearby area where the mist was thickest and the stone pillars densest, leaning against a thick stone pillar, restraining his breath to the utmost. Becoming part of the stone forest itself, he tightly held the pale blue token crystal in his hand, both a target and a possible lure. Footsteps breathing. Gang Yan's iconic roar drew nearer. The first to rush to the edge of the forest was the slightly disheveled but highly spirited Gang Yan and Du, followed closely by 5 pursuers, members of the Silver Token team. It seemed Gang Yan and Du's baiting had been very successful. Into the forest. Disperse. Gang Yan shouted loudly, expertly splitting apart with Du, using the stone pillars and mist to instantly widen the distance from the pursuers. The 5 from the Silver team were evidently wary of the stone forest's environment, slowing their pace, cautiously advancing in a fan formation, trying to find traces of Gang Yan and Du. Just as their attention was caught by Gang Yan and Du, Duke moved. He didn't attack the nearest target but instead darted out like a specter from the dense mist, aiming directly at the last archer of the Silver team, who was vigilantly watching the flanks. Duke's speed was extreme, his scimitar slicing a cold gleam through the mist. Behind, someone in the Silver team cried out. The archer reacted swiftly, hastily lifting his bow to block. Clang, the scimitar struck the bow, sparks flying. The archer was shaken back, yet Duke's left hand, like a snake striking out of its nest, precisely reached for the pouch hanging on the opponent's waist where the token was kept. However, the Silver team was well trained, with 2 other members already roaring and rushing to assist, the moonlight fighting spirit shining, blocking Duke's attack path. Duke decisively abandoned the snatch, crouching his body, slipping through the gap of the attack like a mudfish, disappearing into the dense mist again. The entire process lasted only 2 to 3 breaths, successfully disrupting the Silver team's formation and drawing their ire. Find the one with the token first. The Silver team's captain shouted sternly, and all 5 immediately adjusted, beginning a more meticulous search of the area where Duke might be hiding. The battle in the mist stone forest had turned into a hide-and-seek like chaotic skirmish, with Gang Yan and Du launching attacks from hiding, striking, and retreating. Duke was even more like a ghost, using his knowledge of the terrain and small traps repeatedly to harass the silver team. Though unable to directly seize the token again, he exhausted their stamina and attention. However, an unexpected event occurred. Light Feather, who had been observing the harassment from above as instructed, somehow silently appeared near Duke's next planned hideout. Moreover, he was followed by 3 members of the purple team. Yang Yi. Run. The purple team is after you. Light Feather's face showed panic, shouting toward Duke's direction, while he himself sprinted to the other side, drawing the pursuers towards Duke's location. Exposed, and by a teammate, whether unintentionally or deliberately. The 3 members of the purple team saw Duke's figure and the faint aura of the token on him, immediately abandoning Light Feather, forming an encirclement and rushing in. On the other side, drawn by the commotion, the silver team quickly closed in. Suddenly, Duke found himself in a perilous position, caught between 2 teams totaling 8 people. Gang Yan and Du, seeing this, roared and charged out from hiding. Attempting to assist, but were firmly pinned down by 2 members of the silver team split off. Duke's eyes turned icy cold, instantly assessing the situation, realizing direct combat posed high risks. His gaze swept towards the direction Light Feather was fleeing, then glanced at the purple team members rushing in. He didn't break through towards Gang Yan nor attempt to escape the encirclement. Instead, he charged towards the direction the purple team was coming from and fiercely threw the pale blue token crystal belonging to his team towards a swirling mist, stone column-filled complex area ahead. The token crystal traced a pale blue arc. Landing in that area, its light faintly shimmering in the mist. The sudden move stunned everyone. He discarded his own token, the 3 members of the light purple team, and the 2 nearby. Silver-white team members were almost instinctively, momentarily hesitant. Their attention caught by the token flying out. After all, seizing the token was the main goal. In that instant, the fighting spirit within Duke erupted with unprecedented intensity, his speed suddenly increasing. However, the direction he rushed towards was neither the token's landing point nor the weak spot in the encirclement, but towards Light Feather, who had just stopped and was looking back. Light Feather completely did not expect Duke to attack him first when he was in danger. He was shocked and hurriedly raised his sword. Duke's curved blade pierced through Light Feather's hasty defense at an incredible angle, slicing across his shoulder blade and causing a spray of blood. At the same time, Duke's left hand moved with lightning speed, pulling off the small pouch at Light Feather's waist, which was supposed to be empty but was slightly bulging. Inside was a light purple token crystal. Light Feather had secretly obtained the token from the light purple team but kept it hidden, possibly intending to exploit others to gain all the credit or having other plots in mind. "You!" Light Feather cried in pain, the color drained from his face. Duke paid no heed, and while seizing the light purple token, used the recoil from hitting Light Feather as a pivot, spinning his body like a top to narrowly dodge a sword and spear attacking him from behind. And without hesitation, he bolted towards the deepest, mistiest, almost unexplored area of the stone forest, in the opposite direction from where he had just thrown the light blue token. His silhouette was instantly swallowed by the thick mist. Behind him, the members of the silver-white team and light purple team, now aware, were both shocked and furious. Some rushed towards where the light blue token landed, while others attempted to pursue Duke, but due to the mist, the terrain, and the sudden change, their formation became chaotic, and their efficiency greatly decreased. Gang Yan and Dewdrop, relieved from pressure, took the chance to break free and also moved towards where Duke disappeared. Time slipped away quickly amid the final chaos, pursuit, and occasional brief skirmishes deep in the stone forest. When the ending whistle pierced sharply through the mist of the stone forest, a Duke covered in scrapes and bruises, his breathing somewhat erratic but eyes still sharp, slowly emerged from the densest fog. In his hand, he tightly gripped the light purple token crystal. The location of his own light blue token and the silver-white team's token had become a mystery in the chaos. On the clearing at the edge of the stone forest, Priest Morin, several instructors, and the 2 high-level guards waited silently. The surviving candidates returned to the team one after another, most of them injured and looking exhausted. Light Feather stood aside, holding his shoulder, his face pale, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. The tallying of results soon came out. Duke's team, having successfully seized and retained an enemy token, and performed exceptionally in the melee. Received the highest evaluation. Gang Yan and Dewdrop naturally made the cut, and Duke, for his decisive action, tactical adaptability, and achievement in seizing the token, won a spot without dispute. Although he lost his own token, his handling of the situation was viewed by the instructors as a decisive and effective emergency strategy. The silver-white team retained their token but failed to capture others, ranking second with 2 members selected. The light purple team, having lost their token and performed averagely, had only 1 person selected due to satisfactory personal combat ability. Light feather, suspected of hiding information and betraying teammates, faced elimination and further investigation. In the end, out of 12 candidates, only 8 met the requirements after 3 rounds of stringent selection. Priest Morin's gaze slowly swept over the faces of the selected 8, especially pausing on Duke before slowly speaking, "Congratulations to you. From this moment, you will become members of Lady Lirandella's outer guard. Remember your duties and honor. Tomorrow, someone will acquaint you with your new residence and rules." Duke slightly lowered his head, hiding the flash of light in his eyes. The most crucial step was finally taken. Early the next morning, under the guidance of a newly appointed instructor responsible for guidance, Duke and the other 7 new outer guard members left the refuge camp where they had lived for months, heading towards the true core area of the Moonscar clan. The white stone path beneath their feet grew wider and smoother, and the magical plants meticulously cared for on both sides became more lush and precious. The moonlight and natural energy flowing in the air transitioned from rich to a nearly tangible thickness, making each breath feel like inhaling and exhaling liquid moonlight essence, invigorating the spirit, and causing the fighting spirit within them to become spontaneously active. This was a prominent feature of approaching the core radiation of the Level 3 Moonwell's moonglimmer. The scenery along the way was distinctly different from the outskirts. The tree houses were more exquisite, mostly utilizing the branches of living ancient trees to create natural structures, draped in glowing vines and moss, with windows inlaid with thin and transparent crystals or moonstones. Some important structures, like the priest halls, warrior training grounds, and craft workshops, were carved from enormous, seemingly mountain-integrated alabaster stones, their surfaces adorned with natural moonlight patterns, solemn and mysterious. The number of elf residents significantly increased, their attire and aura more outstanding. Upon seeing this newly led outer guard squad, most cast curious or scrutinizing glances, free of malice, exhibiting more of a faint clan-based attention. Occasionally one could see elf elders in splendid robes, exuding deep auras, walking slowly by, accompanied by respectful attendants, showcasing their extraordinary status. They passed through a tranquil woodland, encircled by huge crystal orchids, crossing a graceful moonstone arch bridge spanning a silver light stream, eventually reaching a higher altitude area guarded by towering ancient trees. This was the core area of the clan, the residence and activity range for the guard and associated personnel. First in sight was a relatively low yet exceptionally sturdy silver-white wall constructed from a mix of animated thorns and moonlight metal, with small lookout towers embedded with detection crystals standing at intervals. The wall was not completely sealed, with several gates guarded by sharp-minded and well-equipped clan guards. The level of these guards was generally between middle and high level 1, their eyes sharp, discipline stringent, vastly different from the soldiers with disordered origins at the refuge camp. After the instructor presented credentials and underwent strict verification, the squad was allowed to enter inside the wall. Here there were no disordered shanties or tents, everything was in order. In the center was a wide training square paved with smooth moonstone slabs, where some guards were currently conducting morning exercises. Their actions uniform, the glow of fighting spirit interweaving, the aura of killing intent pervasive. Around the square, there were several uniformly styled 2-story stone wood structures in silver white and dark green as the main color, including the guard barracks, equipment depot, tactical meeting room, and medical office. On a higher elevation on the north side of the training square stood a more magnificent 3-story building, as if carved from a single piece of smooth white jade. Atop the building flew the banner of the Moonscar clan, and the windows were of giant colored moonlight glass, shimmering with a dreamlike luster under the purple light of Iris surrender. This was the Moonwatch Castle, where Moon Dancer Usura and her direct kin, as well as the high-tier priests and chiefs, resided and handled clan affairs. and the legendary Moon Scar, Moonglimmer, Moonwell, and Moonwatch platform were located in a strictly guarded area behind this fortress. Just standing here, Duke could feel the vast and profound energy waves emanating from the direction of Moonwatch Castle. The wave was pure, powerful, full of life vitality, yet carried an awe-inspiring majesty. The energy radiation of the level 3 moon well reached its peak here. This is the main area where you will be active from now on. The instructor's voice brought everyone's attention back. The barracks on the west side have already been allocated for you, 2 people per room. Daily training, patrols, mission assignments will all take place here. Remember, you are now part of the outer circle of Miss Lilindra's elite guard, representing the face of the lady and the clan. You must strictly adhere to every rule here, train diligently, and perform duties loyally. Any negligence or overstep will be severely punished. He paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone. Now, put down your belongings, tidy your appearance. Gather at the training ground later. Miss Lilindra will personally meet you. Miss Lilindra will personally meet us. Everyone's spirits lifted, showing expressions of excitement or nervousness. Duke also aptly displayed a mix of honor and a hint of apprehension befitting his status. Soon, everyone settled in. The rooms were much more comfortable than the tree holes at the refugee camp, clean and tidy, equipped with simple furniture and independent moonlight stone lighting. After quickly organizing their straightforward luggage and changing into the uniformly issued superior quality dark green uniforms with silver trim, the 8 quickly returned to the training ground, standing in formation according to the instructor's instructions, standing upright and looking straight ahead. The waiting time was not long. About 10 minutes later, from the direction of Moonwatch Castle, came a gentle and rhythmic sound of footsteps. Accompanied by 2 female high-level royal guards dressed in light silver armor, a slender figure slowly approached. Lilindra wore a moon-white hunting outfit, tailored to be flexible, covered by a light, faint purple cloak embroidered with silver silk patterns. Her silver hair was not overly decorated, simply pinned up with a basic moonlight stone hairpin, the rest cascading down like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her skin, under the intense infusion of moonlight energy, looked even more translucent, as if glowing with a faint light. Those light purple eyes, clear and bright, carried the unique liveliness and curiosity of a young girl. But upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a hint carefully protected deep within her eyes, a naivety and unease towards the unknown world, especially towards the brutal wars. Her arrival seemed to infuse a fresh vitality into the training ground, filled with a stern atmosphere. The instructor immediately bowed in salute. Miss. The 8 new elite guards uniformly dropped to one knee, right hand on chest, bowing their heads in salute. Greetings, Miss Lilindra. Lilindra walked to the front of the lineup, curiously scanning these new faces, her gaze pausing on each of them. Rise. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like a stream in the forest, carrying a natural affinity without much arrogance of a higher status. Everyone rose, still standing with heads bowed solemnly. Welcome to the team. Lilindra said with a smile, a clean and sincere grin. I heard from Priest Morin and the instructors that you all have been rigorously selected, outstanding warriors among many comrades. Having warriors like you who are experienced in battle and have unwavering will to protect me, I feel very at ease and honored. Her words were simple and direct, yet they stirred a warm current and strong sense of belonging in the hearts of these young elves, who mostly came from ordinary backgrounds, even broken homes. I know you come from different places, with different pasts. Lilindra continued, her tone slightly low, but here in the Moonlit clan, we have a common goal to protect our home, to drive out those invaders who bring destruction. I hope this place can become your new home, and you can become the trusted partners and sharp blades of the Moonlit clan. She paused again, her gaze once more sweeping across everyone. I may not be as powerful as my mother and the elders, nor can I personally experience every battle on the front lines. But I will try my best to understand you, support you. I also hope you can help me, allowing me to better contribute my strength to the clan. These words both expressed reliance and gave respect, with the balance perfectly handled. Willing to serve the lady. Willing to fight for the clan. The 8 elite guards roared in unison, their voices filled with the excitement of recognition and determination to pledge loyalty. Lilindra nodded with satisfaction, her smile becoming brighter. She whispered a few words to the female high-level royal guards beside her, then said to everyone, Today is mainly about getting to know each other. Next, the instructor will arrange your specific duties and training. Work hard, I'm looking forward to seeing your performance. After speaking, she gave everyone another look before turning around and leaving slowly with the high guards, returning to Moonwatch Castle. It wasn't until her figure disappeared inside the castle gate that the instructor signaled everyone to relax. "You all, sir. The lady has high expectations of you," the instructor said sternly. "Don't betray this trust. Now allocate specific posts and patrol shifts." After several days of adaptation and rigorous training, Duke gradually familiarized himself with the daily rhythm of the outer members of the elite guard and the basic layout around Moonwatch Castle. He was assigned to the night patrol team, which suited him perfectly. The nighttime, especially under certain phases of the moon, was the best time to execute that critical mission. Based on his observations and intelligence analysis over the past few days, the most suitable time for action was when the blood-red shell moon alone hung high, reaching the zenith, and its light absorption and shadow erosion characteristics reached their peak. At this moment, not only is the natural light suppressed to its lowest, but even the moonlight energy itself tends towards heaviness and secrecy, interfering most strongly with spiritual power and energy perception, significantly weakening the alertness and perceptual range of the guards. This day coincides with such a moment of profound darkness. The night sky is like a heavy velvet drenched in ink and dark red dye, with only Shar's moon emitting an oppressive dark red glow, as if capable of siphoning away the soul's light and warmth. Under such eerie moonlight, the contour of Moonwatch Castle is indistinct, like a great beast lurking in the shadows. The gentle moonlight energy emitted from the castle itself seems to be suppressed by Shar's power, dimming into obscurity. The air is thick with the cold, damp breath of the night and a faint metallic tang peculiar to Shar's moon. Duke, clad in a dark green guard's uniform that blends seamlessly into the night, as usual, forms a squad with 3 other members, following a predetermined patrol route. Their route passes several key points around the perimeter of Moonwatch Castle, with one segment coming very close to the high platform situated in the rear of the castle, where the Moonwatch platform is located. That area is a forbidden zone. The patrol team is only allowed to traverse the designated outer edge of the corridor. Tens of meters away from the high platform, strictly forbidden from stepping a foot into its area. The patrol proceeds according to a set rhythm. The team members are silent and focused on sensing the surroundings. The influence of Shar's moon makes everyone feel a bit oppressed, noticeably shrinking their range of perception, forcing them to rely more on their sight and the tacit understanding between comrades. When the squad reaches the corridor closest to the Moonwatch platform, Duke quietly injects a sliver of extremely faint spiritual power into the 1,000-faced instrument he carries closely at his chest. This level 3 witchcraft artifact vibrates slightly, emanating a barely detectable wave-like frequency very close to Shar's shadow energy. In the subconscious perception of the other 3 team members and the distant fixed pose, the presence of Yingyi seems to blend more transparently and reasonably into the background shadows and Shar's moonlight. His breathing, footsteps, and even minor energy undulations sync with the ambient noise. Unless someone is directly staring at him or there's a violent energy clash, his brief detachment from the team under the artifact's influence has a high chance of being subconsciously ignored. Opportunities are fleeting. Just as the squad is about to round the corner of the corridor, where their view will be momentarily blinded, Duke's footsteps naturally slip half a step behind, his form masked by the shadow of the corridor pillar and his teammates' silhouettes, like a drop of ink sliding into water. Silently departing the patrol queue to merge into the shadow of an area of meticulously trimmed but particularly eerie ornamental shrubs under Shar's moonlight. The entire process is as smooth as cloud and water, causing no energy disturbance. Not even a hint of airflow seemed to betray his actions. The 3 team members remain completely unaware, continuing along their route, their footsteps gradually fading. Duke lies still among the cold soil and shrub roots, until the patrol team's footsteps fully disappear at the other end of the corridor. The gaze from the distant fixed post conveniently turns in another direction. He takes a deep breath of cold, moist air, immersing his entire consciousness into the state of lurking. The target is the base area of the Moonwatch platform, near the specific jade stone that Isla uses for daily meditation. Through prolonged observation and occasional hints from Lilindra, he has already mapped out an extremely hidden narrow path leading from this shrub thicket to the rear of the Moonwatch platform's base, used by gardeners to maintain the ancient tree's aerial roots and moonlight moss. This path is concealed by dense low plants and hanging aerial roots, rarely used, especially during the deep night of Shar's moon. Moving slowly and more cautiously than he did in the Trial Forest, he meticulously chooses each step to ensure that the soft soil and fallen leaves underfoot make no unintended sound, ensuring his body does not brush against any branches or leaves that might sway. He conceals his own aura as much as possible, relying entirely on the innate affinity and control over the shadowy environment bestowed by the blood of the dark, and precise calculations of the energy flow and physical structures around him by his psychic core for navigation. The dark red glow of Shar's moon became his best cover. This glow not only fails to illuminate, but devours other light sources, blurring and chaos infusing the boundaries of shadows. Like a fish swimming in dense ink, Duke deftly weaves through the interstices of light and shadow, avoiding areas rendered strikingly prominent by the moonlight of Shar, only selecting paths rich in dark attribute energy for his progression. He climbs over slick rocks, slips through curtains of hanging aerial roots, staying close to the cold, rough base wall of the castle as he moves. In the air, Shar's moon's energy and the suppressed pure moonlight energy radiated from the moonwell of the Moonscar Eye intertwine and clash, forming patches of perceptual blind spots and energy turbulence. Carefully, he aligns his own aura with these turbulent flows as if he himself is merely a part of this chaotic energy field. The target draws closer. Already he can see through sparse gaps in the foliage, the outline of the Moonwatch platform's base rising several meters from the ground, constructed from alabaster moonlight stones. The surroundings of the base are empty, with only a few embedded stone lamps on the walls casting faint moonlight, all appearing subdued and feeble beneath Shar's red glow. The platform is silent and still, Isla evidently absent. His target is the east side of the base, near a particularly ancient shadow gauze tree wrapped in aerial roots, beneath a crevice by a jade stone said to be regularly used by Isla for meditation. The final stretch is the most dangerous. This area lies beyond the cover of shrubbery and complex topography. An open section paved with fine white pebbles, small but fully exposed to the potential sightlines from observation windows high up in Moonwatch Castle and the distant watchtower. Duke doesn't rush blindly out, but quietly bides his time behind the last curtain of aerial roots, patient as the most meticulous hunter, conducting one final round of timing and observation in his heart. Counting the beats of his heart, sensing the subtle pulsing of energies around him, capturing the faint sounds of wind, insect chirps, and the almost breathing-like energy flow of the castle itself. He seeks a rhythm, window where all perceptual factors align most favorably to his actions. Time passes moment by moment. Shar's moon gradually shifts, subtly altering the angle of its dark red glow. As a slightly stronger night wind sweeps over the castle heights, rustling leaves into sound, and a distant watchtower's detection crystal flickers for a brief moment due to energy tides, and the energy turbulence from the moonwell of the Moonscar Eye in his perception sweeps across the pebble-strewn clearing in front of him. He moves. No mad sprint, but a light, drifting movement like a leaf swept by wind, slipping from cover. His form almost leaves a trailing afterimage under Shar's red glow, yet wondrously integrates with the surrounding light and shadow. He doesn't directly dash towards the target stone, instead taking a slight arc, maximizing the use of the shadows cast by the base itself and the dappled shadows formed by the ancient tree's aerial roots on the ground. In mere moments, like a phantom, he clings to the side of that warmly rounded meditation jade stone. The surface of the stone is cool, exuding a faint, pure moonlight or a kindred to Isla's, not entirely obscured even under Shar's moon. Leaning against the stone and the base, Duke withdraws into the narrow shadow formed between them, minimizing exposure. His heartbeat is steady, breath nearly stilled, all senses heightened to confirm no anomalies around. Then, in a manner almost ritualistic in its slowness and precision, he raises his right hand. At some point, the tip of his index finger has caught that phase-fold beacon, thin as a cicada's wing. Its color nearly synchronized with the surrounding environment. The beacon was gently and securely inserted into the depths of the crevice until it was completely submerged and showed no visible signs. At the moment the beacon left the fingertips, the camouflage rune on its surface lit up slightly, then perfectly synchronized and merged with the surrounding rocks, moonlight materials, even the residual aura of Usura, the life fluctuations of the ancient tree's aerial roots, the energy radiation from the moon mark eye. From then on, it became a natural part of this jade stone, this base, this area, near impossible to be detected by any conventional or unconventional means unless one knew the exact location and activation code. Mission accomplished. Duke did not retreat immediately. He remained still as if he were part of the rock, once again entering an absolute lurking state, patiently waiting for the next rhythmic window to safely follow the original path back to the patrol route. The entire process, from leaving the patrol to planting the beacon, took no more than 5 minutes. As Duke's figure slid back into the patrol corridor like a shadow, silently trailing behind his teammates who had just completed the turnaround, and had no idea what had happened, the cold, red glow of Shar's moon continued to shine on the silent Moonwatch castle. It was as if nothing had happened, except for that insignificant anomaly in the depths of the crevice beneath the meditation jade, quietly sleeping, waiting for the signal to awaken the entire battle situation. At the moment the beacon was buried, the wizard in the rear could sense it and used the beacon to perceive the surrounding situation, which was extremely covert. The wizard could directly monitor Usura's movements through this beacon and activate the beacon at critical moments. The Empire Expedition Force's attack on the Moonmark clan did not immediately commence the day after Duke planted the beacon. The gears of war had long since interlocked and turned. In the shadows, the beacon merely provided the most critical, clearest targeting point for this massive and precise war machine. In the core command hall of Darkmoon Town, a giant magic sand table hovered in the air, meticulously outlining the terrain of the Shadow Song Valley and surrounding areas. The area representing the influence of the Moonmark clan, especially that prominent model of Moonwatch Castle, was marked by a circle of dark red halo. The phase-folding beacon has been confirmed activated. Coordinates locked. Energy fluctuation characteristics match highly with the level 3 moon well of the Moonmark eye, error less than 3 per 1,000. Reported an observation wizard clad in the Star Dome Commerce Association uniform, with eyes covered by the glow of magic, in a deep voice. Beside the sand table, several commanders with profound presences, at least at the level 3 mage realm, looked intently. Leading them was a burly old man in Imperial General Star armor, with grayish-white short hair standing upright and eyes sharp as an eagle. Very good. The old man's voice was hoarse, yet it carried a metallic texture. The Moonmark clan, entrenched in the west of the Shadow Song Valley for many years. With the moon thread water and shadow stone its Moonmark eye nourishes are scarce strategic resources. More crucially, it sits at the side path of our advance towards the Shadow Court. This thorn, it must be removed. He heavily pointed at the model of Moonwatch Castle. This operation, code-named Moonfall. Objective: capture the level 3 moon well Moonmark eye, destroy or severely damage the Moonmark clan's forces. Based on beacon guidance and preliminary reconnaissance, the enemy has at least one level 3 life, suspected to be the clan leader or chief priest. No demigod-level powerhouses exist, and plenty of level 1, level 2 life forms, with elite rangers and moon priests being the main conventional forces, skilled in jungle guerrilla warfare and shadow ambushes. Our advantage: a sinister-faced level 3 mage, shrouded in a faint shadow, interjected, with a voice seeming to come from the void, is in the element of surprise, and absolute firepower and energy suppression. The beacon not only provides coordinates, its continuous phase wave will slightly disrupt the energy stability around the Moonwatch platform. Especially during the moon phase interchange, this disruption will be magnified, enough for us to tear open the weakest point of their outer defensive barrier to carry out an elite raid. The operation time is set for 7 days later. At the setting of Shar's moon, at the beginning of the conjunction of Shorn and Illustri's moons. The burly old man finally decided. By then, shadow energy ebbs, light attribute and spiritual energy have not yet fully activated, a brief gap in the elves' defensive system conversion. Orders were issued layer by layer, and the enormous war machine began to operate at full speed. Within Darkmoon Town, elite mage units gathered, war golems were activated, siege magical devices flickered with dangerous spiritual light, and the air was filled with a foreboding of forthcoming conflict. In the deepest darkness before dawn, Shorn and Illustri's dual moons just climbed the treetops. The silver-purple halo not yet fully dispelling Shar's lingering stagnation. Suddenly, countless dazzling magical lights tore through the sky. From multiple predetermined positions in the Shadow Song Valley, the Empire Expedition Force's long-prepared assault erupted like a volcanic eruption. Massive explosive fire clouds howled towards the elves' forest outposts and frontier camps, reducing the mighty ancient trees and the elf archers within them to burning remnants. Ominous green glowing acid waterfalls poured down from the witch array, corroding the intricately set bramble barriers and natural traps. Furthermore, the low rumbling earthquake spells came from underground, disrupting the leyline nodes and hidden passages the elves relied on. The ground forces, led by metallic war golems, flowed towards the Moon Mark clan's territory like a black tide from multiple directions. The giants made of these magic metals and rocks ignored the terrain, advancing with heavy steps, tearing apart the wooden walls and vine obstacles set up by the elves with their enchanted giant arms. The scorching rays from their eyes and the spell missiles launched from their arms cleared the path for the advancing wizard assault teams. In the sky, dozens of manta ray-shaped shadow airships silently emerged, carrying wizards specifically targeting the commanders and moonlight priests within the elf units, and using specially crafted dispel arrows to disrupt the large-scale defensive barriers powered by the energy of the moon wells of the clan. The battle entered a white-hot state from the very beginning. The elven rangers and warriors on the outskirts are resisting fiercely with agility and terrain advantage, firing enchanted arrows as dense as rain, summoning vines to bind the enemy, and casting moonlight shields to block spells, found their lines beginning to falter under the planned, intensive multi-pronged fire coverage and assaults of the Imperial Army, with sharp whistles for reinforcements and alarms ringing out everywhere. Within Moonwatch Castle, the first to notice something amiss were the priests responsible for monitoring the energy fluctuations in the clan territory. The violent tremors from the barriers and the rapidly dimming warnings from several outer spiritual nodes caused their expressions to change dramatically. Invasion. Large-scale invasion. Eastern Mist Shadow Outpost has lost contact. A large number of enemy energy signals detected in the direction of the Stone Claw path to the west. Air units. A large number of air units have broken through our upper concealed barrier. The urgent reports resounded in the command hall, filled with unconcealed panic. Isola, the leader of the Moon Mark clan, a high elf woman with a stern face and a few dark purple streaks in her silver hair, suddenly stood up from the moonlight throne, her eyes brimming with a violet glow. Sound the alarm. All combat personnel, take defensive positions according to the predetermined plan. Activate the Moon Mark barrier. Her voice resonated throughout the castle, steady with an iron-blooded tone. I will proceed immediately to the Moonwatch platform to stabilize and guide the power of the Moon Mark well, supporting the outer defenses and striking the enemy's air units and energy nodes. The orders were swiftly executed. The piercing alarm, emitted using a specific frequency moonlight energy oscillation, echoed through Moonwatch Castle and the surrounding camps, instantly transforming the relatively peaceful castle into a high-speed operational combat hive. Elf warriors rushed out from their barracks and posts, heading to the walls, arrow towers, and preset defensive positions. The Moonlight Priests chanted hymns, bestowing stronger blessings and enchantment spells on their companions. Lilindra also awoke, hurriedly heading to the observation room on the side of the command hall under the escort of high-level royal guards. She watched the scenes of intense combat in the surroundings displayed in the magic water mirror, watched as their outposts collapsed in flames, watched as brave warriors fell under overwhelming numbers and firepower, her face pale, and her slender fingers tightly clutching the hem of her garment. This was her first time facing the brutal torrent of full-scale war so directly, far more shocking and terrifying than previous sporadic conflicts and reports. Isola, her figure transforming into a streak of light, swiftly flew to the highest point of the castle, the Moonwatch platform. She knew that her responsibility at this moment was crucial, to the maximum extent mobilizing the energy of the moon well to provide core support for the clan's defensive system, and to launch a powerful moonlight strike at the opportune moment, supporting the perilous outer defenses. When the first loud explosion faintly echoed from the perimeter, Duke was performing a routine patrol with his teammates in an area near the outer walls of the castle. The ground beneath trembled slightly. An abnormal light of various spell explosions lit up the skyline direction. "Enemy attack! A full-scale offensive," shouted Huey beside himself, his voice full of shock. Almost simultaneously, the piercing moonlight alarm of Moonwatch Castle tore through the night sky, instantly activating the entire clan's defense mechanism. On Duke's disguised face of Ying, he immediately appeared just the right amount of tension and the resoluteness of a warrior, and he quickly drew his sword, instinctively looking towards the direction where the explosions were most intense, body taut. "It's the east and west. The scale is massive." The instructor's angry roar came through the amplification magic. "All outer patrol teams immediately assemble at the second defense circle. Quick, don't linger." Duke began running towards the designated inner defense line with his squad. Inwardly, he calmly analyzed that the war was indeed proceeding as the wizard commanders planned, erupting from multiple points on the perimeter simultaneously, using powerful firepower to attract and suppress the living forces of the Moonmark clan, creating all-encompassing pressure. The real killer move should still be on its way. His gaze involuntarily and very discreetly glanced at the highest point of Moonwatch Castle, the Moonwatch platform where Isola should have gone by now. When his squad reached an inner defense line, a section of reinforced wall and associated arrow tower area, the battle outside had become so intense that the firelight reddened part of the sky, and the sounds of explosions, spell screeches, and fighting were mixed and carried by the wind, conveying a sense of that ferocity even from a distance. Wounded elf warriors were constantly being supported or carried by companions, and the air began to fill with a faint smell of blood and the scorched odor from spell residues. The chaos inside the castle was intensifying, but the basic command chain was still functioning. Duke was assigned to defend this section of the wall, tasked with defending against small elite enemy units or flying units that might break through the perimeter and approach the castle. Like the other elves, he watched the distant flames of war with tension, listened to the commander's reports of the battle situation coming at intervals, while silently waiting internally. He knew that when the pressure on the perimeter reached its peak, all the clan's attention was drawn, especially when Isola was on the Moonwatch platform wholly. Focused on channeling the Moonwell's power to support all sides, the planted key should come into play. At the moment when the perimeter battle was at its most fierce, and the clan leader of the Moonmark clan kept dispatching reserves to fill the breaches, even Lilindra couldn't help but want to personally go to a location to boost morale. On the Moonwatch platform, Isola floated above the Moonmark eye well, her hands reaching out into the void. As the overwhelming silver moonlight energy surged from the well, through her body and magic wand, transforming into thick beams of light shooting towards the most critical areas of the battlefield far away, or into massive moonlight shields to block widespread spell bombardments. Her spiritual power was highly concentrated, deeply resonating with the moon well, her perception extending to the entire battlefield. Just as she directed another powerful energy wave to a position on the eastern side that was about to be breached, an abnormal change occurred. Beneath the gentle jade stone where she habitually meditated, the phase-folding beacon planted by Duke was activated in one instance after receiving the signal of a specific frequency sent from the remote Darkmoon Town control device. There wasn't a world-shattering explosion, not even an obvious burst of energy. Centered on that jade stone, space seemed to become a piece of silk, tightly grasped and twisted by an invisible hand, instantly creating a supremely unnatural fold that was difficult to completely capture with the naked eye. This microscopic spatial fold formed a cage that accurately enveloped the floating Isola within it. Isola didn't even have time to react. With just a hint of astonishment rising on her face, the flowing moonlight energy around her halted suddenly, as if crashing into an invisible wall that completely isolated the inside from the outside. Her deep connection with the Moonmark eye well from the moon well was like being instantaneously severed by the sharpest knife. Even more frightening, she felt her ties to everything outside energy, sound, perception were thoroughly isolated, distorted, and trapped by this bizarre spacefold. She attempted to struggle, mustering all her strength to strike against this invisible barrier. But the space cage meticulously prepared by the wizards was not something she could break through in haste. She was like an insect suddenly encased in amber, powerful but unable to move for the moment, only able to watch helplessly as the external situation rapidly deteriorated, with massive anger and a tinge of cold unease swelling within her heart. She understood that she had fallen into a trap, and it was a particularly insidious one targeted specifically at her. On the Moonwatch platform, only the blurred figure of Isra remained, confined within a silent, twisted space. The moon well of the Moontrace clan, behind it, suddenly lost its strongest guide, its brilliance becoming somewhat chaotic. The pressure on the outer defensive line instantly increased, and the positions that initially could barely hold began to collapse at a faster rate. Inside the castle, the priest responsible for monitoring the state of the moon well was horrified to discover the interruption in communication with Lord Isra, and the energy flow of the Moonwatch platform became abnormal. Something has happened to Lord Isra. This news poured like the coldest ice water over the heads of the Moontrace clan's command. Kor, a level 3 priest's face changed dramatically, shouting sharply, "At all costs, immediately reinforce the Moonwatch platform. Find out the situation." She had to immediately figure out what terrifying method could momentarily restrain the powerful Isra. Lilindra was even more shocked upon hearing this news, instinctively wanting to rush to the Moonwatch platform, only to be firmly stopped by her guards. "Miss, the situation is unclear, it's too dangerous." The entire defensive system of the Moontrace clan began to experience irreversible chaos. Cracks due to the sudden silence of the core node and the inexplicable disconnection of one of its highest combat powers. Without Isra's precise guidance and strong support to the Moontrace clan's moon well, the defensive system was like having its backbone pulled out. The outer elf warriors, who previously could rely on the amplification of the moon well's energy, familiar terrain, and resilient will to resist, now felt the moonlight shield bestowed upon them becoming unstable. The arrows they shot lost the sharpness to pierce through rocks, and even the land under their feet seemed to lose the sturdy support from the earth's veins. The Empire's wizard army keenly seized this fleeting opportunity, and their attacks became more savage and precise. Spellbreaker array, concentrate firepower. Bombard the remnants of the Moonlight Totem at 3 o'clock direction. The cold voice of the ground commander echoed through the front lines via magic communication. Several formations of wizards, clad in heavy armor inscribed with anti-magic runes, immediately adjusted their angles and joined forces to cast spells. A thick beam of chaotic light, mixed with disintegration energy, shot out, instantly evaporating the totem pole that served as a local defense node along with the surrounding dozen elf defenders, tearing a huge breach in the defense line. War Golem Corps charge into the breach. Shadow airships suppressed the arrow towers on both sides. A flood of metal poured into the breach, the war golems ignoring the desperate slashes and stabs from the elves' blades and spears, paving the way with brute force collisions and energy bursts. The airships lowered their heights. From the shooting apertures opened at the bottom poured down lethal rain of bullets and pinpoint spells, relentlessly suppressing the elf reinforcements attempting to seal the breach. The collapse of one section of the line triggered a chain reaction. The flanks were exposed. Command and coordination further fell into chaos, and morale inevitably slid downward. Although the elf warriors continued to fight bravely, even launching reckless countercharges occasionally, under the wizard army's planned fire coverage, elite assaults, and steady advance of war golems, their positions were being slowly consumed, fragmented, and surrounded. Inside Moonwatch Castle, the magic water mirror showed the disconnected and fallen areas expanding swiftly like spreading ink. The piercing alarms already mixed with urgent notifications of the complete collapse of the outer defensive circle and enemy vanguard troops. Nearing the castle's outer fortifications filled the air with despair and anxiety. A level 3 moonlight priest stood at the center of the command hall, face ashen but eyes still as sharp as a blade. She looked at the rapidly deteriorating situation on the water mirror, listened to the reports of bad news from everywhere, and glanced at the still abnormal image on the Moonwatch platform where the rescue teams were blocked, understanding in her heart that the core territory of the Moontrace clan could not be defended. Sacrifice must be worthwhile, and the future of the clan cannot be cut off here. She took a deep breath, that voice mixed with iron and determination once again spread through magic across the castle's core region. But this time, it was targeted only at a few specific personnel. Commander Morin of the personal guards, Ying Yi and Hui Yi, immediately proceed to the Sinking Moon Hall. Repeat, immediately proceed to the Sinking Moon Hall. Highest priority. This command was directly transmitted into the minds of Duke and others, causing them to be momentarily stunned. Sinking Moon Hall. That's a secret chamber deep beneath the castle, close to the core energy flow of the Moon Well, usually known only to the clan leader and a few core elders. Go! Instructor Priest Morin's voice carried undeniable urgency. As he appeared nearby Duke and them, carrying the scent of gunpowder and a faint smell of blood, evidently just withdrawn from some intense battle line. Quig! No time to explain. Duke's heart trembled, vaguely guessing something. He immediately reacted like the other personal guards, suppressing anxiety and confusion about the situation, and without hesitation, followed Instructor Morin, disengaging from their defensive positions and sprinted towards the interior of the castle. Passing through chaotic corridors, avoiding panicked crowds and transported wounded, they headed downwards, through several hidden doors that required specific moonlight runes or tokens to open, eventually arriving at the Sinking Moon Hall located deep within the castle's foundations. The hall wasn't large, crafted from ancient moonlight stones, its walls inscribed with the reliefs of prophets of the Moontrace clan from generations past and ancient star and moon symbols. In the center, a small, seemingly naturally formed crescent-shaped spring was emanating a soft and pure silver light, which was an important outlet for a secondary energy flow of the Moontrace clan's Moon Well. At this moment, several people were already standing by the spring. Lilindra's face was pale, her lower lip tightly bitten, tears glistening in her eyes, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She changed into a dark hunting outfit for ease of movement, covered by a plain gray cloak, having removed her usual identity signifying hairpins and exquisite accessories. Two female high elves with the most solemn auras, clearly the strongest among her personal guards. Duke remembered they were Lilindra's close bodyguards, standing to her left and right, their expressions deadly serious. Mother, Lilindra's voice trembled slightly. Lilan, listen to me. The level 3 Moonlight Priestess interrupted her, speaking quickly and clearly. The castle cannot hold, the invaders' objectives are clear, ruthless, and the clan leader Isra is trapped. The outer defenses have collapsed. You must leave immediately. No, I want to stay with Mother, to share the clan's fate. Lilindra, agitated, tried to leave to return to the surface, but was gently held back by her bodyguard. Share the fate? The clan leader's voice suddenly rose, with a coldness that cut through hesitation. That means the complete extinction of the Moonmark clan's bloodline and legacy. You are the clan leader's daughter, the chosen seed for the next guardian by the Eye of Moonmark. Your survival is more important than a meaningless sacrifice. Remember this hatred, remember today's defeat, live on, become stronger, and then return. She pressed a small pouch woven from mithril and moonlight silk into Lilindra's hand, containing what seemed to be a few faintly glowing items. Inside are parts of the clan's core legacy texts and the energy imprint of the Eye of Moonmark, protected. She then turned to Instructor Morin and the 8 personal guards led by Duke. Her gaze swept over each one like lightning, especially Duke, who deliberately displayed loyalty and steadfastness. Morin, you are experienced, familiar with the secret passage. These 8 warriors have shown the most resilience, alertness, and relatively clean backgrounds in recent selections, making them less traceable. Now, in the name of the Moonmark clan leader, I order you, protect Lilindra and evacuate through the Shadow Song Path. Ensure her safety at all costs. Shadow Song Path. Instructor Morin repeated quietly, his expression more solemn. That was an ancient underground passage network known only to successive clan leaders and very few confidants, leading to the depths of the Shadow Song Valley and possibly other relatively safe areas, said to be filled with natural obstacles and ancient magical traps, and possibly connected to unknown hidden places. High Priestess, what about you? One of the personal guards couldn't help but ask. I will stay behind, commanding the remaining forces, to buy you as much time as possible for your withdrawal and attempt to rescue clan leader Isra. The High Priestess's voice regained its calm, yet carried a resolve as if facing death. This is both an order and a request. The future of the Moonmark clan is entrusted to you. Lilindra's tears finally fell, but she bit her lips tightly, not crying out loud, only nodding vigorously, clutching the mithril pouch tightly in her palm. Instructor Morin took a deep breath, kneeling on one knee. I swear to complete the mission. Duke and the other 7 personal guards all knelt on one knee, bowing their heads to receive the order. Swear to protect the young lady. Duke's voice blended in seamlessly, yet he was swiftly calculating in his heart. that following Lilindra to evacuate through the secret passage might be more advantageous than staying in the soon-to-fall castle. Not only could he get closer to this key figure, acquiring potential intelligence, but also use the chaos of the evacuation process to create more opportunities for his subsequent actions. Of course, the dangers and unknowns that the secret passage might hold also needed caution. Time is short. The High Priestess gave Lilindra one last deep look, as if engraving her image into her soul, then resolutely turned away, walking toward the stairs leading upward, her straight back carrying a touch of solemn loneliness. Activate the passage. May Shorn and Ilustri guide your way. May the light of Moonmark never extinguish. Instructor Morin did not hesitate any longer, striding to the seemingly seamless wall on one side of the sinking moon hall, chanting an ancient, awkward elven incantation, while pressing a moonstone seal given by the High Priestess into an inconspicuous depression on the wall. The wall silently slid open, revealing a deep tunnel extending downward, filled with damp, cold air and the faint glow of luminescent moss, a whiff of ancient scent mixed with the earthy smell unique to the underground wafting out. "Go," Morin whispered, stepping first into the opening, with the two high-level bodyguards protecting Lilindra closely following. Duke and the other personal guards exchanged a glance, clenched the weapons in their hands, and took one last look at the direction of the Moonwatch Castle upper levels behind them, where the sounds of explosions and battle cries grew even clearer and more intense. Then he resolutely turned, following at the tail of the team, stepping into this unknown shadow song path that bore the last hope of the Moonmark clan. Behind them, the wall slowly closed, sealing off the soft light of the sinking moon hall from the hellish flames of war outside. On the Moonwatch platform, the twisted spatial wrinkle, after persisting for a moment, finally began to show unstable fluctuations. Inside, clan leader Isara's silver hair fluttered, and the moonlight around her surged like an ocean. The ancient Moonmark scepter in her hand burst forth with dazzling silver rays that pierced through the void, continuously striking the confines of her prison. The beacon, after all, was a single-use trigger, and its energy could not last long while imprisoning a level 3 life with Moonwell support. Just as the wrinkle trembled violently, on the verge of bursting, a shadow as dark as the deepest night quietly appeared at the edge of the Moonwatch platform, none other than the level 3 High Priestess. She did not attack the prison directly, but instead formed an extremely intricate ancient seal with her hands, chanting an obscure spell that penetrated the essence of space. By the covenant of 1,000 years of moonlight, summoned the foundation of the Shadow Song Valley. Space smooth out, a peculiar, gentle yet overwhelmingly irresistible ancient power emanated from her, resonating with the earth beneath her feet, the twin moons above, and even the invisible laws of this realm. The spatial wrinkle that troubled Isara under this power began to dissipate and smooth out like silk being ironed flat. Teacher Isara emerged from her confines, her face pale, her breath somewhat disordered, but her eyes blazing with battle spirit. She instantly reconnected with the moon well, vast energy once again flooding into her body, the scepter radiating brilliant light. The High Priestess nodded slightly, her gaze turning solemnly towards the exterior of the castle, where a terrifying presence that made her soul tremble was approaching at an incredible speed. "Be careful, there's an extraordinary figure coming." As if to confirm her words, the sky above the Moonmark clan suddenly tore open with an invisible force. It was not a physical tear, but a retreat of the rules. The silver and purple glow of the twin moons dimmed at this moment, as if not daring to vie for brilliance with the imminent arrival. The rolling smoke, chaotic energy flows, and even the noisy sounds of battlefield slaughter were instantly replaced by an extreme heaviness of silence. A figure seemed to step out from the depths of the void. He was not wearing grand and exaggerated armor, just an ordinary Imperial officer's uniform, deep gray, well-fitted and neat. His height was no more than 2 meters, appearing ordinary compared to some towering war golems. His face was rugged, with lines as if carved by a knife, looking like a seasoned middle-aged man. But when he fully appeared above the Moonwatch platform, the entire battlefield, whether the advancing Imperial army or the desperately resisting Night Elves, involuntarily stopped their actions, gazing towards the sky in terror. Because that was not a man. That was a walking, cold sun among men. An overwhelming, majestic transcendent. An immortal divine pressure, like a tangible tsunami, surged from him as its center. The sky submits under his feet. The atmosphere solidifies around him. Just by standing there, he seems to become the center of the universe, the measure of all things. When his eyes open and close, there is no blinding divine light, only a soul-piercing calm, indifferent to the mundane, a gaze truly overlooking ants and wielding the rules. Seville Empire, Marquis of Steelheart, Ares Iron Anvil, a level 4 knight who has ignited divine fire, concentrating on the divine status associated with war and steel. To level 3. A good harvest. Marquis Ares voices calmly, not loud, yet clearly overpowering all battle noise on the field, resonating directly within the souls of Isra and the High Priest, with a metallic coldness. Facing this catastrophic pressure, Isra and the High Priest's expressions drastically change, feeling an unprecedented death threat. But they did not retreat. As the highest guardians of the clan, there was no retreat. Invaders! The land of the Moon Mark cannot be desecrated. Isra shouted sharply, transforming all fear into a battle intent of doom. She raised the Moon Mark scepter high above her head, frantically drawing energy from the moon well of the Moon Mark eye, even at the cost of tapping the moon well source. Shadow of the eternal moon over 100 meters in diameter emerges above her head, its silver light scorching to the point of nearly melting the space, carrying dual intentions of purification and destruction, crashing towards Marquis Ares. This was her desperate strike, enough to heavily injure or even threaten the life of an ordinary level 3 pinnacle. Meanwhile, the level 3 Grand Priest's figure completely transforms into a drifting living shadow, merging into every inch of light and shadow around. She did not launch a world-shattering energy attack, instead employing the oldest and most enigmatic forbidden magic of the Dark Elves, the 1,000 Shadow Soul Devouring Curse. Countless shadow threads, fine to the extreme, carrying poisonous curses that erode the soul and disintegrate will, bypass physical defenses, silently enshrouding from all directions, directly targeting the soul core of Marquis Ares. This is an attack targeting the essence of the soul. Venomous and deadly. The 2 level 3 powerhouses, one bright, one dark, one of energy, one of the soul, seamlessly collaborate, launching the strongest and most threatening joint strike of their lives. Facing this combined attack that would make any level 3 existence prepare rigorously, possibly wiping them out, Marquis Ares' expression remains unchanged. He doesn't even show any gesture of defense or evasion. At the moment the eternal moon was about to touch him, he merely raised his right hand, slightly spreading his fingers, lightly grasping towards the dazzling silver moon. There was no intense collision of energy, no earth-shattering explosion. Words become truth, rules concede. That eternal moon, condensed with all of Isra's might, and the moon well's vast energy, vanished silently as if it were a soap bubble burst or a painting gently erased by an eraser within the range of his holding hand. Moonlight energy and law runes that constituted it seemed to have never existed, directly returning to nothingness, not even stirring a ripple. At the same time, the shadow threads of the 1,000 Shadow Soul Devouring Curse, when reaching within 3 feet of Marquis Ares, as if encountering an absolutely impassable invisible barrier. To be precise, it's not a barrier, but the absolute rejection of higher existence itself against lower dimensional forces. The shadow threads emit a soul-perceivable shrill scream, then melt and vaporize rapidly like ice and snow, exposed to the scorching sun, unable to even stain the corner of his garment. Your understanding of the rules is too shallow. Marquis Ares slowly lowers his hand, looking calmly towards Isra and the High Priest, who suffered backlash from their failed magic and simultaneously spewed silver blood. Energy is just a facade. The soul also has levels. He did not pursue, just lifted his foot, stepping lightly forward. This step seemed to step on the heartbeat of the entire Moonwatch platform, the entire Moonmark clan's territory, and even this part of the world. An indescribable muffled roar, not a sound, but a tremor from the rules of the world. From his point of landing, a visually perceivable shockwave, mixed with metallic hues and dark red war breath, expands spherically outward. The sturdy moonstone base of the Moonwatch platform, fragment by fragment, shatters. The castle's towering tower, as if hit by an invisible giant hammer, collapses with a boom. The elves battling or fleeing below, like leaves caught in a whirlwind, are thrown, and those of lower rank directly turn to dust in the impact. Isra and the High Priest bear the brunt. Their raised moonlight shields and shadow barriers shattering like paper. The two like celestial bodies colliding, fiercely smashing into the collapsed castle ruins behind. Their breath is instantly weakened to the extreme, blood staining the shattered priest robes and clan leader garb. With just one step, the two level 3 guardians are severely injured, near death, and the clan's core architecture reduced to ruins. This is level for the chasm between those with divine status and mortal spirits that cannot be bridged. Their every move carries part of the rule's power. A walking disaster on earth. Marquis Ares stands in the void, overlooking the momentarily silent, doomsday-like ruins below. His gaze sweeps over the dying Isra and High Priest, seemingly penetrating layers of rock, gazing towards the faint escaping breath in the castle underground. Clear the battlefield, extract the moon well. He commands indifferently, his figure beginning to faintly fade, as if the outcome here is of little concern. To him, this might just be a routine mission that requires a mere flick of the finger. The real war and interests lie on a higher-tier chessboard, and deep underground, near the entrance of the Shadow Song path, the intense shaking even reached here, with rubble pattering down. Just stepping into the passage, Duke suddenly turned around. Although he couldn't see the scene of divine wrath on the ground, the extreme tremors and fear from the depths of his soul, stemming from a difference in life level, along with the terrifying aura outside the passage that suddenly became incredibly oppressive, as if the world's ruler had descended, made him understand instantly. The Moonscar clan was finished. An unimaginably supreme entity had arrived. Quickly go! Instructor Morin's roar was filled with boundless fear and urgency, urging the still shocked Lilindra and the personal guards to flee desperately into the depths of the dark and deep secret passage. The gaze of the deity might sweep over here in the next moment. The entrance to the Shadow Song path closed silently behind them, isolating most of the terrifying pressure from the ground that froze the soul and the muffled sound of collapsing buildings. But the passage itself still trembled, with fine dust and stone shards continuously falling from above, as if the entire mountain range was moaning in agony under the step of that level 4 entity. The passage was not entirely dark. A type of moss that emitted a faint blue phosphorescence grew on the walls, providing dim light just sufficient for visibility. The air was damp and cold, carrying a rich earthy smell and the scent of ancient rocks, occasionally accompanied by the distant sounds of the underground dark river gurgling and the scurrying commotion of small creatures startled by the intrusion. The passage was broad enough in some areas for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side, while other narrow sections required them to turn sideways to pass, winding and twisting, with gradients that varied from gentle to steep, clearly not meticulously carved by human hands, but rather exploiting and slightly remodeling naturally formed underground fissures and ancient cave networks. Instructor Morin led at the front, gripping a short staff that emitted a gentle moonlight, serving both as illumination and constantly sensing the energy flows and potential traps ahead. 2 elite guards walked at the front and rear, protecting Lilindra in the center. Duke and the other 7 personal guards were spread through the middle and rear of the team, watching vigilantly the dark crevices and the rocky dome above, never relaxing their grip on their weapons. Everyone's faces were grave, their breathing slightly heavy from the swift flight and weighty pressure in their hearts, their eyes lingering with deep fear of the cataclysmic scene that had unfolded above. Lilindra was tightly protected, biting her lip, her face appearing even paler under the bluish glow of the moss. Yet the initial panic in her eyes gradually gave way to a heavy sorrow and determination. She clutched a small mithril pouch tightly, as if it was her last link to a lost homeland and family. The group advanced swiftly in silence, with only the hurried footsteps, the soft clinking of armor, and oppressed breaths echoing within the confined space. The tremors from the ground gradually settled, but the fear stemming from life-level oppression still lingered in everyone's hearts. Duke likewise displayed the tension and loyalty befitting his status, observing the surroundings vigilantly. Yet his mind was racing, entirely contrary to his outward demeanor. At least a level 4 entity was involved. Duke underestimated the Empire's emphasis on this operation, or its determination concerning the level 3 Moonwell resources, having mobilized an entity of such caliber. The downfall of the Moonscar clan was now inevitable, with the fate of leader Usra and the High Priest looking grim. I need to find a way to leave this group. The mission is complete, and there's no need to stay here. Duke calmly analyzed. Continuing to follow might be dangerous, as the perception ability of a level 4 entity is hard to fathom. Although the entity seemingly doesn't focus on the escaping small fry underground, any accident could lead to a catastrophic disaster. Additionally, following the fleeing group also means he will be absent from the Empire's control area for a long time, venturing into unknown territories. However, currently within the group, Priest Morin and the 2 elite elf guards are all level 2 life, so he cannot show any irregularity, or it would be dangerous. After all, Duke is merely a level 1 crystallized mage, not arrogant enough to handle 3 level 2 lives. Taking advantage of the group passing a rather rugged, hand and foot required downhill section, with most attention focused on their footing, Duke deliberately lagged half a step behind, placing himself in the shadow at the end of the group, under the cover of adjusting his sheathed sword at his waist and checking if his boots was stable. His right hand naturally and imperceptibly reached inside his lining, retrieving a piece of star dome stone from the light god court. Due to the need for thorough subterfuge, all space rings were kept within the light god court to avoid exposing his identity. Duke injected a trace of faint, but highly concentrated spiritual power into the star dome stone, rapidly constructing in his mind the message he needed to send. A barely noticeable hint of pale silver star glow briefly flickered across the surface of the star dome stone, blending into the environment's bluish moss light, then vanished. Following along the uneven rocky surface, carefully descending, he continued to send information silently. The entire process took mere seconds, with the star dome stone returning to a dim state, resembling an ordinary pebble. He stealthily placed the star dome stone back into the light god court, took a few quick steps, and rejoined the teammates ahead, with a breathing rhythm that remained unchanged, as if he had merely adjusted his gear. No one noticed his subtle gesture just now. In the dim, tense environment full of fear for the unknown path ahead, warrior pausing briefly and making slight motions at the tail end of the group was nothing out of the ordinary. The intelligence had been sent out, and Duke felt somewhat steadied. Next, while ensuring his disguise wasn't exposed, he would follow this fleeing group to see where exactly the Shadow Song path led, awaiting further instructions from the Commerce Association, or if necessary, make the most advantageous decision and action himself. The passage ahead seemed even more profound and mysterious, with the bluish moss light illuminating rugged rocks like the cavity of a giant beast. The sound of running water seemed closer, and the chill in the air was more intense. Instructor Morin suddenly raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. He listened intently for a moment, then used the moonlight staff to detect the energy flows of the 2 branching paths at the upcoming fork. His brow furrowed. 2 paths. The energy reactions are vague for both, but the left seems to have a faint airflow. The right has a slight water smell. Morin whispered, looking at Lilindra. "Miss, what do you think?" Lilindra took a deep breath, calming her emotions, closed her eyes, seemingly sensing the faint connection from the mithril pouch to the moonscar eye. A moment later, she opened her eyes, pointing left. "The wind might mean we're closer to the surface or there's larger space. Go left." "Follow the miss." Morin nodded and stepped into the left branch. The journey within the Shadow Song path was long and arduous. Time underground lost its clear measurement, relying only on biological rhythms and occasional rests, where Instructor Morin estimated the passage of about 3 days based on the tides of moonlight energy within. During these 3 days, the group kept advancing along the path of wind chosen by Lilindra. The passage varied in width, climbing steep rocky slopes, wading through icy cold shallow waters, even traversing several cliffs using ancient broken moonlight stone steps embedded in the rock wall. The environment was dark and oppressive, with only eternal rocks, phosphorescent moss, underground streams murmuring, the occasional flash of the adapted eyes of bizarre creatures living underground as companions. Gradually, Lilindra's grief settled into silent resilience, often caressing the mithril pouch, her gaze reaching into the darkness, seemingly seeking guidance. Duke perfectly played the role of a loyal and vigilant guard. He shared his rations, helped injured comrades, and was meticulous in his watch duties. At the same time, Duke took advantage of every possible gap during brief team rest, night watch rotations, while navigating through complex terrain to continue secret reporting via the Star Dome Stone. With each report, he tried to describe the surrounding significant terrain features, perceived changes in energy flow direction, the approximate travel direction and speed estimation of the team, as well as the members' conditions. Duke was unable to provide precise coordinates, but these fragmented pieces of information sufficed for the Star Dome Commerce Association and even the Empire's military, which possessed planar maps and capable intelligence analysis, to sketch out their general escape route and possible exit directions. He also observed silently. Instructor Morin seemed not fully acquainted with this path of winds either, relying more on antique legacy descriptions and his keen sense of energy flow to find the way. The passage was indeed becoming more ventilated, with the air now mixing with fresher, yet colder streams not belonging to the underground and a faint decay smell of surface vegetation. Hope seemed to faintly appear at the end of the darkness. Several hundred miles west of Shadow Song Canyon, at the edge of a barren offshoot called the Iron Spine Mountain Range. Here, with its bizarre stones and sparse vegetation, it is shrouded all year by grayish haze, marking the fringes of night elf territory, seldom frequented by anyone. However, near potential exits where a secret fissure might lead to the surface, the Empire's death net had silently extended. Thanks to Duke's continuous intelligence, the analysts at the Star Dome Commerce Association combined ancient maps and energy detection, successfully narrowing the possible exit range of Shadow Song's secret path from the vast western mountains to 3, most likely natural caves or fissure systems on the eastern slopes of the Iron Spine Mountains. After destroying the core of the Moon Mark clan, Marquis Ares' iron anvil had already left, leaving the rest to handle the subsequent cleanup and resource extraction. Pursuing Lyrandra, the one who slipped through the net, was a direct elite squad from the Empire's intelligence agency, skilled in tracking and killing, named Shadow Fang. Their leader was a level 3 shadow wizard with a cold aura and a magic burn scar on his face, code-named Viper. Based on Duke's last 2 reports mentioning strong air currents and a faint, resonating starry feeling, combined with the underground energy map analysis of the area, the probability of the target exiting through Grey Beak Cave or Gorge's Throat exceeds 80%. A monitoring wizard wearing a Star Dome Commerce Association uniform, with a complex energy sandbox floating before him, reported to Viper. Viper licked his cracked lips, his eyes gleaming with snake-like cold light. The 2 exits are less than 5 miles apart. Very well. Grey Beak Cave is concealed, but its internal space is narrow, while Gorge's Throat has a broad exit, but positioned on a steep sidewall. They will most likely choose the former as a reconnaissance or temporary resting point, set up a silent force field, and an energy-suppressing witch array within a 100-meter radius inside and outside Grey Beak Cave. On the cliffs above Gorge's Throat, deploy sniping wizards and binding traps, with the main force ambushed in the gravel corridor between the 2 locations, which is the necessary passage for rapid departure from the mountain no matter which exit they take. The orders were efficiently executed, with Imperial wizards like the most precise machines starting to set up traps. Metal stakes engraved with complex runes were quietly driven into the rock, transparent energy threads crisscrossed, connecting trigger-type paralysis arrays. Wizards and war puppets proficient in camouflage and lurking merged into the terrain, minimizing breathe and energy fluctuations. In the sky, several camouflaged miniature reconnaissance puppets hovered like vultures, monitoring the overall movement. A web of death was woven in the silent mountains, awaiting the weary prey to walk right into the trap. After approximately another half-day of trekking, stronger air currents were felt ahead, and even faint whistling of winds could be heard. The passage began to incline upwards. Traces of artificial restoration appeared again, with rough stone steps and walls adorned with blurred ancient moonlight runes. Almost at the exit, Greyleaf's tired voice carried a hint of excitement. Instructor Morin, however, was more cautious, signaling everyone to slow down and lower their voices. Be careful, the vicinity of the exit may not be safe, I'll scout ahead. He advanced alone, his form merging into the shadow of the corner ahead. A moment later he returned, a slight relief on his face, but his gaze remained cautious. It's the exit, a concealed cave. Outside is night. You can see the starry sky, the terrain is mountainous. No apparent threats detected for now. But we can't stay long. We must leave this area immediately. Find a safer hiding place or connect with any possibly surviving clans. The light of hope flickered in everyone's eyes. Finally, they left the suffocating underground world. The team sequentially passed through the last narrow passage, reaching the interior of Grey Beak Cave. The cave was not large, about half the size of a basketball court. Its entrance was hidden by dangling vines and protruding rocks. The cool night breeze, carrying the sense of grass and freedom, flowed in, refreshing their spirits. Through the gaps in the vines, the deep night sky and twinkling stars could be seen. It was a familiar sky dotted with unfamiliar constellations, and they had already distanced themselves from the Moon-Mark clan's region. Lyrandra took a deep breath, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at the starry sky outside, whispering softly, "Mother." "High Priest." "Miss, it is not yet the time for sorrow," a high-ranking guardian reminded softly, but in a gentle tone. Morin nodded. "Everyone, check your equipment and prepare to set off. Leave here and move southwest along the ridge first, where the woods are relatively dense and suitable for concealment." Duke also organized his equipment along with the others, but his heart sank slightly. It was too quiet. The sound of the wind and the insects outside the cave sounded very natural, but his intuition sensed a slight discord. It was a meticulously disguised, overly standard natural atmosphere, lacking the true wilderness's chaotic vitality and small surprises. The Commerce Association and the Empire won't act slowly, it's very likely. An alarm softly rang in his heart, but just like everyone else, his face showed the relief of escaping with a hint of worry about the future. He couldn't reveal any abnormalities. Just as Instructor Morin gently parted the vines at the cave's entrance, stepping out first and cautiously surveying the surroundings, confirming temporary safety and signaling for the others to follow, a sudden change occurred. The third person, Lyrandra, had just stepped out of the cave no more than 5 steps when the seemingly ordinary rocky ground beneath her feet suddenly lit up with a circle of pale purple, complex magical runes. "Trap!" Instructor Morin's roar and the high guard's scream sounded simultaneously. Centered beneath Lyrandra's feet, a hemisphere-shaped pale purple light barrier with a radius of 50 meters instantly rose, completely enveloping the 6 people who had just exited the cave. Inside the barrier, the air instantly became sticky, and the moonlight energy was violently suppressed and disturbed, as if caught in an invisible quagmire. Lyrandra stifled a groan, nearly severing her weak connection with the mithril pouch. "Miss." The trapped guard tried to rush towards Lyrandra, only to find his movements dozens of times slower than usual, as if bearing a heavy load. Almost simultaneously, several other areas inside the cave and near the entrance lit up with magic array glows. Silent sniper spells from high and far in the darkness came almost silently, precisely targeting the sluggish-moving high guards and Morin within the force field. One high guard barely managed to raise a dim moonlight shield, but was directly pierced through the shoulder by a refined arcane piercing, collapsing with a scream. Instructor Morin narrowly dodged the fatal hit with his rich experience, but his left arm was grazed, bleeding heavily. For the clan, Grey Leaf's eyes turned crimson, roaring as he tried to throw a dagger toward the direction of the spell assault, but within the suppressive force field, the dagger flimsily flew for only a short distance before dropping. Around Duke, yellow sand floated, and suddenly, from nowhere, a mass of dark golden, extremely fine grains of sand surged around his previously empty form without warning. These grains were not created out of thin air. Rather, it seemed they instantaneously precipitated from within him and the rocky soil beneath his feet, coalescing and swirling as if alive at high speed. A thick, dense dark golden sand shield instantly congealed to his left, precisely blocking 2 acid arrows and a paralyzing shock. The acid made a sizzling, corrosive sound, but only left a shallow dent on the sand shield's surface. The electric light jumped between the grains and dissipated without a trace. At the same time, with a wave of his right hand, another plume of sand arced skyward, not blocking directly, but cleverly wrapping a falling rock to deflect its trajectory, causing it to crash and raise a cloud of dust on the open ground beside him. Most of the attacks directed at him were nullified by this suddenly appearing, deftly manipulated dark golden sand defense. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Duke's figure was faintly visible amidst the swirling sand, the grains emitting a metallic sheen that combined with the earthy texture, which clashed starkly with his dark green elf uniform and the silhouette of his silver-haired, violet-eyed elven appearance. Cries mingled with pain and disbelief sounded all at once. Others, barely surviving the first wave of attacks and struggling to evade or resist. including the injured Morin, the fallen guard, and another surviving retainer by the cave entrance, could not help but cast horrified gazes at Duke. What did they see? A fellow companion they had been with day and night, an elven warrior known for agility and moonlight affinity, was manipulating sand. Moreover, in such a never-before-seen, seamlessly innate manner of sand control, it was neither any known elven talent magic, nor the result of some enabling tool. Doubt, shock, and a hint of instinctive wariness arising in their desperate situation momentarily replaced some of their fear of the ambushers surfacing in their eyes. Greyleaf even forgot to continue throwing daggers, his mouth agape. The events that followed shattered their understanding completely. They saw Ying Yi, who had trained, patrolled, and fled with them, bearing the standard night elf appearance with cold, pale skin and silver hair with violet eyes, begin to undergo an eerie distortion and ripple, accompanied by the dark golden grains spinning around. It was as if an invisible, exquisite mask was melting and peeling away. The silver hair rapidly transformed from the roots into a deep, jet-black color. The cold, pale skin changed to a common human's healthy, ruddy yellow-white tone. The distinctive pale violet eyes, like faded amethyst, shifted to a calm, deep brown. His slender but graceful elven form slightly expanded, conforming more to the skeletal structure of a human male, with broad shoulders and long arms, still elongated but exuding a different sense of force. Within just 2 breaths, standing there was no longer the night elf Ying Yi. It was a young-looking human male with black hair, brown eyes, carrying an air of composure and sternness that belied his age. He wore an ill-fitting dark green elven retainer. Uniform, around him, dark golden sands flowed gently like loyal guards. You're not Ying Yi. Who are you? Greyleaf screamed, his voice distorted by extreme shock and a sense of betrayal. Instructor Morin clutched his bleeding left arm, his face pale as paper, his eyes initially filled with incredulity before turning into immense rage and profound despair. He understood everything, why the invaders could trap Usura so precisely, why their evacuation route was preempted and ambushed. An insider, this peer whom they trusted, even pinned some hopes on, was a human infiltrator disguised to the bone. Lelendra trembled violently within the suppressive force. Field, her pale violet eyes, locked onto the unfamiliar human male. The initial shock was swiftly replaced by an icy chill and hatred. It was him. He caused the clan's downfall, endangered Mother's life, drove them to flee like wandering spirits, only to end up in a trap. The fury of betrayal and the grief of destruction, intertwined, almost suffocating her. Traitor! Another wounded retainer roared, struggling to rush forward, only to be paralyzed completely by a precisely shot paralytic beam. Duke was indifferent to the hatred, shock, and despair in the elf's eyes. He tossed the 1,000-faced instrument in his hand lightly, then put it away. The dark golden grains around him did not dissipate, but continued to swirl like living sand at his feet, forming an invisible circle of defense. His gaze passed over the still struggling elves, directly targeting those emerging from behind the boulders, the Viper, and the Imperial hunters and war puppets closing in. Duke, mission in progress. Target Lelendra and her possessions confirmed present. Duke's voice was steady and emotionless, speaking in the standard wizard plain language, devoid of any elvish dialect. His words, like a final judgment, utterly extinguished the last glimmer of hope held by the remnants of the Moonmark clan. The Viper's face, scarred by a magical burn, twitched slightly, revealing a smile mixed with satisfaction and cruelty. He indeed had a fleeting doubt about the sand-based ability, but when the other party voluntarily removed the disguise, everything made sense. Well done, Duke. Viper nodded, acknowledging Duke's identity and contribution. Leave the rest to us. He raised his hand and pointed at Lelendra. Isolated and helpless within the suppression field, focus fire, break through that elf lady's turtle shell, get her alive. For everyone else, resistors, kill them. With the order, the Empire's attack instantly became more organized and lethal. Several hunter wizards joined forces, began casting a spell specializing in dissolving energy shields. Disintegrate ray. War puppets changed direction, making heavy steps toward Instructor Morin and other elves still trying to retaliate at the field's edge. High-altitude wizards locked onto any threat still capable of action. Duke stood still, dark golden sand grains subtly shifting under his control. He no longer participated in direct attacks on the elves. Instead, He used the sand grains primarily for defense against stray projectiles or the aftermath of spells, while calmly observing the battlefield. For him, the lurking mission was largely complete. The subsequent armed cleanup was someone else's task. He needed to ensure his safety and consider how, after the battle, to claim the interests concerning the moon well outlined in his contract with the Star Dome Commerce Association and the Empire's military. As for those elves, their hatred and despair in their eyes were just necessary hues on the mission's backdrop to him. This is war, this is infiltration, indifferent to right or wrong, only about stance and purpose. Lilindra looked at the pressing enemies, then glanced at the indifferent figure standing as if unrelated to the massacre before her. A former human comrade, boundless chill and resolve engulfed her. She suddenly stuffed the mithril pouch deep into her bosom, tightly holding a tear-shaped moonlight gemstone pendant on her chest. The ultimate life-saving item her mother gave, containing one-time powerful random teleportation energy, but with great cost and instability. Moon trace, never extinguished. She shouted with all her might, with blood tears at the clan motto, simultaneously crushing the pendant. The pendant burst forth with moonlight brilliance far purer, far older than the suppression field. The light was not an attack but formed a fiercely twisted, constantly collapsing and expanding silver-white light cocoon, instantly enveloping Lilindra within. Spatial interference. She wants to teleport. Viper's pupils shrank. He shouted sharply, "Interrupt her, seal the space." Several disintegrate rays and spells targeting space stability shot almost simultaneously at the light cocoon. However, the pendant contained advanced-level power, seemingly from the ancient heritage of the Moon Trace clan. The hasty interference spells merely stirred a few ripples like stones thrown into a boiling silver lake. The light cocoon's radiance became increasingly dazzling, Lilindra's silhouette within it already indistinct. Duke's eyes narrowed slightly. The dark golden sand grains beneath him subtly surged, but he didn't intervene. The pendant's energy nature and activation method were beyond what he could safely interfere with. Rashly acting might not only be ineffective, but could incur unforeseen risks. His mission's core had already been completed. Whether Lilindra's final death struggle could be thwarted was Viper's responsibility. Damn it. Viper looked grim. Didn't expect such a seemingly frail girl to possess such a level of life-saving item. He quickly chanted, attempting to cast a more powerful space confinement spell, but was clearly a beat too late. A slight, glass-breaking-like sound echoed. The silver-white light cocoon suddenly collapsed inward to an extremely small point, then vanished completely. A spot of weak spatial ripple remained on the spot, along with a few gem fragments slowly drifting down, losing their luster. Lilindra's presence, along with the mithril pouch she harbored, vanished completely from everyone's perception. Random teleportation. Distance and direction unknown. A wizard skilled in space detection quickly reported, looking displeased. The duck in hand flew away. Viper's face was like water, the scar looking especially menacing under the flickering magic remnants. His cold gaze swept over the battlefield. Instructor Morin severely injured and unconscious, Grey Leaf and other guards dead or heavily wounded, completely losing combat capability. The only intact ally, Duke, calmly stood to the side. Clear the battlefield. Seize all spoils including valuable items on corpses and the elf's teleportation. Fragments. Viper's voice returned to ruthless efficiency. He pointed at two seemingly stable level 2 mages. You two, escort Duke back to Darkmoon Town. He needs to report to the command center and claim his due rewards and rest. He emphasized the word reward, clearly aware of Duke's contractual relationship with the Star Dome Commerce Association. Yes, sir. The two appointed wizards responded, nodding to Duke, their attitude fairly courteous. As for you, Viper turned to other wizards. Eyes gleaming coldly, follow me. Activate all tracking and prophecy spell devices to search for residual traces of spatial disturbance. She just teleported away, can't be without a trace. Even if we have to overturn the Iron Ridge Mountains, find that elf girl and the things she took. The Empire hunters swiftly moved into action. Some efficiently cleaning the battlefield and binding captives, others following Viper began casting spells, detection luminescence scanning towards where Lilindra disappeared and farther areas. Duke had no objection to Viper's arrangement. He dissipated the dark golden sand grains surrounding him and walked to the two wizards in charge of escorting him. One of them handed over a spare gray wizard robe. asking him to change out of the elf uniform that was no longer fitting and covered in dust. "Thanks a lot." Duke took the robe and put it on, offering a brief thanks. His gaze finally swept over this ambush site, reeking of blood and burning, over the remaining deep resentment in the eyes of elf captives or corpses. His heart remained calm. A mission was just a mission. Morin's injuries were severe, with a deep wound on his left arm revealing bone, and his chest seemed damaged too, with each breath accompanied by bloody froth. But those eyes belonging to a seasoned warrior fiercely fixed on Duke, filled with raging anger, deep resentment, and a kind of bone-chilling betrayal after being thoroughly deceived and fooled, mixed with a trace of an incredibly complex disbelief. Two mages responsible for escorting Duke back came over, and one of them said to Duke, "Duke, leave this place to them. Viper has commanded us to escort you back to Darkmoon Town to report." Duke nodded slightly, indicating understanding. He took one last look at this ambush site he personally guided to its end, turned, and prepared to leave with the two mages. For him, the core task of placing beacons and guiding the ambush was accomplished perfectly. The subsequent pursuit of Lilindra was Viper's responsibility, and he himself needed to return to settle merits, fulfill the contract, and plan for the next steps. Yet just as he turned and took 2 steps, Morin's hoarse, broken but exceptionally clear voice came from behind, filled with the taste of blood and flames, speaking in Elven. "Why? Disguised as us?" Duke's steps faltered slightly. The two mages beside him also paused, looked back with interest but did not intervene. This seemed like the defeated one's final bitter question, harmless. Duke slowly turned around, facing Morin. He did not reply in Elven, instead speaking calmly in common magic language, as information conveyed through spiritual power could be directly understood, his voice not high, yet clear enough for Morin to hear. "For the needs of war, for the acquisition of resources. The Moonwell is the lifeline of your homeland. For us, it is a strategic resource." His answer was cold and direct, without any false embellishments. Morin stared into his human deep brown eyes, as if trying to find even a trace of guilt or wavering, but all he saw was a rational deep pool. "Your name?" Morin's voice was even hoarser, carrying a hate intending to brand this name into his soul. "Tell me your true name." Morin evidently didn't understand the wizard's language, so he didn't comprehend the meaning of the word Duke just mentioned. Looking at this old elf who had once trained Yingyi and was now on the brink of death yet still holding his spine straight, Duke slightly altered his wording. Duke wasn't worried about being cursed. Casting curses isn't that easy. Curse relying on just a name is extremely limited. It might work a bit on ordinary people, but for someone about to advance to a level 2 mage, such curses can be ignored. Morin wasn't trying to leverage this name to curse Duke either. He simply wanted to know the true name of the warrior he had trained for so long. "Duke. Wizard." Morin chewed over this name and identity. The fire in his eyes seemed to burn to the extreme, transforming into a cold, curse-like remembrance. "The blood of Moonscar will not be shed in vain. Shorn and Ilustri will bear witness." Duke did not respond further. The hatred of war continues to stretch endlessly. Curses and oaths often end the defeated one's voice. He had completed his mission, given the opponent a clear answer and a name that was enough. He nodded slightly towards Morin, not an apology, more like a courteous indication to a tenacious opponent. Then, without lingering, he decisively turned around and walked towards the mages waiting for him. The dark golden sand beneath his feet silently flowed, lifting his body into the air, quickly transforming into a stream of light, along with the two mages casting flying spells, speeding towards Darkmoon Town, leaving the blood-soaked and despair-laden Iron Ridge Mountains far behind. On the ground, Morin gazed towards the direction they disappeared into until no trace was visible. He suddenly coughed, spitting more bloody froth, yet the light in his eyes hadn't extinguished, filled with burning hatred and complex emotions. The return journey to Darkmoon Town went smoothly. The town was far busier and more grim than months ago, the air filled with the atmosphere of war. Under the guidance of the two mages, Duke arrived directly at the command headquarters jointly with the Star Dome Commerce Association, and was led into a quiet reception room. Soon after, a senior representative of the Star Dome Commerce Association entered with a beaming smile, followed by an Imperial Army-level 2 mage official. Caius had been busy with war affairs on the front line recently, so such matters were left to others in the Star Dome Commerce Association to handle. "Mr. Duke." Magnificent, simply magnificent. The commerce representative enthusiastically approached him. The beacon activated perfectly, the Moonscar clan shattered with one strike. Acquiring the level 3 Moonwell Moonscar's eye is inevitable. Your contribution in this operation is irreplaceable. The Imperial official also nodded affirmatively, albeit formally. Lord Duke's lurking intelligence is a pivotal node, merit assessment is ongoing, and resource allocation related to the contract will be calculated concurrently. Duke donned a clean wizard robe, bearing a moderate relaxation. Post-mission completion, inclined slightly. It's my duty to aid the Empire's expansion and fulfill the contract with the Commerce Association. It's my honor. His words were apt, binding personal merit with the interests of the Empire and the Commerce Association. The Commerce representative smiled even more broadly, lowering his voice a bit. Rest assured, the agreed level 1 Moonwell will be secured for you by the Commerce Association at the fastest speed. Besides, we'll also strive to maximize extra benefits for your exceptional contribution in this mission. What followed was relatively tedious, but otherwise pleasant details checking, contract terms confirmation, and general discussion of subsequent resource conveyance processes. Duke eventually left the reception room. Walking down the slightly cold metallic streets of Darkmoon Town, 3 moons hovered simultaneously in the sky of eternal night, showering cold, eerie radiance on this plane changed by war. Duke glanced up, his heart calm and unperturbed. He then rested in Darkmoon Town for several days. He accessed limited privileges opened by the Star Dome Commerce Association and the Imperial Military, further reviewing encrypted materials concerning other regions of the Night Elf Plane, and the energy characteristics and utilization ways of the Moonwell, constantly optimizing future utilization plans through mental nuclei. On the morning of the 4th day, Duke was meditating in his temporary room, sorting through some thoughts about advancement plans when a knock came at the door. The visitor was not the prior senior representative, but a new-faced deacon of the Star Dome Commerce Association, courteous in manner. Accompanied by 4 steady-spirited guards, carrying 2 sealed metal boxes similar to those previously used for storing elemental energy wells, covered in dust-proof velvet cloth and engraved with runes. Yet, looking closely, the rune patterns on the boxes were more intricate and profound, flowing with a cold luster similar to the 3 moons' light. Good morning, Mr. Duke. By the mandate of Lord Caius and the frontline directors of the Commerce Association, I'd presented you the agreed compensation for your exemplary mission achievement. The deacon meticulously saluted, then signaled the guards to carefully place the boxes. He first indicated the slightly smaller metal box. This box contains rewards nuclei rated jointly by the Imperial Army Merit Department and the Commerce Association, including 10 million level 1 magic stones, magic potion materials worth 800,000, casting materials, and other resources unique to the Night Elf Plane, along with a voucher to select any equivalent item within the Star Dome Commerce Association.